Hello and welcome to this special edition of Vantage. We are coming to you live from the White House. Behind me you can see the presidential mansion. This is what it's all about, the biggest prize in American politics. Come January and it will have a new president. Will it be Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? That's what we're here to find out. Now this part of the White House is called the North Lawn. It has a very special place in presidential traditions. When a state guest arrives at the White House, this is where the ceremonial welcome happens. It's usually packed on those days, but even now there's a buzz around here, a feeling of tension and fervor. We expect that to increase in the next hour or two because President Biden is heading back here. He's in his hometown right now. He's not at the White House, but in the next hour or two, he's expected to be back. Like all Americans, he will be glued to the television tomorrow because Tuesday is the big election day, the day of voting. Technically, we can have a winner by tomorrow night, but a lot of Americans voted early this time. They sent in mail-in ballots and postal votes. So it could take a bit longer. But don't worry, we'll be right here throughout the week covering the results. So make sure you tune in every day. We've got a packed show lined up for you tonight. We're looking at how Washington is preparing for Election Day, what sort of security measures are in place, and we also attended a women's march yesterday. We'll tell you what women voters are looking for this time and who is leading the merchandise race. From Trump hats to Harris badges, it's all being sold in Washington and across the country indeed. And what does it say about the ground sentiment? All this and more lined up for you. It's the final stretch here in the United States, less than 48 hours left until polls close. Until a new president is elected. Americans will be lining up to vote at polling booths tomorrow, but a lot of them have already voted. More than 77 million of them. How? Through early voting. Here in America, you can request a ballot on mail. You can then fill it up, select your candidate, and then drop it off in ballot boxes or even mail them via postal services. More than 77 million Americans have done it so far. That's around 48% of the total turnout in the last election. They've already voted. So clearly, early voting is the future. In 2020, the Democrats dominated this field, but this time, Republicans have caught up, mainly because Donald Trump has changed his position on this. Last time, he opposed early voting. This time, he's supporting it. Around 38% of early voting has been done by the Democrats, and Republicans are at 36.2%. So the gap is pretty narrow. Now we come to the opinion polls. Who is leading and by how much? Well, Harris has a narrow edge over Trump in the national polls. But like we've said, that doesn't really matter. It comes down to the Electoral College, to the swing states, the 7 swing states. Let's look at the situation there. Harris is leading in Nevada by 3 points. She's leading in North Carolina by 2 points, in Wisconsin by 2 points, and in Georgia by 1 point. In Pennsylvania and Michigan, things are even, and in Arizona, Trump leads by 4 points. Now, these numbers make a couple of things quite clear. One, Harris has found some momentum, some new momentum. Apparently, last-minute undecided voters are picking her. And two, Donald Trump is also consolidating. Harris may hold the edge among early voters, but on Tuesday, it's all about in-person voting. And that remains Donald Trump's core. Which brings us to the campaigns. Both Harris and Trump are hitting the swing states. Harris spent a lot of time in Michigan. Meanwhile, Trump spoke in North Carolina and Georgia. As I said, this is the final stretch. Most voters must have already made up their minds. So it's all about the finishing touches now. Kamala Harris focused on the Muslim vote. Michigan is home to around 200,000 Arab Americans. They put Joe Biden over the line in 2020. They helped him win. But this time, it's not a guarantee. Arab Americans are angry about Biden's support to Israel in the Gaza war. And Harris may have to pay the price for it. She tried to do some damage control on Sunday. She promised to end the Gaza war if elected.
I want to say this year has been difficult, given the scale of death and destruction in Gaza, and given the civilian casualties and displacement in Lebanon. It is devastating. And as president, I will do everything in my power to end the war in Gaza, to bring home the hostages, end the suffering in Gaza, ensure Israel is secure, and ensure the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, freedom, security, and self-determination.
Beyond that, she stuck to the script. She accused Donald Trump of dividing America, promised to fight hate politics, and to resolve the cost of living crisis. Strange, because she's already vice president. And that's been a struggle for Harris, really. She's a member of the current administration, but the current administration is deeply unpopular. Biden's approval ratings are at 39%, so Harris finds herself in a spot of bother. She can't criticize her own government, but she can also not embrace it. So Kamala Harris has opted for middle ground. She's not calling for new leadership. She's calling for a new generation of leadership.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States of America.
On the other side, Trump did what Trump does. He held a number of rallies on Sunday. Most of them had the same theme: America is a broken country, only he can fix it. It's a strategy that worked for him in 2016. It's finding even more takers this time around, it seems, because of the cost of living crisis. Trump's campaign is mostly centered around two issues: tariffs and immigration. We saw that again on Sunday.
The United States is now an occupied country. Can you imagine having to say, we're an occupied country? But it will soon be an occupied country no longer. On November 5th, 2024, it will be Liberation Day in America. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country.
Some extreme rhetoric there, but clearly America likes it. Donald Trump also trained his guns on pollsters and journalists, quite literally. You see, Trump was surrounded by bulletproof glass at the rally, but those glasses had gaps. Trump said he wasn't worried, though, because to get to him, an assassin would have to shoot through the press corps, and Trump says he doesn't mind that.
I have a piece of glass over here, and I don't have a piece of glass there, and I have this piece of glass here, but all we have really over here is the fake news, right? And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through the fake news, and I don't mind that so much, because I don't mind.
Trump also took issue with a new poll. It says Kamala Harris is leading him in the state of Iowa. The poll has surprised a lot of people because Iowa voted for Trump in 2016 and again in 2020. The last Democrat to flip it was Barack Obama. If Harris does that, it would be a big setback to Donald Trump. Of course, his campaign has rejected this poll. They say it's an attempt to demoralize voters. And frankly, there's a lot of that going on this time around, especially on social media. Hundreds of posts are spreading fake news about the election. Most of them are Trump supporters, but some are Democrats too. And why are they doing this? To destroy the credibility of the election process. Around 70% Americans think that Donald Trump will not concede if he loses, that he will question the results like he did the last time. His supporters are laying the groundwork for that. Let me show you some examples. This video is from Pennsylvania. An influencer filmed a man dropping off a large number of ballots. He said the whole thing was suspicious. But guess what? The man was a postmaster. His job is to drop off ballots. A lot of accounts also posted pictures with this caption: "I live in Canada, but I drove down to vote." The idea is to say that even Canadians are voting for Harris. Again, it's a false claim. That first video was debunked by poll officials, but not before it got 6 million views. Plus, it is unnecessary work for the election officials. They must conduct fair elections. At the same time, they must also bust fake news. Why can't social media platforms pitch in? Because they are part of the problem, especially Elon Musk and X. He is the most followed person on his platform, and he is pushing fake news. Elon Musk says Democrats are making illegal migrants vote. He also said if Trump is not elected, this will be the last US election. Again, fake news and dangerous rhetoric. Of course, if Trump wins, none of this will matter. But if he doesn't, Expect nervous days for America. One reason for that nervousness is what happened in January 2021, the Capitol riots, the day when America's Parliament building was overrun. You can feel that nervousness here. We've been going around Washington, D.C. over the last few days. Things are certainly different. For starters, we've seen a lot more fences. Even the sidewalks near the White House have been cordoned off. We saw a lot more security presence too. The people we spoke to are also worried. They have businesses here. Their children go to school here. So the possibility of violence is very scary. Take a look at how Washington is preparing, or rather bracing, for Election Day. Welcome to Washington, D.C. Just a couple of days until this town gets a new chief. Or rather, a commander-in-chief. Elections usually bring excitement and energy, a feeling of change and hope. But around here, the mood is a bit different. Yes, people are concerned about the results, but they're more concerned about what happens after. This is the Capitol Hill. You may remember what happened here the last time. Hundreds of Trump supporters breached security and stormed this building. They were refusing to accept that Donald Trump had lost the election. So senators and members of Congress had to be rushed to safe rooms and bunkers. Now we have another election involving Donald Trump, and everyone has the same question on their mind. If he loses, will there be another attack? Authorities are working to ensure that doesn't happen. For starters, security has been increased. Most of the popular protest sites have been fenced. Nearly 2,100 officers have been deployed. That's 300 more than January 2021. The hope is any fallout will be contained. Near the White House, similar arrangements are in place. The Lafayette Park is partially closed. So are the sidewalks near the White House. Officials are not taking any chances. They want constitutional centers to be safe in case things go south. Washington's governor is also on the job. He has activated some of the National Guards. Think of them as paramilitary forces. Each US state has National Guards stationed inside, sort of like backup for the army. In Washington, these troops have been put on standby. All that security may sound good on paper, but it only adds to the worries for the residents of the city. They got a taste of the violence in 2017 when Donald Trump was inaugurated as president. Hundreds of people took over Washington to the chants of "Not my president." Then they got the shock of their lives in 2021 when the Capitol riots happened. And now the people of Washington say that they're scared and nervous. A lot of businesses have boarded up their storefronts, fearing riots or violent protests. These are the people at the forefront of America's political divide. If the election is close, things may turn worse. Chances are candidates will approach the Supreme Court, another institution based in Washington. A legal battle is likely to bring a flood of supporters from both sides. A scenario that doesn't read well. Any violence will affect the locals in many ways. Their businesses are on the firing line. Roads may get closed, schools and offices could be shut, and police presence could turn the city into a fortress.
It's a sad state for the democracy in the United States. Why should freedom have to protect your own property when you disagree with somebody? Doesn't make any sense.
We all knows what happened when things doesn't go Trump's way. He incites his followers to protest in violent ways, and I think it's smart. I actually work a couple of blocks down in a government building, and I don't want to come to work on Tuesday. I think it's going to be hectic and crazy. I wish we would be off.
For officials, this is a tough choice. You can't stop supporters from holding peaceful protests. But how do you ensure the situation does not descend into chaos? This is the National Mall. This is the long shot of Washington, D.C. that you see in most Hollywood films. And these are the grounds where some of this country's historic protests and campaigns have unfolded. This place is open to peaceful demonstrations, but you need permission first. So far, at least 9 groups have applied, most of them left-leaning. And this is where the authorities face a dilemma. Do you give permission to opposing groups and risk a face-off? And if you deny permission to all, are you trampling on their right to protest? There are no easy choices as election day nears. Even afterwards, the danger isn't over. In the last election, the anger did not spill over immediately. It exploded weeks later on January 6th. So next week is merely the first in a series of challenges. The eyes of the world will be on Washington, D.C. The international press is here watching. The question is, what will we see? A peaceful transition of power or another crack in the foundation of US democracy? The race is a close one. Political ads are flooding the airwaves, and one such ad has stirred controversy. It shows a polling booth. A woman enters to vote. She looks at her husband nervously, then locks eyes with another woman. Both of them vote. They don't exchange any words, and finally they join their husbands. The ad doesn't really say very much, but the message is quite simple and clear. These 2 women cast secret votes. What's that? It's when you hide who you voted for. So the implication is that these women did not tell their husbands they voted secretly for Kamala Harris. And this did not go down well with the Trump campaign. They have slammed this advertisement. But the thing is, secret voting is not new. It's been happening for quite some time. And it's said to be quite widespread in this election. Look at this YouGov poll. 1 in 8 women say that they vote differently from their husbands, and they do it secretly. They don't tell their husbands about it. Nearly 5% women say that they refrain from voting to avoid a conflict with their husband. Which brings us to the historic gender divide in this year's election. It is shaping up to be a battle of the sexes. Donald Trump is popular among men. 53% say that they will vote for him. Kamala Harris is leading among the women voters. Nearly 54% women want her as president. So the gender gap is quite staggering. In fact, it's the largest since 1980. But what led to this wide gap? A lot of issues, perhaps none as big as abortion. For a lot of women, it is defining this election. And while some are resorting to secret voting, others are quite vocal about it. We saw this over the weekend at a women's march in Washington, D.C. Here's our report. Abortion rights. They've always been a point of contention in US politics. But this year, they're at the forefront. This is the first US presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. Women in America lost their national right to abortion. They lost the right over their own bodies.
My body, my choice!
And now they're out on the streets to fight for it. For millions of voters, reproductive rights could determine the next president of the United States. And they're making themselves seen and heard. This is Washington, D.C., the national capital and the center of all the political action. This is where hundreds of women have gathered for a march to rally for abortion rights. We are in the American capital where hundreds of feminists and reproductive rights activists have gathered just days before the election. This event is strategically timed along with the nationwide Get Out the Vote efforts. It's a powerful reminder of what's at stake in this election. To understand why abortion rights are such a pivotal issue today, we need to go back in history. In 1973, the US Supreme Court gave a landmark ruling in a case called Roe versus Wade. It granted American women the constitutional right to abortion. But nearly 50 years later, in 2022, the Supreme Court overturned that precedent. So abortion was no longer a national right in the US. The power to regulate women's choices was back in the hands of individual states. Now, each state can decide whether women can abort unwanted pregnancies, at what stage, and under what conditions. Basically, access to abortion now depends on where you are in America. For example, here in Washington, D.C., abortion is allowed in all stages of pregnancy. But in Texas, it is illegal unless you are dying. So far, 17 American states have outlawed abortion. Some have very narrow exceptions, like only in cases of rape, incest, or if a person's life is in danger. 8 other states allow limited access to the procedure. This is despite the fact that nearly 66% Americans support complete legal access to abortion.
Since 2016, we've been telling folks that this is the most consequential election of your lifetime, and each year it's been true, whether it's 2018, 2020, 2022. And more than ever in 2024, we are voting on freedom or fascism, and there's really no middle ground.
We got to stand up for democracy. We have to stand up for a woman's right to have control over her body, control over her life. Women's rights are human rights, and we were back in the hallways.
Which brings us to the presidential race. Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Support for abortion rights will benefit the Democrats. Harris has been quite vocal about the issue. She has vowed to protect women's rights if elected. But she was part of the administration which was in power when Roe versus Wade was overturned. Her predecessor, Joe Biden himself, has not been as vocal about the issue because of his Catholic background. So critics question if Harris will be different. Meanwhile, Donald Trump appointed the 3 Supreme Court justices who played a crucial role in overturning Roe versus Wade. He also supports the idea of U.S. states governing abortion. Although in the last few months, he seems to have softened his stance. He called himself the father of IVF, that's in vitro fertilization. He also said that he would not push for a national abortion ban as president. As activists prepare to march past the White House today, their message is clear. They're watching. They want action from the next administration, from those in power. In fact, this is more than just a march, they say. This is a demand for accountability and a call for the next government to prioritize reproductive rights. With the presidential race deadlocked, abortion rights could be the deciding factor in crucial swing states. These are the 7 states that will decide who becomes president. Many activists here fear another Trump presidency and support Kamala Harris. But this may not translate into as many votes as the Democrats had expected.
I'm terrified. I'm terrified as to what's going to happen to this country and women's rights. This is the most election in our country's history, and I think a lot of Americans don't realize that. What's at stake?
A lot has changed in the United States since 2020, but everything has changed for the women of America. Abortion rights have become one of the most polarizing issues of this election. For women under 30, it's even more important than inflation, they say. So this march, right before the US presidential election, is a reminder that the fight for these women is not just political, it's also personal. Now let's look at another major electoral issue, the issue of illegal immigrants. Every single day, hundreds of migrants come into the US illegally. This happens every day. Normally, these immigrants are taken for processing. They are then given a chance to seek asylum. They have to wait for citizenship before they can enjoy the same rights as the locals, as American citizens. But that's not always the case. Some places in the US extend the right to vote to non-citizens as well, even illegal immigrants. And this has become a major issue in this election. We went down to the city of Tacoma Park in Maryland. It's a so-called sanctuary city, which gives non-citizens the right to vote. Here's what we saw. It's the final day of campaigning in Tacoma Park. The city council election is in full swing, and candidate Ambrose Agose is going old school. With pamphlets in hand, he is going door to door in the hope of winning over the last remaining undecided voters.
All type of community are supporting me: white, African, Black American, Indian, Spanish. Yes, I have all those communities supporting me.
Agosse's campaign materials reflect his wide outreach. They are printed in several languages, including English, Spanish, and French, even Hindi. That's because he's not just seeking the votes of Americans, he's appealing to people from all parts of the world who live here, even illegally. This is Tacoma Park, a city in the US state of Maryland. This is on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. And Tacoma Park is unique because it allows non-US citizens to vote in local city-level elections. This is both legal US residents and illegal immigrants. They're all allowed to vote, and this is a right that was given to them way back in 1993. The idea was to involve all people in local decision-making and planning. Tacoma Park has been a sanctuary city for migrants since 1985. For decades, it has provided refuge to migrants of all kinds. Today, about 30% of the city's population is made up of migrants. Agosse is aiming to win their support. He is running to represent Ward 6, where many migrants and non-citizens live. Agosse says, even without citizenship, they must have a vote.
People who live here, they contribute building the city. So when it comes to the election, to give them chance also to express their voice.
A lot of Americans do not agree with this view, especially the Republicans and their leader Donald Trump. They believe, and perhaps rightly so, that allowing non-citizens to vote is a dangerous trend. Trump aims to abolish the idea of sanctuary cities altogether, and the Republican Party has been pushing for legislation to ensure this. Republicans like House Speaker Mike Johnson say that the non-citizen voting process is a clear and present danger. Why? Because they fear that this could ultimately change the makeup of the US Congress. Republicans have tried to bring in laws that restrict non-citizens from elections. Bills have been introduced in the US Congress that require proof of citizenship before you register to vote and restrict federal funding to cities like Tacoma Park. In fact, earlier this year, they also blocked a law that allowed non-citizens to vote in local elections in DC. Immigration was already a hot-button issue in this election. The idea of allowing non-citizens to vote has only intensified the debate. The concept itself is not new, though. Only a few cities allow non-citizens to vote, that too in just local elections. The turnout, too, remains extremely low, because illegal immigrants tend to not want to attract attention by turning up to vote. Yet, there have been cases of fraud. In Michigan, which is a battleground state, a Chinese student pretended to be a US citizen. He successfully cast a vote in the presidential election. Observers say such cases are rare. But in close polls where every vote counts, no side wants to take chances. Also, immigration has become a point of contention for American voters. 3 out of 5 Americans say it's a key issue. Some accuse illegal immigrants of taking away jobs. Others say immigrants use welfare services and unfairly take away American taxpayer money. There are also safety concerns. Migrants are accused of being criminals and of smuggling drugs into the country. Donald Trump has capitalized on this anti-immigrant sentiment. Trump says that November 5th will be Liberation Day if he is elected. He plans to crack down on illegal immigrants. He is pushing for mass deportations.
On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. It's going to be the largest deportation of criminals. We're going to get them out of here fast.
Trump wants to deport about 15 to 20 million illegal immigrants using a law from 1798 called the Alien Enemies Act. Reports show that 88% of all Republicans support this. They support mass deportations. Obviously, this has immigrants concerned.
A lot of us are scared because Trump says the first to be deported will be the Venezuelans. Understand?
Every 4 years it's terrifying. Of having the knowledge, of having to know where the ICE detention is. So if my husband gets taken, I know where to go, because it's terrifying. Having to tell my kids, we're voting a certain way, because those elections are so important of where their dad is, where their dad's status could end up.
The issue of immigration in America is too big for either party to ignore. Both Republicans and Democrats are promising to reduce the flow of illegal immigrants, but neither side has presented a concrete plan to fix the problem. Involving illegal immigrants in the democratic process and giving them the right to vote only complicates things further. Economy, abortion, immigration, the war in Gaza, all of these are key issues in this presidential battle. But right before Election Day, a new unlikely flashpoint has emerged. The death of a squirrel named Peanut. How did he die? Why is his death an election issue? And why do the Republicans say that they want justice? Let's start with Peanut's story. It begins around 7 years ago. His mother got hit by a car in New York City. She died. That's when a man named Mark Longo found him. He saw the accident, so he initially took in Peanut. It was supposed to be a temporary move. Mark cared for him like his own pet. This continued for about 8 months. After that, Mark released the squirrel. He thought Peanut was well enough to survive outdoors. But that did not last very long. Peanut apparently lacked survival skills. So he returned. Mark took him in again, and Peanut lived happily as an indoor squirrel. So the story goes. Soon the two started making videos. Peanut eating waffles, Peanut running around the house, Peanut dressed in hats. The internet loved the squirrel. And in no time, Peanut became viral. Right now, his Instagram has more than 670,000 followers. 670,000 followers for a squirrel. All was going well for both of them until last week. On October 30th, New York's DEC, Department of Environmental Conservation, raided Mark Longo's house. 6 officers showed up. They were acting on multiple anonymous complaints. It was about unsafe housing of wildlife. So they seized Peanut the squirrel. They also took a raccoon named Fred. Now, in New York, you cannot keep a wild animal without a license, so the arrest was legal. Even Mark Longo knew that. But he decided to fight it. He hired a legal team to get them back. He also gathered more than 20,000 signatures, all asking for the return of the animals. But by November 1st, it was all in vain. The DEC announced that they had euthanized both Peanut and Fred. Why? Because of the fear of rabies. According to them, Peanut bit someone in the department, so they had to test for rabies. Living animals cannot be tested for the disease, so they had to be euthanized. Mark Longo expressed his grief. He said the DEC was cruel. He accused the agency of excessive force. The story should have ended there. But then, the Republicans took note. And that's where the issue exploded. Peanut's death was not about public safety anymore. It was about democratic overreach. It turned into a symbol of government interference. Republicans chimed in on the injustice. Leading the cause was Tesla CEO Elon Musk. He posted several times about this incident, calling the government a quote-unquote killing machine. And it did not stop there. The Trump campaign then joined in.
So I know Don's fired up about Peanut the squirrel. We were on the way down here from Cincinnati. He was like, is it really the case that the Democrats murdered the Elon Musk of squirrels? And I said, yeah, it sounds like, have you seen the videos of this squirrel? Yeah. He's a genius, or he was.
This is not the first time animals have featured in the presidential race, or this presidential race. In September, a video from Ohio's Springfield went viral. It claimed that immigrants killed ducks from the local park for food. Springfield police dismissed these rumors. But the Republicans went to town with it, portraying Donald Trump as the Messiah with AI-generated images of him on top of a cat, and even one where he's surrounded by ducks. Again, the message was simple. Immigrants did not just steal American jobs, they also stole America's pets. And Donald Trump would save them. So cats and dogs became a flashpoint back then, and now a squirrel is the headliner. It tells you what you need to know about American politics, really. Forget inflation, healthcare, or even foreign policy. This election has gone to the dogs, then cats and ducks, and now even squirrels. Have you heard of the Yiwu Index? Yiwu is located in China. It is one of the country's most popular wholesale markets. It sells goods to international retailers. In 2016, opinion polls predicted a win for Hillary Clinton, but Yiwu had a different opinion. They saw a different trend, the rising sale of Trump merchandise. So Yiwu thought that Trump would win, and he did. Hence the question, is election merchandise a reliable tool to predict polls? How big is it in this election? And which candidate is winning the merch battle? We decided to find out. Pins, posters, flags. Even these iconic Make America Great Again hats. Merchandise like these are a staple of the US presidential elections. Campaigns sell them, supporters buy them. But these items aren't just pieces of memorabilia. They're often seen as indicators of who is winning the election. Here in the United States, elections aren't just decided by votes. They're also decided by what I'm holding here. This is political merchandise, badges for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. These serve as symbols of political allegiance and a public display of candidate support. But can the sales of these products alone determine the outcome of an election? Let's find out.
And make America great again.
Over the years, campaign merchandise has become a strategic tool. Surveys say 70% people buy political merch to influence others. 68% believe that buying it can affect election outcomes. Stores that sell merchandise agree with this. Reports say merchandise sales got it right 9 out of 11 times, meaning in 9 out of the last 11 elections, the candidate who sold more merchandise won. And which were the two exceptions? The year 2000 and 2016. Both these elections had something in common. The candidate with a popular vote lost. Experts say there is no correlation between sales and election results though. But in a battle as close as this one, it's hard to ignore how merch has become a measure of political momentum. The question then is, who has the momentum? Who is winning in terms of merchandise sales? On Amazon, it is Donald Trump. His merch sales are outperforming Kamala Harris's by a wide margin, almost by 5 times. For every piece of Harris merchandise being sold, there are 5 of Donald Trump. It's a staggering lead. Also because Trump has been longer in this race. Since the beginning of this year, Trump merchandise worth $140 million has been sold. Harris entered the picture only a few months ago. She sold items worth around $26 million. But here's the twist in the tale. The merchandise that's meant to be a symbol of belonging is also proof of America's dependence on China. The hats that say, "Make America Great Again," are making Chinese manufacturers bigger. And this is ironic, especially for candidates advocating Buy American policies. The soaring sales are fueling Chinese businesses. Chinese traders are pumping more and more merchandise into the American markets with the help of e-commerce websites. And they're finding millions of takers. That's because their products are cheap. Take the MAGA hat, for example. The Trump website sells it for $40. Chinese traders sell it for $4. That's 10 times lower. Same for Harris merchandise. Kamala hats on the campaign website sell for $47. On China's Temu, they sell for less than $3. That makes Chinese goods an obvious choice for most Americans. Look at this Trump hat. It says, "President Trump Save America." But this hat is made in China. And this is the Chinese interference that Americans must be investigating in this election, I guess. But Chinese or American, merchandise sales is a good reflection of voter enthusiasm, although experts caution against reading too much into it, because polling and other traditional methods remain the foundation of election predictions, and even they get it wrong way too often. So it may not predict the results. It may not even be made in America. But campaign merchandise does tell a story. It reflects the spirit of American elections. This election is very much about domestic issues like abortion or inflation. Foreign policy is just a footnote. So why should the world care about the result? Why should you care about it? Because the fallout could be global. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump represent two very different ideologies. Trump is an isolationist. He believes in using trade as a weapon. He's also not a fan of alliances, especially NATO. Harris, on the other hand, is less vocal on such issues. Her foreign policy is seen as Biden 2.0. If she wins, she'll be forced to handle 2 full-blown wars. Does she have the experience to do that? We'll have to wait and watch. But beyond the candidates, there are other reasons too. The US is the largest economy in the world. It is also the second largest trading country. America trades with more than 200 nations and regions. It makes up 9% of global trades. If the next president is protectionist, every country will feel the pinch. Same with climate change. The US is the second biggest emitter of greenhouse gases, but Trump doesn't believe in climate change. Last time he was president, he pulled his country out of the Paris Climate Agreement. If he wins again, will he repeat that? Will he roll back America's climate commitments? These are questions that will affect the entire world, but tonight we are only looking at the strategic fallout of the election result. What do other countries want? Who are they backing to win? Who do they want to win? Let's start with India. New Delhi does not need to pick a side. That's how stable ties are. There is bipartisan support for a long-term partnership with India. With Donald Trump, Prime Minister Modi has great chemistry. With Harris, he can hope for continuity. Like I said, she's Biden 2.0 or expected to be, and Biden did a lot for India-US relations. So either way, India is fine, but most other countries do have a definite pick. Western Europe and NATO will be hoping for a Harris win. You may remember what happened at the 2019 NATO summit in London. Western leaders got together to mock Trump. Their comments were caught on a hot mic. Again, the issue was ideology. Trump doesn't see the logic in defending countries on another continent. America first is his mantra, which is why Ukraine will also be wary of Trump. President Zelensky did meet him during his trip to New York, but that is unlikely to have moved Trump. He says he will end the war on day 1 in the White House. He hasn't said how, though. But chances are he will cut military aid to Ukraine, basically force Kiev to sue for peace. Now we come to West Asia. Israel has a very clear pick in this race. Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have a great friendship. Trump moved the US embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He also brokered the Abraham Accords between Israel and some Arab countries. So Netanyahu would like to have Trump back in the White House. If Biden was running, it may have been a bit different. Despite some tough words, Biden has basically given him endless support. He also keeps saying that he's a Zionist. But Kamala Harris is likely to be tougher on Israel. She may not say it during rallies, but by all indications, she'll put more pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister. And what about the Gulf states? Well, Saudi Arabia will be happy to see Biden out. Remember, Biden promised to turn Riyadh into a pariah. On his watch, the relationship broke down completely at one point. In comparison, Trump was a lot more friendly. He was president when the Khashoggi murder happened. Most Western countries isolated Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, but Donald Trump did not. Reports say he even bragged about saving MBS from isolation. So chances are Riyadh would like to see him back. So would North Korea. Kim Jong-un had 3 meetings with Donald Trump. Yes, none of them led to anything, but at least Kim was on the world stage. Harris, though, is expected to continue Biden's policy. Closer ties with South Korea and no talks with the North. But here's a fun fact. Kim's biggest ally wants the opposite. I'm talking about China. Donald Trump waged a trade war against China when he was president. He's promising a second round this time. More than 60% tariff on all Chinese imports. And this would be devastating. Chinese imports are worth more than $560 billion. Imagine a 60% tariff on all of that. China cannot afford it, especially in the current state of their economy. Having said that, Trump may not be eager to protect Taiwan. He doesn't want to defend NATO, so why would he help Taiwan? And Beijing knows this. They recently said that the US could discard Taiwan if Trump wins the election. So it's a question of priorities for China, trade or Taiwan. What do they want more? Of course, all of this is based on 2 assumptions. One, that Trump 2.0 will be Trump 1.0. If you listen to his rallies, that seems to be the case, but you can never be sure. The second assumption is that Kamala Harris will be Biden 2.0. Again, we can't be sure. Maybe Harris will come into her own as president. Maybe she will chart her own path. And if she does, these positions could change. Safe to say, it's a big week in geopolitics. All the global capitals will be watching Washington closely. Now let's zoom into Bangladesh, a country that definitely cares about who the next US president will be. And it's a country that the potential president has an eye on. Donald Trump put out this message last week. During Diwali, he condemned the violence against minorities in Bangladesh, and he's being lauded for it. ISKCON has thanked Trump for speaking out. For those of you who don't know, ISKCON stands for International Society for Krishna Consciousness. It's a religious organization devoted to spreading Hindu teachings. ISKCON has built temples all over the world. It has hundreds of centers spread across every continent. ISKCON has centers in Bangladesh too. But the organization is under attack there. The assault began last week. Last Monday, the editor of a Bangladeshi media outlet took a swipe at ISKCON. His name is Mahmudur Rahman. He said that ISKCON should be banned because they are organizing protests to fight for the rights of Hindus in Bangladesh. He is said to have labelled ISKCON a militant organization and an agent of India's intelligence agency RAW, the Research and Analysis Wing. The claims are completely baseless, and ISKCON has demanded an apology. But this was only the first attack on the group. 2 days later, 2 ISKCON members were arrested in a sedition case. And here's how that happened. A rally had taken place in the city of Chittagong on October 25th. Hindu people there took to the streets to demand equal rights and an end to discrimination. A photo went viral after the rally. It shows a flag hoisted above Bangladesh's national flag. Now, in Bangladesh, it is considered sedition if any other flag is raised above the national one. So the photo you saw caused a controversy, and this led to some classic political opportunism. Last Wednesday, a sedition case was filed against 19 people. Among them were these 2 men, ISKCON's Chittagong Division Organizing Secretary and a coordinator of the Hindu Jagran Manch. The sedition case was filed by a politician, a member of the BNP, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, Khaleda Zia's party. This is one of Bangladesh's main opposition parties. It's the party that opposed former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, and the one trying to make political gains ahead of any election in Bangladesh. So a BNP member sees a controversy and files a sedition case against some Hindus, ISKCON members in particular. The politician claimed that the flag raised above the Bangladeshi one was an ISKCON flag. But here's the problem with that little theory. ISKCON says it does not have a flag of its own, and it has no connection to the one raised in Chittagong. But this hasn't stopped the Bangladeshi police. They have begun arresting the people accused, even though the case reeks of political bias. So in the span of a week, ISKCON was subjected to multiple attacks. There were calls for it to be banned. There were malicious allegations about its role in Bangladesh. A case has been filed against one of its regional leaders, and 2 of its members were arrested. All this has not gone unnoticed by Bangladesh's Hindu community. They've taken out multiple rallies since the attacks on ISKCON began, and about 30,000 Hindus protested in Chittagong on Friday. They wanted the sedition cases against ISKCON members to be dropped. A similar protest took place in the capital Dhaka as well. Hindus took out a torch rally in the capital asking for the sedition cases against ISKCON to be withdrawn. It's obvious that the organization is being targeted and that the Bangladeshi authorities aren't doing anything about it. So it's no wonder that ISKCON is now looking to the US and Donald Trump for protection. Sadly, attacks on Hindu religious organizations are becoming far too common in various parts of the world. The latest incident is from Canada. Yesterday, 2 temples were attacked, the Hindu Sabha Mandir in Brampton, near the city of Toronto, and the Lakshmi Narayan Temple in Surrey, near Vancouver. 2 attacks in 2 different parts of Canada within a few hours of each other. Let's look at the Brampton attack first. We have videos from the scene which clearly show the perpetrators. Take a look at this first. As you can see, the attackers were Khalistanis. They're a group of separatists who want to carve out a separate state for the Sikh people. And they're prepared to attack Hindus to achieve their goals. The Khalistanis had gathered outside the Hindu Sabha Mandir in Brampton yesterday. They knew that there would be a lot of Hindus present. The High Commission of India in Ottawa had arranged for a consular camp at the temple. They were handing out certificates, necessary paperwork to help Indians in Canada. It's routine consular work. but it draws hundreds of people. Now, the High Commission knew that there was the possibility of danger, and they had asked for strong security measures at the event. But as you saw in the video, Canada took the warning lightly, and the result was chaos. After failing to prevent the entirely predictable attack, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau went into damage control mode. He put out this post on social media calling the acts of violence unacceptable. He added that every Canadian has the right to practice their faith freely and safely. But did you notice something? He did not really specify who committed the violence or highlight which group was attacked. All he did was spout generic statements. It was an Indian origin MP who had to point out the obvious, that the attack was orchestrated by Canadian Khalistani extremists. He said that they crossed a red line with their brazen attack this time, that they were being given a free pass under the guise of freedom of expression. It seems that this is obvious to everyone except Prime Minister Trudeau, who continues to try and shield his Khalistani vote bank. And this isn't even the worst of it. For that, you'll have to look at the second attack, the one in Surrey. Khalistanis had gathered outside the Lakshmi Narayan temple in Surrey. They were protesting, so some Hindu temple goers held a counter-protest. Then we have videos like this emerging from the site. Those people being tackled and arrested were Hindus. The Canadian police arrested 3 Hindu men. The police did not disclose the charges against them. As you saw, the men were violently tossed to the ground and then taken away. So Hindus are beaten up with sticks outside one Canadian temple and then arrested outside another. This is the state of Canada today. How did things get this bad? What has led to all the anti-Hindu sentiment in the country? The answer is quite simple. Trudeau and his government. Every other day, they paint India as some sort of enemy nation, and they keep hurling unfounded allegations at India. Last year, they claimed that India was involved in the killing of the Khalistani terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar. They have yet to offer any proof. And then last week, they pointed fingers at India's Home Minister Amit Shah, again without any proof. It's actually worse than the usual baseless allegations. Canada's Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister David Morrison contacted a foreign media outlet, America's Washington Post, and he told them that Shah was behind the plot to kill Nijjar. He did not make an official public announcement. He did not approach Canadian media. He just leaked this information to the Washington Post, again without any hard proof. India summoned a Canadian diplomat over this incident on Saturday.
It was conveyed in the note that the government of India protests in the strongest terms to the absurd and baseless references made to the Union Home Minister of India before the committee by Deputy Minister David Morrison. In fact, the revelation that high Canadian officials deliberately leak unfounded insinuations to the international media as part of a conscious strategy to discredit India and influence other nations only confirms the view Government of India has long held about current Canadian government's political agenda and behavioral pattern.
It's this behavioral pattern that is fueling the unrest in Canada and emboldening the Khalistanis to attack Hindus, because they can clearly see that the Trudeau regime will support them no matter what. Speaking of unrest, let's turn our attention to Iran, where a college student was reportedly harassed for not wearing her hijab properly. Iran's morality police ripped her hijab and tore her clothes. In protest, the student then stripped to her undergarments and walked around the campus. Later, she was arrested, allegedly beaten up, bundled into a car and taken away. While her whereabouts are still unknown, many people are applauding the woman for her bravery and criticizing the Iranian regime, where not much has changed in the past 2 years, when another young woman called Masha Amini was killed for similar reasons. After which, anti-hijab protests rocked the nation and shook the very foundation of the Islamic regime. Our next report tells you more.
An Iranian woman stripped to her undergarments in a mark of protest against her country's strict Islamic dress code. The law mandates that women wear a hijab or headscarf in public. It is enforced by Iran's so-called morality police. Women can be subjected to harsh punishment even for minor infractions. And that's what happened on Saturday at Tehran's prestigious Islamic Azad University. A female student was physically harassed by members of Basij for wearing her hijab incorrectly. Basij is an Iranian volunteer paramilitary group. They reportedly ripped the student's hijab and tore her clothes. So the woman stripped to her underwear and, with her hair uncovered, she confronted the security personnel. Still in a state of undress, she walked around the campus in protest before a group of men surrounded her, allegedly beat her, bundled her into a car and drove away. The woman's condition and whereabouts are currently unknown. Some reports say that she was arrested by intelligence agents, then transferred to an undisclosed location. Other reports say that she was transferred to a psychiatric hospital after the university claimed that the student was suffering from mental health issues. While this seems like a cover-up, the video circulating on social media has gained a lot of attention. Many people are applauding the woman for her boldness and bravery. The UN says that they will be monitoring this incident closely, including the authorities' response. Amnesty International has called for the immediate and unconditional release of the student. If or when that will happen is not certain. After all, this is Iran we're talking about, where not much has changed over the past 2 years. In 2022, Iran was rocked by nationwide protests against the dress code following the death of Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old woman who died in the custody of the morality police after being arrested for allegedly not wearing a headscarf properly. Outraged women and girls led the protests, burning their headscarves, dancing on the streets, marching for women to be free. This went on for months. The government cracked down on protesters. More than 500 people were killed, more than 22,000 people were detained. Ultimately, the protest was violently crushed. In December 2022, Iran abolished the morality police, but by April 2023, they were back. And over the past year, Iran has installed facial recognition software to identify hijab offenders. They monitor women through traffic surveillance cameras and drones. Those found guilty by the authorities are summoned to appear in court, and often enough, matters get worse. About a year ago, the hijab police allegedly beat a 16-year-old girl into coma. In July this year, police opened fire on a woman for not wearing the hijab. A month later, another woman was shot over her hijab, which left her paralyzed. In September this year, Iran's new president/mouthpiece, Masoud Pezeshkian, said that the morality police will not bother women. But obviously, they were hollow words, because in Iran, women are declared mentally unfit and even killed over their headscarves, and dress code still takes priority over innocent lives.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Residents throw mud at the Spanish royals, chanting murderers as they visit flood-affected Valencia. Iranians burn US and Israeli flags to mark the 45th anniversary of the US Embassy's seizure in Tehran. And in Argentina, thousands gathered in Buenos Aires for the first Pride March under the Milei rule. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 2008, Barack Obama was elected as the 44th President of the United States. He was also the country's first black president. Weeks later, he moved into this building right behind me. We're wrapping up on that note. Tomorrow is a big day here in America. People will be lining up outside polling booths by tomorrow nights when polls close. We should start getting results. It's going to be a Super Tuesday. Make sure you catch Vantage live from the White House. We'll see you tomorrow.
I, Barack Hussein Obama, do solemnly swear.
I, Barack Hussein Obama, do solemnly swear.
All the best wishes.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. Hello and welcome to the program. Begin with the race for the White House with just one day to go before voters head to the polls. Both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump campaigned in swing states over the weekend. With D-Day just a blink of an eye away, Donald Trump made some unusual and concerning comments. Speaking at a rally in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump said he regrets leaving the White House in 2021, stoking fear among many. Several voters have raised concerns that Donald Trump may try to incite his supporters once again if he loses this election as well. Democrats are concerned that MAGA supporters may support a mob-style attack as seen on January 6th at the U.S. Capitol if Donald Trump does in fact lose again. In a bid to rile up his supporters even more, the Republican presidential nominee again made allegations of voter fraud without providing any evidence for these claims.
They are fighting so hard to steal this damn thing. Look at what's going on. Look at what's going on in your state. Every day, they're talking about extending hours and stuff. Who ever heard of this stuff? We should have one-day voting and paper ballots. And they want to lock you up. They want to put you in jail. The ones that should be locked up are the ones that cheat on these horrible elections that we go through in our country. And I don't know what's going to happen. But for future elections, I won't be even a part of it. But you ought to damn well go to paper ballots. You ought to go to voter ID. And you ought to have the election over by 9 o'clock. I'm hearing now they're going to take weeks. Can you imagine? They spend all this money on machines. And they're going to say, we may take an extra 12 days to determine.
Meanwhile, Kamala Harris dismissed Donald Trump's allegations and called the voter fraud claims a diversionary tactic from the fact that the Republican could, in fact, lose this election.
I would ask, in particular, people who have not yet voted, to not fall for his tactic, which I think includes suggesting to people that if they vote, their vote won't matter. Suggesting to people that somehow the integrity of our voting system is not intact so that they don't vote. And again, I think that it is a tactic. It is meant to distract from the fact that we have and support free and fair elections in our country. We did in 2020. He lost. And the systems that are in place for this election in 2024 have integrity. They are good systems, and the vote of the people will determine the outcome of this election.
However, Donald Trump continued with his rants through the weekend as he spoke about surviving assassination attempts and suggested he would prefer that some journalist get shot the next time he's targeted.
It has to do with a little bit of intelligence, and I have a piece of glass over here, and I don't have a piece of glass there. And I have this piece of glass here. But all we have really over here is the fake news, right? And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through the fake news. And I don't mind that so much, because I don't mind.
Now, after these dangerous comments, the Republicans were in damage control as they tried to pass off Donald Trump's comments as a joke. Donald Trump seems to be attacking journalists and media outlets that have debunked his misinformed claims throughout this election, including fake news about Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs, to electoral fraud in swing states and AI-generated content on social media. Donald Trump's last few days have been less about policy and more about vile and racist attacks and what can only be seen as desperate attempts to reach out to MAGA supporters to get out and vote on November 5th. And staying with the race for the White House, a new poll shows former President Donald Trump facing a setback in Iowa. The Vice President Kamala Harris is now seen as surpassing him by 3 points in the Granite State. According to the Des Moines Register poll, 47% of likely voters in Iowa prefer Kamala Harris, while 44% support Donald Trump. The poll comes as a shock to the former president, who easily clinched the state both in 2016 and 2020. Moreover, the same poll in September showed the Republican presidential nominee ahead of his Democratic rival by 4 points. Pollster J.N. Seltzer, who conducted the poll and whose estimations have a reputation of being highly accurate, says she was shocked by the poll results as anyone else was. Seltzer added that women voters and young people are the demographics that are actually fueling Kamala Harris's potential victory in Iowa.
One of the things we found in September, and it remains in place now, is that the number of people in our poll who qualified as a likely voter, that is, they've already voted or they say they will definitely vote in the future, increased. And that increase was among demographic groups favorable to Democrats generally, Kamala Harris specifically. So women and younger people and those with a college education, there are probably a couple more groups in there.
Now, as we've already noted, Donald Trump has in fact disputed the latest poll, saying that the great state of Iowa loves him, and he called the pollster corrupt.
By the way, the polls are just as corrupt as some of the writers back there. They can make those polls sing. They can make them sing. They brag about it. I got a poll, I'm 10 points up in Iowa. One of my enemies just puts out a poll, I'm 3 down. Joni Ernst called me, everyone's called me. They said, you're killing in Iowa. The farmers love me and I love them. But they came up, they just announced a fake poll. Hey, think of it, right before the election that I'm 3 points down. I'm not down in Iowa.
The former president called the poll a clear outlier and said that another poll by Emerson College was a better reflection of the situation in Iowa. The latest Emerson College poll has starkly different results, with Donald Trump leading Kamala Harris by 10 points. The poll also shows that the ex-president is having strong advantages among men and independents, while the vice president is performing well among young voters under the age of 30. Now, the last time a Democrat won in Iowa was in 2012 when former President Barack Obama swept the deep red state. Barack Obama also won Iowa in 2008. But if the Des Moines, Iowa poll holds true and Kamala Harris wins the state this time, she will collect 6 electoral college votes, which are crucial when almost every poll is showing nearly a tie between the two candidates. And with early voting now over, more than 77 million Americans have cast their ballots through mail or in person in early voting this year. While this number is lower than the early vote turnout of more than 100 million in 2020, it's still significantly higher than most previous elections. The surge in early voting shows that the lasting change in voting patterns across the United States, which were accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. This year, voters in swing states looked more enthusiastic than usual, as each of the 7 battleground states has recorded at least 1 million early ballots.
Well, it adds a little more excitement to the atmosphere. And it just really shows the importance of getting out there and choosing the right candidate, because our country's been through hell and the last 4 years have not been good. If you look at the prices of the groceries and inflation, and the possible wars on the horizon, I think we need a president in office like President Trump that can set this country on the right path.
Both North Carolina and Georgia broke records on the first day of early voting, and Georgia has even surpassed the 2020 turnout with more than 4 million ballots.
Very proud that the voters are taking this election serious and doing their civic duty. And I'm very proud of the poll workers.
Now, some credit the higher voter turnout to Donald Trump, who, after spending years asserting that early voting was unreliable, showed openness to the process this time around.
So if you want to end this disaster, you got to get out and vote. Just go out and vote. You got to get out. We have to put it away. We're close. We're so close. You know, usually the Republicans are losing in the first week in the early voting. And we did something that has not been done. I don't think, Speaker, it's been done yet, but it's been done for us. We're leading every one of the swing states, all 7 of them.
Data shows that out of the 77 million early votes cast, around 41% have been cast by registered Democrats and 39% by registered Republicans. The number suggests that Republican voters did follow Donald Trump's advice and decided to vote early this year.
I think what Turning Point is doing, going out and asking the Republicans who didn't usually vote to go out and vote, is going to help make a big difference.
Now all eyes are on tomorrow's historic voting, as tens of millions of voters will head to the polls to elect the next president of the United States. And in the final stretch of the election, the Trump-Vance campaign is pushing through with grit and determination in hopes of turning out the base. However, amid the high stakes, an unexpected gourmet topic has surfaced: cottage cheese. J.D. Vance and podcast host Joe Rogan went viral for their conversation on Indian vegetarian cuisine. Once a meat and potatoes traditionalist, Vance shared how his marriage to Usha, an Indian American, opened his eyes to the richness of Indian vegetarian food. Our next report dives deeper into the culinary twist this election season.
Senator J.D. Vance has the overwhelming...
In one of the more unexpected turns in U.S. political dialogue, Donald Trump's vice presidential choice, J.D. Vance, and podcast host Joe Rogan recently tackled a unique topic: paneer, also known as cottage cheese. Now, Vance and Rogan are known for their fiery opinions on current issues, but they found common ground exploring the authenticity of real food, their distaste for plant-based meats, and the transformative flavors of Indian cooking. The Ohio senator admitted that as a self-proclaimed meat and potatoes guy, he once saw vegetarianism as bland and unappealing. But things changed when he married his Indian-American wife, Usha Vance. She introduced him to a world of vibrant vegetarian dishes that didn't pretend to mimic meat. Vance's culinary awakening wasn't all smooth, though. He recounted one of his first attempts at vegetarian cooking, a pizza made from crescent roll dough, raw broccoli, and ranch dressing, baked for a staggering 45 minutes. Even though the result was less than appetizing, it sparked his curiosity about the complexities of authentic vegetarian cuisine. Joe Rogan, who's also a vocal critic of the processed food industry, chipped in with his skepticism, calling plant-based meats highly processed garbage. Rogan argued that if people wanted to follow a vegetarian lifestyle, they didn't need lab-created substitutes. Have real food, he suggested. Vance, now a fan of dishes like paneer, Indian-styled chickpeas and rice, described how Indian vegetarian cuisine has completely shifted his understanding of food that doesn't include meat.
Now, I've had such an...
He realized it wasn't just about replacing meat, but embracing vegetables in all their flavor-packed glory. Both people remarked on the variety and satisfaction Indian dishes provide, turning vegetarian food into a genuine culinary experience rather than a compromise. Just like Donald Trump, Vance's conversation with Rogan was more than 3 hours long. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, has not and will not be sitting down for any 3-hour-long interviews before the campaign season ends. During the interview, Rogan often signaled agreement with Vance throughout the conversation and on several occasions questioned Harris's fitness for office. But as Vance described his evolving tastes among a wide range of topics, a surprising question emerged. Could America's rising interest in authentic Indian cuisine signal a push to gather the Indian American votes? Because, as they say, in India, the best way to win hearts is through the stomach.
And now an unexpected figure has taken center stage as this year's presidential election in the final days. A squirrel named Peanut. Once a social media star, Peanut's sudden death has become a major talking point for Donald Trump's campaign. On one hand, you have J.D. Vance, who has questioned the government's priorities. And on the other, you have Tesla's CEO, Elon Musk, who has criticized the Biden administration, calling it a mindless and heartless killing machine. Here's our final report on how a beloved pet became a political flashpoint.
In the final stretch of the US presidential campaign, a surprising issue has captivated national attention: the death of Peanut, a pet squirrel turned social media fame. What began as a local dispute over wildlife regulations has now become a rallying cry for Donald Trump and his supporters. The controversy began when New York wildlife officials from the Department of Environmental Conservation seized Peanut from his owner, Mark Longo, after receiving reports of unsafe housing for wildlife. The 7-year-old squirrel had amassed a following of over 500,000 Instagram fans, with videos of his playful antics gaining widespread popularity. However, Peanut bit a DEC official during the seizure, and authorities ultimately euthanized him, citing the need to test for rabies. Along with Peanut, a raccoon named Fred was also found on the same property, and he too was put down.
Hi everyone. I don't know how I'm going to say this. I just want to say thank you to all of you. Peanut was the best thing that ever happened to us. And we got confirmation that they put him down. I want to continue to fight this fight as much as I can, but we need all of you to come together and help us. Please continue to help us raise money for the ongoing legal battles and for our nonprofit so we can keep Peanut's name alive. Thank you all.
Peanut's death has sparked outrage, with Trump's running mate J.D. Vance seizing the moment to criticize the Biden administration during a rally in Sanford, North Carolina.
The same government that doesn't care about hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrant criminals coming into our country doesn't want us to have pets. It's the craziest thing.
New York Congressman Nick Langworthy also chimed in, calling the state's response to Peanut's case an unannounced raid, and accusing Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul of having misguided priorities. The backlash was swift and massive. Peanut's owner also took to Instagram to vow legal action, sharing the hashtag #JusticeForPeanut. Meanwhile, high-profile figures like Trump's staunchest ally, Elon Musk, also joined hands to the chorus of criticism. The Tesla CEO slammed the Biden administration, calling them a mindless and heartless killing machine. In a nod to Peanut's cultural moment, he shared an AI-generated image of the squirrel as Obi-Wan Kenobi from Star Wars, quipping, "If you strike me down, I will become more powerful than you could possibly imagine," under the nickname Obi-Peanut Kenobi. Amid the high-stakes election, Trump and his allies are using this incident as an opportunity to draw contrasts with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. President Donald Trump will save the squirrels, Musk tweeted, aiming directly at the Biden administration. The saga of Peanut the squirrel, a beloved pet caught in the crossfire of a heated election, has become a symbol for many larger questions about government power and priorities. With just 24 hours left until the election, the focus on this furry social media star has given Trump's camp fresh material to energize their base and to target Joe Biden and Kamala Harris once again.
That's our show for today. Thanks so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here tomorrow. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin the week with our top focus on Nigeria. Around 30 children could face the death sentence for protesting against the government over the rising cost of living in the country. On Friday, Nigeria charged 76 people on 10 felony counts for participating in the August protest against the government. Now, these charges include destruction of property, public disturbance, and also treason and inciting a military coup, for which, if found guilty, they could face the death penalty. Now, over a third of those charged are aged between 14 and 17. As per reports, 4 of these minors collapsed in the courtroom from exhaustion before they could enter a plea. Several videos shared on social media show many youth sitting or lying on the courtroom floor, holding their stomachs while half awake. The videos triggered public anger, with many pointing toward the lack of nourishment visible in the children. Politicians and civil society groups have condemned the detentions of the youth for participating in protests. Amnesty International has called the detentions horrifying and has urged President Bola Tinubu to unconditionally release the minors, while the opposition politicians have alleged that the children were starved and badly treated during the detention. However, the Nigerian police have denied subjecting the children to any ill treatment and have said that they were provided with medical treatment while in custody. The police also warned that age does not exempt individuals from facing legal consequences in Nigeria, and someone who is more than 7 years old can be indicted. However, some lawyers have pointed that Nigeria's Child Rights Act does not allow any minor to be subject to criminal proceedings and sentenced to death. The death sentence was introduced in the 1970s in Nigeria, but there have been no executions in the country since 2016. For now, these children have been granted bail and their trial has been postponed until January next year. However, Nigeria's Justice Minister has asked for this date to be brought forward. The minors are reportedly being held by police since August, when several Nigerians hit the streets to attend rallies against the Tinubu administration. At least 21 people were killed by the Nigerian security forces in those protests, and more than 700 were arrested. Nigeria, which is Africa's most populous nation and one of the top oil producers, remains in a constant state of crisis with high inflation and months of power disruption. The inflation rate is at a 28-year high and the local naira currency at record lows against the dollar. As per a new United Nations report, the country is classified as a hotspot of very high concern, as a large number of people are facing acute food shortages. While many ordinary Nigerians are struggling to make ends meet, the country's politicians and lawmakers, who are some of the best paid in Africa, are often accused of corruption. While President Bola Tinubu assured the public that steps are being taken to listen to their demands, many Nigerians remain dissatisfied with the governance. That could risking minors to death penalty worsen public trust in the government, or could it ignite even more protests? Now, for more on this, we have with us Inibehe Effiong, who is a human rights lawyer, joining us live from Abuja. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, around 30 minors in Nigeria are facing potential death sentences after being charged with these serious offences for participating in the protest against the country's cost of living crisis. What legal provisions in Nigeria's Child Rights Act prohibit the prosecution and sentencing of minors to death? And how are these being addressed in the current cases?
Thank you. What has happened is that these minors were arrested along with adults across some states in the country, particularly the northern part of Nigeria, including Kano State and Kaduna State and some other places in the country. They have been in detention for the past 3 months. They were in police custody before the Nigerian government took them to the court and charged them for treason and other sundry offenses. Now, by law, it is possible to hold a minor criminally responsible for an offense that the minor is alleged to have committed. But what we are saying in this case is that there is a special procedure under the law for that to be done. And under Section 15 of the Child Rights Act of Nigeria that was passed in 2003, the law prohibits subjecting a minor or a child to trial in the conventional court. A child can only be tried under the law in Nigeria either at the family court or a juvenile court. But in this case, these minors were taken before a federal high court and ran with some adults for offenses that the government is here to prove. They were also detained along with these adults at the police detention facility called SAS in Abuja, which was the special anti-robbery squad that led to the NSAS protests in Nigeria in 2020. It is that same facility that was notorious for the killing and slaughter of Nigerians that these minors were detained. They are malnourished, they were not properly fed, not properly catered for. So what the government has done is wrong. It offends several provisions of the Nigerian law.
Right. And Inibehe, as you've mentioned there's concerns of malnourishment and they have not been treated well in detention. Considering Nigeria's international obligations under treaties like the Convention on the Rights of the Child, what implications could these death penalty cases for minors have on the country's global standing and diplomatic relations?
It is an embarrassment to the country, and we are very explicit in making that case, that you cannot parade children who have not been given education, who have been denied education, because even under our law in Nigeria, even before you even go to the International Convention, under the Universal Basic Education Act of Nigeria, Section 2 of that law demands that every child must be given compulsory universal education, particularly at the primary level. So for the government that has denied these children their right to education, as also recognized under Section 18 of the Nigerian Constitution, under the African Charter, and under even the UNICEF, instruments and other international instruments. It makes a mockery of our country. It portrays Nigeria as a country that is not ready for democracy, as a country that has no regard for human rights. But we are not surprised, because we are dealing with a regime, we are dealing with a system that has continually violated the rights of Nigerians, that has continually subjugated the Nigerian people. So it is not surprising that children are being treated in this manner. As I said, these are children that have been neglected, that have been abandoned, both by the regional government, the subnational government, and the national government in Nigeria. So this stands condemned, and the international community must condemn what has happened.
Yeah.
Because if you are asking investors to come and invest in Nigeria, at the time that our economy has almost completely collapsed, at the time that our inflation has gone very high, at the time that the people can barely survive, and you are bringing these children to charge them for treason, an offense that carries the death penalty. So it is a mockery of the legal system. To even insinuate that 13-year-old were trying to overthrow the president simply because they came out to protest. So I find it very scandalous. I find it very unpatriotic. It is an irresponsible action by the government, by the police.
Yes.
And that is why we are demanding that these frivolous charges that they have filed should be discontinued immediately.
Right. Inibehe, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights and analysis on the latest coming out of Nigeria.
Thank you for having me. My pleasure speaking with you.
Moving on to Senegal now in West Africa, which has become the latest nation to be a part of Turkey's Africa outreach. After similar deals with Somalia and Niger, the Eurasian nation has signed a new oil cooperation deal with Senegal. Turkey will be helping Senegal with oil and natural gas exploration, as well as production and trade. The deal was signed after a meeting between new Senegalese President Bassirou Diomaye Faye and his Turkish counterpart Recep Tayyip Erdogan met in Ankara last week. Now, as per the deal, Turkey will contribute to seismic exploration activities in the onshore and offshore Senegal, as well as the fields of renewable energy, critical and rare earth minerals. Senegal is one of the world's newest oil producers. Production at the West African nation's first offshore oil project has started only in June of this year. The project, called the Sangomar Deepwater Project, aims to produce 100,000 barrels of oil per day. It is operated by an Australian firm. Senegal is also awaiting the beginning of its inaugural gas project, the Greater Tortue Ahmeyim gas field, and it is expected to produce 2.3 million metric tons of natural gas per year in its first phase. Now, it's like Senegal, Turkey has signed oil cooperation and exploration deals with other African nations as well. Just last month, Turkish exploration vessel, the Arak Reis, had arrived in the Somali capital of Mogadishu to start searching for oil and natural gas. The deal with Somalia allows Turkey to drill in 3 areas, each measuring roughly 5,000 square kilometers. Ankara has also signed defense and security deals with Mogadishu and is also involved in Somalia's agriculture and construction sectors. Turkey has also signed an oil cooperation deal with the junta-led Niger, its new partner in the Sahel region. Now, Niger has been seeking alternative engagements after cutting ties with Western nations, particularly France and the US. Filling that gap has been Russia, which now has access to Niger's military bases in exchange for weapons and training. And now, joining Russia is Turkey, which is also reportedly seeking access to Niger's uranium ores for its nuclear power plants. Turkey is looking to expand its foothold across Africa. Ankara is competing with major powers like Russia, the US, China and France in the continent. In recent years, it has gained significant edge in establishing itself as the next big player. Ankara has signed military cooperation agreements with more than 25 African countries, supplying them with Turkish-made weapons, including attack drones, helicopters, training aircraft and armoured vehicles. Turkey is also reportedly the fourth largest arms supplier to sub-Saharan Africa. Ankara also expressed its will to forge deeper ties in the continent during a Turkey-Africa summit hosted in Djibouti, which was attended by 14 African nations over the weekend. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, who presided over the summit, said that trade with the continent surpassed $35 billion last year, and Turkey's direct investments now totaled $7 billion.
In African countries, Turkey fully supports the fight against terrorism and continues to support local and regional initiatives aimed at strengthening stability, building capacity and confidence through the continent. Turkey continues to invest heavily in the continent with its political, security, economic, social and humanitarian capabilities.
So far, Ankara's influence had been limited to the Horn of Africa and North Africa due to geographical and religious link. However, with more deals in the pipeline, Turkey is trying to meet its goals through Africa in an attempt to emerge as the next big player. Let us now shift our focus toward North Africa, where Morocco is boosting its military capabilities by inking new cooperation agreements. Morocco's Minister Delegate for the National Defense Administration has signed cooperation agreements with the defense ministers of the Czech Republic and Azerbaijan in the military and technical fields. The agreements cover areas such as military training and exercises, defense industry, technical support and exchange of experience, as well as military, health and cyber security. During the meetings, which took place as a part of the Marrakesh Air Show, officials from the Czech Republic and Azerbaijan stressed on the high priority of their partnerships with Morocco. The two countries also expressed their admiration for the economic and social development achieved by the North African country. They each expressed their willingness to increase meetings and dialogues between their respective countries. Taking to social media platform X, the Czech Republic's defense minister, Jana Černochová, also said that the two countries discussed opportunities for arms industry, as well as the security situation in the region and the world. Now, the signing of the cooperation agreements comes just days after Morocco raised its defense budget to 133 billion dirhams, or $13 billion, for 2025. The country's defense budget for 2024 was set at 124 billion dirhams, or $12.5 billion. The increase came as Morocco aims to upgrade its military equipment with state-of-the-art technologies, as well as promoting defense industries to reduce its reliance on arms imports.
The sector in Morocco is employing more than 24,000 professionals, is exporting more than $2.3 billion a year, and our aim, our objective is to double this figure in the coming years.
It also comes right after French President Emmanuel Macron visited Morocco and signed deals worth over $10 billion in the energy and infrastructure sectors. Moreover, these two developments come at another significant time. Morocco's neighbor, Algeria, has also recently increased its defense budget. Algeria has increased the budget to $25 billion for 2025. Now, Morocco and Algeria have had sour diplomatic relations in recent months due to the Western Sahara conflict and Morocco's rapprochement with Israel. Algeria has been providing military and financial aid to the Polisario Front, which has been fighting for independence of Western Sahara from Morocco. Algeria has in recent times also turned to Russia to counter Morocco's coziness with Western countries. Now, many Western nations, such as the US and France, have backed Morocco's claims in the Western Sahara dispute. This has pushed Algeria to build newer alliances to counter Rabat, as both countries are forming new alliances for their military needs. As a part of its modernization efforts, Morocco aims to equip its armed forces with the latest drones, fighter jets, and air defense systems. The country is the 29th largest arms importer worldwide, with its weapons mainly coming from the United States, France, and Israel, according to a report. Now, reports also suggest that both Morocco and Algeria have been topping the list of the largest arms exporters in Africa. But with Morocco upping its game against Algeria, with the two cooperation agreements with the Czech Republic and Algeria, is North Africa seeing the emergence of an arms race once again? And moving on to our last story, in South Africa's Mpumalanga, the planned transition of a coal-fired power plant into a hub of renewable energy is facing a host of challenges. Numerous people lost their jobs after the closure of the Komati coal power plant in 2022. Many of its former employees are yet to find new avenues of employment. For those without jobs, the hope for a greener future is marred by a financially challenging present. Our next story gets you all the details.
Once a symbol of South Africa's energy strength, the Komati coal-fired power plant has been silent since its closure in 2022. The shutdown was hailed as a step towards a greener future. The coal plant was supposed to be repurposed into a hub for wind and solar energy generation. But 2 years later, the reality is far from what was promised. The construction for wind and solar energy generation is yet to begin. The promised future was to be fueled by renewable energy. That promise looks extinguished within the walls of this shuttered power plant. After the power plant's closure, many lost their jobs. And the job crisis has left the local community struggling for opportunities. The acting general manager of this facility acknowledges the challenges in transitioning from coal to renewables. Pillay notes that while there have been community engagements, not much could be done for job creation.
There's been a process since then to bring the renewables on board. So, yeah, technically we should have done things earlier, so we would consider it not a success. But we've learned from that, and other stations are now applying lessons learned from Komati. With that regard, it is successful.
But a few employment initiatives are managing to take root. Many are trying to find new hope through local projects. But these new projects also offer little financial succor as compared to the economic security offered by the now closed power plant.
I don't see much. It's just those small jobs on those days. They cut grass and get paid. But I don't see much that has been done for the community of Komati since the power station closed. I have not seen anything.
Yet for many, the new projects provide a crucial lifeline.
I think they are doing enough for the communities. Like myself, since I was not working, now I've got this opportunity here in the aquaponics, which is another idea they come up of in terms of job opportunities, of creating jobs opportunities, yes.
When we lost our jobs here at Eskom, it troubles us in a big way as the community of Komati, because there's people also who came out with nothing in the end, and that was very bad. We did not like that, and even now we don't agree with that.
At South Africa's once mighty coal plant, uncertainty lingers about the proposed shift to solar energy. But this patchy energy transition has become an important lesson for future plans for non-renewable to renewable energy transition across the world.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
welcome to this special edition of Vantage. We are coming to you live from the White House. It's around 10:30 a.m. here, a bright and sunny day, which is good news because Americans are voting today. We caught some glimpses on our way here, voters lining up to elect their next president. It's all up to them now. No more rallies or campaign ads. It's all about the voters' choice. And who will they pick? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? That's the big suspense. I know the question is on everyone's mind. When will we know the result? Well, if all goes to plan, maybe even tonight. Polls close at different times in different states because of different time zones in the US. It starts with 7 p.m. in Georgia, goes all the way up to midnight in Alaska. In 2008, 2012 and 2016, we got the results a few hours after polls closed. But nowadays, early voting is big, so it takes more time to count votes and declare the winner. In 2020, it took more than 3 days. We'll be tracking all the results here on Firstpost, so make sure you stay tuned to our non-stop coverage. We have a lot lined up for you on the show as well. First, a deep dive into the two candidates. What do Trump and Harris stand for? What are their strengths and weaknesses? Then a ground report on the role of Indian Americans. They are not just a key voting bloc. A lot of Indian Americans are also on the ballot. We'll introduce them. And how will the Gaza war impact the results? We spoke to Arab Americans to find out. And which way will the swing states swing on election day? Nothing beats election day, whether it's India or the United States or anywhere in the world for that matter. The nervousness, the hope, the suspense. It's the purest and simplest expression of freedom, of democracy. Today is that day in America. Polls are open across the country. Americans are lining up eagerly to vote. Around 81 million people have voted early this time, meaning they voted before election day through postal ballots. 81 million Americans have done that. Chances are an equal number will vote in person today. Now, turnout is typically low in the US. It's often between 50 and 60%. The last election in 2020 actually set a record, 66%, which was the highest since the year 1900. Let's see how it goes this time. I know all the stories are about Harris and Trump, but that's not the only race today. 34 seats in the US Senate are up for grabs. So are 400 plus seats in the House of Representatives. So voters are not just electing their next president, they're also electing members of Congress. Basically, multiple elections on the same day. Also, fun fact, people don't vote directly for the president, they vote for state electors. These electors together make up what is called the Electoral College. And the numbers vary from state to state. For example, Florida has 30 votes, Michigan has 15. Pennsylvania has 19 votes, and so on. All these votes add up to 538. If you win a state, you win all of its electoral votes. The halfway mark in this election is 270. Once you reach that mark, you're president. As we speak, all 50 states are voting. Most of them have long-standing party loyalties, like California, which votes for Democrats. It's called a blue state. Or Texas, which is always Republican, so it's called a red state. These results are never in doubt, so it all comes down to the swing states, states that can change hands from election to election. This time there are 7 of them, and we're talking about a big country here. It's spread across 6 different time zones. So the logistics are complicated. You also have long-standing traditions associated with voting. As always, a town in New Hampshire kicked things off. They don't wait till morning. They begin voting at midnight. This town has just 6 registered voters, just 6 voters. So the whole thing was over quickly. 3 people voted for Harris. The remaining 3 voted for Trump. Even Stephen, much like the national polls. Right now, the focus is on peaceful voting. A lot of states are worried about political violence. 19 of them have put the National Guard on standby. In Nevada, counting centers have been fenced. In Arizona, drones and snipers are on alert. Can you imagine that? Snipers on election duty. It tells you how tense these battles are. A lot of Americans just want to be done with it, it seems. The constant ads, the threats and added security, the polarization, all of it has overwhelmed voters. But I'm afraid there is no quick end. Normally, the results are declared a few hours after the polls close. The timing depends on where you live. In Georgia, polls close at 7 p.m. In North Carolina, they close at 7:30. In Pennsylvania, 8 p.m. all the way up to 11 p.m. in California and Oregon. But don't worry, you don't have to track all of them. For example, California may stop polling at 11 p.m., but everyone knows that Harris will win it. So the focus is mainly on the swing states, the 7 swing states, and they too have different timings. In Georgia, officials say 75% of the votes will be counted in the first 2 hours. So expect quick results there. But in Pennsylvania, it is expected to take 24 hours. Even more if the vote is close. The winner must have a lead of more than 0.5%. If not, there will be automatic recounting. In Michigan, counting is already underway. These are early mail-in ballots, but the final results are expected only tomorrow. Wisconsin is same, and so is Arizona. If the race is close, we may see legal challenges as well, maybe even recounts, in which case more time will be lost. So here's the bottom line. If the verdict is decisive, we may see a clear indication tonight. But if the race is tight, as the polls indicate it will be, get ready for a long week. We saw that in 2020. The election happened on Tuesday, but Biden was declared a winner only on Saturday, which raises another question. Who decides the winner? Interestingly, it's the US media. Back home in India, we have an election commission. They tabulate and declare winners. But here in the US, there is no such body. Each state and each county has its own election officials and its own rules. These officials count and release tallies. Most media agencies have their own election team. These employees scan through the incoming voting tallies, and they don't just look at the raw numbers. They look at the demography, the type of ballot, past voting patterns, and the number of uncounted votes. Based on all of this, they declare winners in each state. The Associated Press is considered the best in town. They began calling elections way back in 1848. Let's see what's in store this time. Also, what are the candidates up to? Kamala Harris spent election eve in Pennsylvania. Her final rally was in Philadelphia. She summoned all her celebrity supporters for this. Oprah Winfrey, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, all of them stood alongside Kamala Harris. The vice president stuck to her months-long message. She talked about hope and freedom.
Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. And now, the baton is in our hands. And to everyone who continues to pour so much of yourselves into this campaign as an extension of your love for our country, I thank you for your time, your effort, and the heart you are putting into this.
These final rallies are not about policies. They're about energy. You need to push your supporters to the polling booth. It's as simple as that. And that's what Harris did. She visited a Puerto Rican restaurant in Pennsylvania. She also visited some voters in their homes. Take a look at this.
Welcome. It's good to see you. How have you been?
Okay,
sweet
plantains, you got it. Yeah,
okay,
I'll
have
have sweet plantains, I want cassava, yellow rice, and the pork. That's what I'll have. I love meeting.
Donald Trump chose a different strategy. He hammered down on policies. Trump's final rally was in the swing state of Michigan. Before that, he too was in Pennsylvania. Trump played his usual hits on immigration and tariffs, sometimes with sharp rhetoric.
And on day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. We're going to get them out. We have to. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer.
No Trump rally is complete without some fun, though. We saw that in Michigan, where Trump compared himself to some historical figures like Abraham Lincoln and Winston Churchill.
And I said to them, does that mean I'm better than Abraham Lincoln and George? What? Yes, sir, you're better than both of them. No, when Winston Churchill, who's a great speaker, he was actually a stutterer, a tremendous stutterer, and he became one of the greatest orators. But when Winston Churchill made a mistake, he didn't go, excuse me, and go back.
For Trump, this was a big night, his last presidential campaign. If he wins again, it would be his last term. If he loses, he will be 82 by the next election cycle. Chances are the party would have moved on by then. But Trump fired a parting shot at his successor too. He said the Republican nominee in 2028 would struggle to fill a ballroom, let alone a stadium. I guess that's Donald Trump for you, as competitive as ever. Of course, it's all up to the voters now. Both candidates have returned to their home base. Trump is hosting an election party in Florida. Meanwhile, Harris is back here in D.C. She's hosting a party at Harvard University. The whole world will be watching the results eagerly, and we'll be right here tracking every update for you. This is a very close race. It will go down to the wire, and it will be settled in the swing states. As we told you before, America has blue, red and swing states. Blue states vote for Democrats, red vote for Republicans, and the swing states can swing either way, meaning they can vote for Republicans or Democrats. In this election, there are 7 swing states. They will decide who becomes president. So which way are they swinging on voting day? Let's look at them one by one. First up is Arizona. It has 11 electoral votes. Since the year 1950, Arizona has predominantly voted for the Republicans. Then why is it a swing state? Because it has flipped twice. Once in 1996 and then in 2020. Joe Biden won the state by less than half a point. But this time Kamala Harris is trailing here. Donald Trump is up by nearly 3 points. So Arizona does not look too good for the Democrats. Next is Georgia, another critical battleground. It has 16 electoral votes. Since 1996, Republicans held the state. Biden flipped it in 2020. Again by quite a narrow margin, just 0.2%. Trump has been leading here too. He was up by 1.8 points. But on Sunday, a new poll gave the Democrats some confidence. It gave Harris a 1-point edge. Then comes Michigan with 15 electoral votes. In 2016, Trump won the state by less than 11,000 votes. In 2020, Biden flipped it back. So what will it be this year? Right now, Harris is in the lead in Michigan. She is up almost 2 points, but Trump could catch up. The next one is Nevada, the smallest of all the 7 swing states. It has only 6 electoral votes. It's voted for Democrats since Barack Obama. Harris is leading in Nevada by 3 points, but Trump is slowly gaining 2. Fifth on the list is North Carolina with 16 electoral votes. Obama won the state in 2008. Since then, no Democrat has. So Harris has an uphill task. She wants to flip it back to blue. Right now, she's leading by 3 points in the state. Trump, too, has campaigned hard in North Carolina. Then there's Wisconsin. It has 10 electoral votes. In 2016, it voted for Trump. In 2020, it voted for Joe Biden. What will it be this time? Harris is leading here by 2 points, but it's a very close battle. If Harris loses Wisconsin, things could be difficult for her. And finally, we have our last swing state, Pennsylvania, with 19 electoral votes. And this is where the battle comes down to. Whoever wins Pennsylvania is most likely to win this election. Right now, this battle is tied. Candidates have campaigned here for days. They've spent millions on rallies, on political ads, on canvassing. Trump even survived an assassination attempt here. Will that give him an edge? I'm sure he's hoping it does. So let's look at the path to victory now. What will each candidate need to get there? The United States, as we've been telling you, has 538 electoral votes. A candidate needs 270 or more to win. And that's the magic number, 270 votes. So what's the path to 270? How do you get there? Let's look at Donald Trump first. Assuming that he wins all the red states, he will have 219 votes, in which case he needs 51 more to hit 270. And what's the best path for him to get that number? Well, his first choice is North Carolina. He won it in 2016, then again in 2020. If he holds on to it again, that's 16 votes right there. If he flips Georgia back, that's another 16 votes. And then if he wins Pennsylvania, he will be comfortably at 270. He won't need any other battleground states. Then there's Kamala Harris. If she wins all the blue states, she will be at 226 votes, so she needs 44 more. Her best option is the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Biden won all of them in 2020. If Harris holds them, she will reach 270. Of course, this is optimistic. Harris and Trump are neck and neck in Pennsylvania, so it's a 50% chance. There's a 50% chance of Harris losing that state. What's her way then? Well, her other 2 options are North Carolina and Nevada. Both will get her above 270 without Pennsylvania. Again, that's a long stretch. So the road to 270 is a difficult one, but for both candidates, it passes through these swing states. They will choose who becomes America's next president. Today, as voters head to polling booths to decide who will be the next president, their decision is going to be based on a lot of things: political leanings, issues, policies. But more than anything else, perhaps, what matters is a voter's perception of the candidate, which is shaped over months of campaigning. So let's take a closer look at how each candidate fared in this election, a SWOT analysis, if you will, of their presidential run. We'll start with Kamala Harris, the incumbent vice president and the Democratic Party nominee. Harris is a trailblazer. She is America's first female vice president, the first vice president of Indian heritage, and also the first black vice president. She's 60 years old and she's already shattered a lot of glass ceilings, and now she's aiming to shatter the biggest one of all. She's trying to be America's first female president. Helping her in this endeavor is her running mate Tim Walz. He's the incumbent governor of the state of Minnesota, a former high school teacher and football coach. This is the Democratic duo trying to make history. Harris came into this presidential race strong. Remember how it happened. Joe Biden was initially the Democratic nominee, but his age and incoherence always weighed him down. It all came to a head during the first presidential debate when Trump wiped the floor with him. The Democrats were despondent, and then came in Kamala Harris, a breath of fresh air. She was young, at 60 years of age, a whole 2 decades younger than Biden. Therefore, she was more energetic. She didn't have trouble finishing sentences, although she can be incoherent too. And she hasn't been caught wandering off or looking in the wrong direction at major events. These may sound like the bare basics, but the Democrats had been starved of even this under Joe Biden. So Harris, with her age and energy, was an upgrade for them. Her second big strength is her party line on abortion.
It is a fight for freedom, like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly.
Make no mistake, abortion is a major issue, and it could very well carry the Democrats. It has been propping them up for over 2 years now. Between 1973 and 2022, all American women had the right to get an abortion. But that right was struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court in 2022. The Democratic Party has promised to bring back the right to have an abortion and enshrine it in the U.S. Constitution. Harris is very much at the forefront of this cause, which has won her support from women across age groups. Next, let's talk money. This is the US presidential election after all. Money matters a lot, and Harris has raised a lot of it. The Democrats have raised over $1 billion during this presidential campaign. Kamala Harris broke numerous fundraising records. All this money translates into more boots on the ground, more campaign activities, more political ads, the works. It definitely helps push the needle. But will it be enough to hand Harris the White House? Because for all her strengths, she also has a number of weaknesses. We'll start with the baggage. Kamala Harris is the sitting vice president. She's been in the government for almost 4 years now. So everything that has gone wrong under Biden, Harris has had a hand in it. Over the past few years, the US has seen a cost of living crisis, inflation hitting the roof, bringing hardship for ordinary Americans. For these people, their government failed to protect them, and Harris is very much part of that failure. The US economy was a major weakness for the Harris campaign. Another weakness was migration. When Donald Trump was president, illegal immigration into the US was lower. That is a fact. Illegal immigration surged after Biden took over. Biden tried to undo the damage earlier this year, but by then, it was already too late. US citizens don't trust Democrats when it comes to securing the southern border. They don't trust Joe Biden, and they don't trust Kamala Harris. Her third weakness is foreign policy, especially the war in Gaza. Arab Americans accuse the Democrats of enabling a genocide against Palestinians by funding Israel. They blame Kamala Harris because she is the sitting vice president. And this is a crucial vote bank. The Democrats have not gained pro-Israel votes to make up for the Arab American votes that they've lost. So Harris will bleed those votes. All these weaknesses are easy to see and exploit.
But over the past 4 years, Americans have suffered one
catastrophic failure, betrayal, and humiliation after another. Kamala Harris has delivered soaring prices and economic anguish at home, war and chaos abroad, and nation-destroying invasion on our southern border like nobody's ever seen before. She's actually a disaster.
So what will triumph? Will Kamala Harris's strengths paper over her weaknesses, or will the failures cast a shadow on her positives? We'll know soon enough. We often talk about disruptors, people who shake things up in business or technology. Well, Donald Trump is the ultimate disruptor. I know he's a polarizing figure, but you can't deny his impact. He has completely changed the political playbook. We've been tracking his speeches recently. Listen to how Trump has described America.
Our country is a crooked country, okay? It's a crooked country. The United States is now an occupied country. Can you believe I have to say that? We're an occupied country.
Broken, crooked, and occupied. That's how Trump described the country that he wants to govern. It's the opposite of traditional political wisdom. No other candidate would trash his own country, but Donald Trump does. And yet he's neck and neck with Kamala Harris. Same with legal cases. Trump has been found guilty of dozens of crimes, including sexual assault and fraud. Yet he could be the next president. Do you see the trend here? The normal rule book does not apply to Donald Trump. What hurts normal politicians actually helps him. The question then is how? To understand that, we must look at his past. Trump has been a member of 3 different political parties: the Democrats, the Republicans, and the Reform Party. In the year 2000, he first ran for president. He sought the Reform Party's nomination, but 3 months later, he quit the race. During the Obama presidency, Trump became active again. He was known for conspiracy theories. For example, he said Obama was not born in the United States. Therefore, his election was illegal. No one took him seriously at that point, but American media loved his outlandish style. They gave him a lot of airtime and coverage. Cut to 2016, Trump decided to run again, and this was an important time in US politics. Most voters were angry with the so-called establishment or the mainstream leaders. In the Democratic Party, Hillary Clinton won the nomination, but Bernie Sanders came in second, a self-described democratic socialist. On the Republican side, Trump clinched the nomination. Again, an anti-establishment candidate. The rest, as they say, is history. Trump never followed the playbook to enter politics. He ripped up the playbook. And that's why people love him. They feel that he's a political outsider, a billionaire who cannot be corrupted by lobbyists or vested interests or even the media, sort of like a man of the people. Whether that's reality or perception is a different matter altogether, but credit to Trump for creating it. Which brings us to this election. What are Trump's biggest strengths this time? First is that perception that we just talked about, a sort of Teflon coating. Second is the current geopolitical climate. America is involved in 2 full-blown wars. Both conflicts have strained supply chains and increased cost of living. It fits perfectly into Trump's anti-war agenda. He says he will end both wars on day 1. Again, no details on how, but people like the idea of ending wars. Trump's third strength is authenticity. Against a candidate like Harris, that counts a lot. She's made a lot of U-turns in her policy positions, whether it's on border deportations or oil drilling or healthcare, but Donald Trump hasn't. If anything, he has doubled down on his extreme policies. And finally, his biggest strength, his economic pitch, the idea of slapping tariffs to protect American industry or keeping migrants out to protect American jobs. I know they sound extreme, but put yourself in the shoes of an average American. Cost of living is high, the border is broken, and job growth is sluggish. Who would you vote for then? The vice president who partially presided over this crisis, or the candidate challenging her? For a lot of Americans, it's a no-brainer. Now we come to the weaknesses. Remember the authenticity we just talked about? Well, that's also a weakness because Trump is authentically racist and misogynistic. So women voters are flocking to Harris. Secondly, his age. As long as Biden was in the race, age was Trump's strength. The moment he dropped out, it became a weakness. Harris is only 60 years old. Donald Trump is 78. His speeches have turned into rambling recently. And he looks visibly worn out. Weakness number 3 is his campaign's ground game. You need people to knock on doors, to make phone calls to potential voters, to help them with voter registration or teach them about early voting. The Democrats have a very large ground presence. Donald Trump does not. He's relying on untested methods. For example, Elon Musk is giving away $1 million to people who register to vote. These strategies do sound good, but they may not be viable. And finally, weakness number 4, his extreme positions may turn away undecided voters and moderates, like his anti-abortion stance, or his call for mass deportation of immigrants, or his refusal to accept election results. Even some Republicans have abandoned Trump because of these positions. Initially, Trump made an effort to correct this. He toned down his abortion rhetoric. He also called himself the father of IVF. But recently, it's back to default, and that may work in Harris's favor. I guess that's the problem with being Donald Trump. Your strengths are also your weaknesses. So those were the 2 main presidential candidates, but today's election is not just about them. America is also voting for its Congress. The Congress is the legislative body. It has a lower house called the House of Representatives and an upper house called the Senate. In this election, all seats in the House of Representatives are up for grabs. That's 435 seats, plus 34 out of 100 seats in the Senate are also being contested. You also have 13 governorships on the ballot. These are for state governors. And a number of state and local level elections are also happening today. When the US has an election, it really goes all out. Right now, I want to focus on one aspect of today's election, that is Indian Americans and their role in American politics. There are 2 sides to this story, the politicians and the voters. Let's start with the politicians. 9 Indian Americans have their names on the ballot today. All of them are fighting for a seat in the US Congress, in the House of Representatives. Let's go one by one, starting with Suhas Subramaniam. He is a member of the Democratic Party, currently a senator from the state of Virginia, but he's trying to get elected to the House of Representatives today. If he wins, he'll become the first Indian American elected from Virginia and the entire US East Coast. Next, we have the 5 incumbents, 5 Indian Americans who are already members of the House and trying to get re-elected. There's Pramila Jayapal, Amy Bera, Raja Krishnamurthy, Sri Thanedar and Ro Khanna. All 5 of them are Democrats. They've been serving in the House for years and they're looking to extend their tenures. Let's also look at the fresh faces. There's Amish Shah. He's also a Democrat and he is a politician in the state of Arizona. Today he's fighting his first federal election. He's up against a 7-term Republican incumbent. Let's see if he can pull off an upset. Next we have 2 Indian American Republicans, Prashanth Reddy, who's contesting from Kansas, and Rajesh Mohan, standing from New Jersey. Reports say that these 2 Republicans will have a hard time getting elected. But let's see how it goes for them. Perhaps they'll get support from the Indian American community. It may help push them over the line. Because Indian Americans have a growing and influential presence in the US. They have become a key voting demographic. We went down to Fairfax County recently. It's a hub for Indian Americans near Washington, D.C. And here's what we saw. Millions of Indians have made their way to America over the decades. They have made a name for themselves in the business and tech world. Indian Americans are often called the model minority. But this election season, they're also being seen through another lens. They are being seen as a crucial voting bloc, one with the power to influence the final outcome in the presidential race. We are in Fairfax County in the state of Virginia. This is part of the greater Washington area. It's America's national capital region. Now, Fairfax is one of the richest regions in the US and it is home to a large number of Indian immigrants. Some 32,000 Indian Americans live in Fairfax. They make up almost 3% of the population. And in an election as close as this one, 3% can make all the difference. Indian immigrants have made an economic mark in Fairfax over the years. On average, they are better educated and wealthier than any other immigrant group. They're even doing better than US-born citizens. Indian immigrants have a higher rate of home ownership and more incorporated businesses than any other demographic in Fairfax. So you can say that they've been a dominant economic force for a while. And that's the case across most of the US. But now, along with economic power, Indian immigrants also have political power. There are about 5.2 million Indian Americans. This includes both first-generation immigrants and their descendants. About 2.6 million Indian Americans are eligible to vote in this election, and both major parties are vying for their vote. Donald Trump recently put out this tweet on Diwali. Look at the points he's raising. Trump basically says that he's the best man for Hindus, and so Hindu Americans should vote for him. Not all Indian Americans are Hindus, of course, but they are in the majority. So this is a pitch for most of the Indian American vote. Kamala Harris tried to capitalize on Diwali as well, putting out this video to make one last appeal to Indian Americans. Over the course of this presidential campaign, the Democrats have tried their best to capture the Indian American vote. They've been canvassing for months, using slogans like "Desis decide" or "Desis vote." The Democrats have been active in all the swing states in particular.
You can make the difference in this election. Please sign up with Indian American Impact. You can go to desipresident.com, sign up right now to get engaged. Let's win this election.
The registration site is desipresident.com, a not-so-subtle highlighting of Kamala Harris's ethnicity. The Democrats have also roped in prominent Indian American celebrities, like former Top Chef host Padma Lakshmi, who campaigned door-to-door in Pennsylvania. It was an all-out blitz by the Democratic Party. But despite all this effort, they've been bleeding Indian American votes. A nationwide survey of Indian Americans was conducted recently in the weeks leading up to the election, and the results are disappointing for Democrats. Indian Americans have historically leaned towards the Democratic Party, but the new survey shows a slight shift towards Donald Trump. In the 2020 election, 68% of Indian Americans said they would vote Democrat for Joe Biden. Only 22% said they would vote for Trump. This time, the gap has reduced. About 60% say they would vote for Harris. That's a significant increase for the Republicans. And in such a close race, it could power them to the White House. Indian Americans have historically leaned towards the Democrats. Most of them still do. But of late, Donald Trump and the Republicans have made some gains. And the biggest reason for that is illegal immigration. Take the example of Fairfax County. It is home to a lot of Indian immigrants. Most of them came here legally, and they've had to wait for years for their citizenship papers to be processed. Some of them are still waiting. So they're upset. The people who came to America legally, they're upset with the Democrats for failing to control the borders. Illegal immigration was rampant for the last 3 years. Tens of thousands were crossing the border every month and getting benefits that legal migrants had to wait years for. This turned some immigrant communities against the Democrats. Some Indian Americans too. They believe that Donald Trump is the better choice when it comes to securing America's southern border, which is why thousands of Indian Americans will be voting Republican for the first time. Will this prove to be Kamala Harris's undoing? We'll find out in a few hours. Foreign policy plays a key role in most elections, but this one has been a bit different. Kamala Harris barely talked about geopolitics until the last few days. That's when she suddenly started talking about a ceasefire in Gaza. Any guesses why? To woo the Arab American votes. Many of these voters have abandoned Harris because of Joe Biden's support to Israel, and Donald Trump is looking to capitalize. On the other side, American Jews are also a strong voting bloc. Here in Washington, both communities have a sizable presence, their own cultural centers, their own places of worship, and their own political preferences. We decided to find out what those preferences are. It's crunch time for American voters. They're heading out to elect their next president. We can guess what's on their mind as they queue up. Maybe abortion, or inflation, or healthcare. But for some voters, it's a war being fought thousands of kilometers away. Israel's war on Gaza. Arabs and Jews are influential blocs in America. There are 3.7 million Arab Americans and 5.8 million Jewish Americans. In an election of close margins, their support is crucial. Yes, domestic issues matter to them, but so does the war in West Asia, especially to Arab Americans who feel that Joe Biden is enabling Israel. You may wonder, what can Biden do? Doesn't the responsibility lie with Israel? Well, on paper, yes, it does. But do remember, American presidents have a lot of leverage over Israel. In the past, they've brokered peace deals between Israel and the Arab world. It was right here in these White House lawns that in the 1990s, then President Bill Clinton hosted the leaders of Israel and Palestine. It was also here that Donald Trump brokered the Abraham Accords. So the voters have a legitimate question in their minds. If those presidents could do it, why not Joe Biden? Arab Americans have traditionally voted for Democrats, but maybe not this time. Polls say 42% of them back Donald Trump, only 41% back Kamala Harris. Here at the Islamic Center in Washington, that shift is clear. This is among the oldest mosques in the city. Opened way back in 1952 by then President Eisenhower. Amid Washington's Greco-Roman cityscape, this traditional Mamluk style stands out. Years ago, these worshippers would have voted for Democrats, but not anymore.
Americans have been in a gridlock for decades, and they keep thinking that the Democrats are going to save them. We were pushed to vote for Biden in 2020, and look what he did. He's the one perpetrating the genocide. So for the record, the Gazan genocide will go down in history as being under Democratic leadership and not Republican leadership.
I have found that President Trump has been slightly more effective in reaching Muslim and Arab leaders. He's been a little bit more doubtful about pursuing war and pursuing more violent approaches to these kinds of problems.
It's not as much about liking Trump, it's more about punishing the Democrats. But Trump will take it. In some of the swing states, Arab vote could be crucial. Perhaps the difference between winning and losing, like Michigan, for instance. The state is home to more than 200,000 Arab Americans. Trump won it by 10,000 votes in 2016. He lost it by 150,000 votes in 2020. This time again, he senses an opportunity. Days before voting, Trump visited Dearborn in Michigan, often called the Arab capital of America, and his message there, that he will end the war.
We're going to bring peace. You're going to have peace in the Middle East, but not with the clowns that you have running the U.S. right now. You're going to have peace. You're going to have peace in the Middle East.
So Trump is making inroads among Arabs. What about Jews? They too have traditionally voted for Democrats. This is the Sixth and I Synagogue in Washington, D.C., among the oldest in the city. It was inaugurated way back in 1908. Then in the year 2005, the 43rd President of the US, George Bush, attended a special dinner here. A year before that, he'd made minor inroads into the Jewish vote bank, which was until then considered impossible for a Republican candidate to do. Now, almost a decade later, Donald Trump is pulling out all the stops. He says that Kamala Harris is anti-Jew, even though she's married to one. He has met the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at his home in Florida. As president, he moved the US embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. But despite all these efforts, he's not getting much success. Surveys say that 71%, more than 71% Jews in swing states say that they will vote Harris. Many people have speculated why this happens. Republicans support Israel to the hilt, yet Jews back Democrats. Some say it's because Jews feel closer to democratic liberal values. Others point to neo-Nazis in Trump's camp. Anti-Semitism has risen 360% since the Hamas attack last year. So American Jews are rightly worried. In 2020, they put Joe Biden over the line. They helped him win. In the key swing state of Pennsylvania, there are 300,000 Jews. Biden won the state by just 82,000 votes. In 2016, Trump won by just 44,000 votes. So both these communities matter. If you look at the top issues in this election, it's abortion or inflation or democracy. But these alone will not determine the outcome. A few thousand Arab or Jewish votes could put Kamala Harris or Donald Trump in the White House. The Arab voters want to punish the Democrats for supporting Israel, and the Jewish voters continue to support the Democrats despite Donald Trump's outreach. So in a lot of ways, Joe Biden's shadow looms large over this election, even though he's pulled out. His failures have alienated the Arab voters, and Kamala Harris may end up paying the price for it. Like with most elections these days, the one in America is also the target of a massive disinformation campaign. Let me show you two videos. This is the first one. It says it is from Pennsylvania, more specifically from Buck County. It shows an official sorting through mail-in ballots. He then rips up the votes cast for Donald Trump. The video soon went viral. It garnered 6 million views on X. Republicans cried fraud, but election officials acted fast. They debunked this in less than 3 hours. They said the video was fake. The ballots shown were not authentic. The second video is this one. It shows a group of black men. They say they are from Haiti. They came to America 6 months ago. That's what they say. The men then show multiple driver licenses. They say they've already voted once for Harris and now they're heading to vote again. This video is just 20 seconds long. It was viewed thousands of times on X and other social media platforms. Officials soon called it fake. It was later removed from the platforms. But here's the problem. These videos, once uploaded, spread like wildfire. You can debunk them, you can take them down, but they sow mistrust in the election process. And who's behind them? According to the FBI, it's Moscow. After all, what would a US election be without some Russian misinformation? The FBI says Russian actors are behind all of this. They manufacture the videos. They then amplify them. The paid actors used are often black. So clearly, there's also a racism angle here. That's according to American intelligence agencies. Washington says the goal is quite simple. It's not to boost any party or candidate. It's to undermine confidence in the entire electoral process. And there are several groups behind it. They have the same modus operandi: claim voter fraud, create discord in battleground states, and show how the election is being rigged. Of course, the Kremlin has denied all of it. It says the claims are baseless. Moscow says it does not interfere in the elections of other countries.
It is obvious that these accusations have never been well-founded, that somehow prove, or at least try to confirm, that Russia has something to do with them. This is why this accusation is unfounded, and we reject it completely.
So Washington is worried about Russia. It calls Moscow the most active threat. But they also need to look within. Like this report, it's by the Center for Countering Digital Hate. It says Elon Musk and his platform X are at the center of US election misinformation. Basically, most of the fake news is coming from there. The report says that X constantly pushes misinformation, especially in the key swing states. Leading the charge is Elon Musk himself. The report flagged 87 of his posts. All of them pushed misinformation. Collectively, they were viewed 2 billion times. 2 billion. From conspiracy theories to misleading ads, Musk is pushing all of it, and his platform X is amplifying it. It tells you how prevalent fake news is in this election, and it's not just about fake news. Like I said, it's also about the amplification of sporadic incidents. You see, every election has isolated incidents like mail-in ballots burning this time. But their videos are shared 1 million times to amplify allegations of cheating. So misinformation is prevalent, real news is being blown out of proportion, and this is a major problem. Election officials have a lot on their plate, especially in the battleground states, but now they also have to counter the fake news. All of this creates an ecosystem of distrust, and the US will feel the repercussions of this long beyond just the voting day. Last time, it took more than 3 days to declare a winner. By some estimates, this year could be the same or longer, which means this deluge of misinformation will continue in the days to come. Now let's talk about money. This election is awash with cash, that too on an unprecedented scale. The 2024 presidential race may be the costliest in US history, with a spending of about $16 billion. $16 billion. A large chunk of this is campaign spending, which involves costs for staffing, travel, media, merchandise, and some over-the-top ideas. From Kamala Harris's face plastered on the 366 feet tall Las Vegas Sphere to Donald Trump's massive expenditure on social media influencers. Apart from campaign spending, conducting elections is an expensive business in itself. In the US, administrative costs run into billions of dollars. All of this together makes up the election economy. So where does it stand? How much money has been spent and where? Here's a report.
Elections are an expensive business anywhere in the world. But in the US, money plays a bigger role than it does in other countries. First, because campaigns are unusually long, there is no legal limit to the US campaign season. And secondly, because there is no legal limit to campaign spending either. Research shows that candidates who spend more money usually win. So political campaigns are getting more expensive in the US. In 2020, election spending totaled to $15.1 billion. In 2024, at least $15.9 billion have been spent. The 2024 presidential race is on track to be the costliest in the country's history, mostly thanks to the candidates, Democrat Kamala Harris and Republican Donald Trump. They have raised an extraordinary amount of money, and spent it too. Democrats have outspent Republicans $5 billion to $4.1 billion. With billions of dollars to spend, campaigns have had a lot of decisions to make. Most of the focus has been on the swing states like Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Nevada. These states are being inundated with political ads and door-to-door campaigns. But overall, campaign spending has been focused on 9 types of expenditures: administrative, consulting, digital, field, fundraising, media, polling, travel, and others. This includes money spent on selling merchandise. Trump merchandise worth $140 million has been sold. Meanwhile, Harris has sold items worth around $26 million. But remember, she entered the picture only a few months ago. Now, coming back to the list, consulting involved spending large sums of money to build giant databases to help answer questions like who will support the candidates and what messaging will reach them. Contacting potential donors was also an expensive affair, but media has been the biggest expense for both campaigns. Since March, the 2 presidential campaigns have spent $2.1 billion on advertising, out of which Harris alone has spent $1.1 billion, which is more than the GDP of 14 countries in the world. Harris and Trump also poured millions into social media influencers, who flooded conventions of both the parties. Harris and Trump splashed out on some other costly endeavors as well, like the giant projection of Kamala Harris's face on the Las Vegas Sphere. It cost $450,000 a day for what is believed to be the first political ad to appear on the 516-foot wide and 366-foot tall attraction. Meanwhile, Trump booked expensive primetime spots during games which involved Pennsylvania's 2 professional NFL teams. But swanky presidential marketing ideas aside, it is not just the campaigns that make the election economy. It's also the cost of conducting an election. In the US, presidential elections are decentralized. City and county level administrations make sure that the election goes smoothly. So it is the state governments who are responsible for administration costs, which involve costs for staffing, technology, security, supplies, voter registration rolls, and according to research, it costs anywhere between $2 to $3 billion to conduct the US elections. So elections are expensive business. In the US, this year they've been costlier than ever. And in a few hours, Americans will find out if they will suffer from buyer's remorse.
Now, staying with economics, let's look at the potential economic fallout of this election, specifically how it will impact various markets. Stock markets were mostly calm over the last few hours across the globe. It was almost like the calm before the storm, though. There is anxiety in the air. Traders are bracing themselves, preparing for a long day ahead. And it isn't just stocks. Currency markets are expecting volatility. So is the bond market, even oil and gold. There's a lot riding on this election, so everyone is waiting with bated breath. The two US presidential candidates are very different. They champion divergent economic policies. So the markets will react very differently depending on who wins. Let's look at both scenarios. First, a Kamala Harris victory. Harris means continuity. She has promised to carry on with Joe Biden's economic policies. She says she won't rock the boat. In short, she is the boring candidate. If she wins, don't expect too many changes. In fact, her victory could ease some pressure on the rest of the world by causing the value of the US dollar to drop. Reports say it could fall by as much as 5%, the US dollar. But what happens if Trump wins? How does that change things? We'll start with the dollar again. A Donald Trump victory could see the value of the greenback go up by over 7%. People may start hoarding the US currency. Why? Because of Trump's plan to impose tariffs. Let's understand the chain of events. A tariff is like an additional tax on imported goods. Anything you import, a tariff makes it more expensive. It's usually a way to disincentivize imports. That is the long-term goal. But in the short term, tariffs usually lead to inflation. Imported goods become more expensive when tariffs are imposed, but it takes time for people to switch to cheaper alternatives. So in the short term, people end up paying more for imported goods, which leads to inflation. So that's step one, the imposition of tariffs leading to inflation. Now, what happens when there's inflation? Well, a country's central bank steps in. In the US, that's the Federal Reserve, or the Fed as they call it. The Fed will work to tame inflation. How? By raising interest rates. So tariffs lead to inflation, and inflation leads to higher interest rates. That is step two. Now, what happens when American interest rates are high? Well, usually this means that the value of the US dollar goes up. We saw that happen recently. Over the last few years, the Fed kept interest rates high and the dollar kept getting stronger. So if Trump wins the election, we can expect this to happen again. We can expect the US dollar to get stronger. Conversely, the other currencies will get weaker, especially the currencies of the nations that Trump puts tariffs on. The euro and the Mexican peso are at risk. Their value is expected to fall in the event of a Trump presidency. That's what currency traders are already predicting. So keep an eye on them as the election results come in. Now, what about stocks? Well, markets across the world will definitely react. But here's the catch. They probably won't react as much as they did in 2016. You see, markets swing wildly due to unpredictability. In 2016, no one thought that Trump would win. The result came as a shock to most observers, and the markets reacted to that. They made gains because of his business-friendly policies. This time it's different. We know that the race is neck and neck, and there's a very high chance that Trump will return to the White House, so the markets have taken that into consideration. And this time the gains may not be as pronounced. This is how analysts are looking at this election and its potential economic fallout. Let's see if their predictions hold true. But the ups and downs of markets aside, this presidential race has been a roller coaster in itself, with equal parts stress, exhaustion, shock, and hope. It has been called the most critical election in US history, but it has also been one of the most dramatic, with a criminal verdict for one of the candidates, with an incumbent president stepping down late in the race, with a couple of assassination attempts, feline prejudice, dog-eating claims, French fries power games, and trash talk, quite literally. Here are some of the most dramatic moments that defined this election cycle.
Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. These are considered the 5 stages of grief. But add a bit of shock and awe, and you get the roller coaster of emotions that is the 2024 US presidential race. It all started with the incumbent and the country's oldest president, Joe Biden, seeking re-election. He brought the average white man energy to the game and for the longest time refused to step down despite his meandering remarks, halting speech, and persistent confusion with names.
President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky.
But then came the debate against Republican candidate Donald Trump on June 27th.
Making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
This was so disastrous for Democrats that it induced donor panic, leading to the Biden saga finale of July 21st, when the president announced that he would no longer seek re-election, making Trump quite happy for his role in Biden's so-called demise. Speaking of Trump, he too gave the election its fair share of spice. He offered the first jolt to the campaign on May 30th, when he became the first ex-president in US history to become a convicted felon. He was found guilty of committing 34 crimes in the hush money trial. But on July 1st came the immunity ruling from criminal prosecution, which was a major victory for Trump. Then, with the makings of a reality TV show, came the assassination attempt on July 13th.
Take a look at what happened.
During a campaign rally in Pennsylvania, Trump was shot and wounded in his upper right ear. But as security agents covered him, he stood up, raised his fist, and shouted, "Fight, fight, fight," which became an instantly iconic moment, a war cry for the Republicans. Then, on September 15th, Trump was the target of a second assassination attempt. This came just a few weeks after the grand Democratic coronation, when Vice President Kamala Harris took to the stage on August 23rd and officially accepted the Democratic presidential nomination, making her the first black woman to lead a major party ticket.
On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
And what about the running mates? Harris chose the Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Trump chose Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. Vance formally accepted the nomination in July. But if there's one thing he'll be remembered for, it's his infamous statement, "a bunch of childless cat ladies," which riled up pop icon Taylor Swift, ensuing a raging cat ladies come brat movement in support of Harris. While these moments certainly stood out, trash talking was a persistent highlight across the campaign. From claims about immigrants eating dogs in the presidential debate on September 11th, to literal comments about trash at a Republican rally. And sprinkled here and there was a subtle McDonald's obsession.
My first day at McDonald's, I'm looking for a job.
It has been a wild election cycle with some stranger-than-fiction moments. This was the US presidential race, served with a side of drama and trauma alike.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Viral Thai hippo Mu Deng predicts an election win for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris's ancestral village in India's Tamil Nadu prays for her election victory, and Americans in Paris make up for missing the election by casting mock votes. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1940, Franklin D. Roosevelt was elected for an unprecedented third term as US president. He's the only US president to serve more than 2 terms. In fact, he ended up serving 4. Roosevelt's unprecedented tenure led to the ratification of the 22nd Amendment, which capped presidential terms at 2. With that, it's a wrap on this show. But the action is just getting started here in Washington, D.C. The next 24 hours are crucial for America. By tomorrow, this time, we should have a winner. But that's only if everything goes to plan. We'll be tracking all the updates for the next 48 hours, getting you all the latest news. So stay tuned to Firstpost for our continuous coverage of the US presidential election.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. Hello and welcome to the program. It is now D-Day in the United States in what can only be considered as one of the most consequential races in recent history. Millions have already voted, while many more await their chance to cast their ballots today. Each vote makes a difference as Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump remain in a tight race. Campaigning ended in Pennsylvania as both candidates rallied for the last time on Monday. With 19 electoral votes, Pennsylvania remains the most crucial battleground when compared to other swing states. And this was clearly visible yesterday as Kamala Harris campaigned door to door to energize her voter base.
And the momentum is on our side. Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America. Go to iwillvote.com for all the information you need, including where and when to vote and where to drop off your mail ballot, because we need everyone to vote, Pennsylvania. You will make the difference in this election.
Joined by firebrand Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Governor Josh Shapiro, Kamala Harris made a pit stop at a Puerto Rican restaurant in an attempt to woo Latino voters. The Democratic presidential nominee's final rally in Pennsylvania drew the attendance of celebrities including Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, and rapper Fat Joe.
I've known Kamala since before she was a senator. I've always known her to fight for the most vulnerable, to speak up for the voiceless, to protect our rights as women to make decisions about our own bodies. Yeah! Go figure. I know she will protect my daughter's future and your children's future and our family's future.
The other day in Madison Square Garden, that was no joke, ladies and gentlemen. That was no joke. And it was filled with so much hate. Hatred of Jewish people. Hatred of black people. Carving watermelons. Calling Puerto Rico an island of garbage. My Latinos, where is your pride?
With voting now underway, Kamala Harris has urged all Americans to go out and vote, calling it an election that is going to decide the future.
So let's get out the vote. Let's reach out to all of our folks in the next 24 hours, family and friends and classmates and neighbors and co-workers. And as we do, I ask, let us please be intentional about building community.
Donald Trump also held rallies in Pennsylvania at the same time as his Democratic rival campaigned door-to-door in the state. Pennsylvania is often called the ticket to the White House, and in the last 3 elections, candidates who won Pennsylvania went on to win the White House. The last time a candidate actually lost Pennsylvania but went on to become president was George W. Bush, both in 2000 and in 2004. With the final moments of both campaigns being spent in Pennsylvania, all eyes are now focused on which one of these candidates can secure victory in the Keystone State. As Donald Trump makes his final pitch for the White House, the former president embarked on 4 rallies on the eve of the election, beginning in Raleigh, North Carolina, where he repeated his immigration-related claims and launched verbal attacks on Vice President Kamala Harris. Donald Trump said his Democratic rival has a low IQ and is grossly incompetent to be president.
She's a low IQ individual. I don't want to have her say, you know, I had an idea last night while I was sleeping, turning, tossing, sweating. Because I sleep, I turn and I toss and I sweat and I sleep like, no, I don't even sleep, you know. You know, I've gone through 62 days without a day off. And you're going to say that to her. You're going to say, you've done a terrible job, you're grossly incompetent. We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out. Get the hell out of here. You're out of here. Get out of here.
The ex-president's second rally was in Reading, Pennsylvania, where he once again vowed to launch the largest deportation program for migrants in American history. He went on to call for the death penalty for any migrant who kills an American citizen.
I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. You know, 1798. That's when they ran the country a little tougher than we run it today. Today you get a little slap in the wrist when you kill somebody. You kill somebody. Oh. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer.
And later in Pittsburgh, the ex-president talked about his plans to reduce inflation and claimed a Harris presidency would bring economic misery to the country. Donald Trump also pushed for a crackdown on drug trafficking, saying he would impose tariffs on Mexico and would do the same to China over fentanyl.
Terrible things are happening in Mexico, but we're going to put a tariff on Mexico if they don't immediately stop sending that horrible stuff into this country. And let me tell you something. Those drugs will stop so damn fast that your head will spin. And I'm not playing games. I'm doing the same thing to China.
At his final stop, Trump arrived in Michigan and targeted President Joe Biden for apparently calling MAGA supporters garbage. The former president also insulted former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, calling her evil, sick, and crazy in his final speech. Donald Trump, by his own account, has held more than 900 rallies since he first announced his bid for the White House back in 2015. The 78-year-old, who will be the oldest president of the United States if reelected, has said that he will not run for the fourth consecutive time if he is in fact defeated by Kamala Harris. And even if he wins, this will be his second and last term as president. So regardless of who wins today's election, with the final rally in Michigan, the decade-long political phenomenon of a Trump rally has finally come to an end. And in celebrity endorsements, popular podcast host Joe Rogan endorsed former President Donald Trump just hours before voting began across the United States. In a social media post, Rogan said that his choice for the next president was influenced by Elon Musk. Along with his endorsement, the podcaster also shared a link to the nearly 3-hour-long interview with the Tesla CEO, which has more than 5 million views on YouTube. Rogan's podcast is enormously famous across several music, video, and social media platforms. The 57-year-old has more than 19 million followers on Instagram, over 18 million subscribers on YouTube, and nearly 15 million listeners on Spotify. Just 10 days ago, he sat down with Donald Trump for a 3-hour-long episode that blew up with 45 million views on YouTube. The two discussed a wide range of issues, including Donald Trump's mistakes during his term at the White House, foreign policy, and extraterrestrial life. Joe Rogan also interviewed Donald Trump's running mate J.D. Vance last week, which garnered more than 14 million views. The podcast host also tried to interview Vice President Kamala Harris, but was unable to do so due to scheduling conflicts.
If Kamala can't handle an interview with Joe Rogan, then she can't handle the presidency, and she certainly can't handle Putin and President Xi of China. She will get overwhelmed, a meltdown, and millions of people will die, perhaps. And this is not a charity event. This is an election for the biggest and toughest job anywhere in the world. This is the toughest job in the world, they say. I think probably is. Do you want to lose your life savings because we put a weak and foolish woman in the White House? No.
According to a YouGov poll last year, 81% of the Rogan's podcast listeners are male, and at least 56% of them are under the age of 35. Donald Trump has tried to court Rogan's listeners because this is the exact demographic that prefers him over Kamala Harris. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has reacted to Rogan's endorsement, saying the podcaster has never endorsed a political candidate before. Now, of course, this claim is false because Rogan did endorse Bernie Sanders for president back in 2020, and he also supported independent candidate Robert Kennedy Jr. this year, who later dropped out of the race and endorsed Donald Trump. And now Joe Rogan has joined Elon Musk and retired pro wrestler Hulk Hogan, who are Trump loyalists and have endorsed the ex-president. But will his endorsement help Donald Trump win the election in any way? Perhaps in hours or days, we'll have our answer. Americans will cast their final ballots today, but this year's tight race could mean a longer wait for voters until the 60th president-elect begins their term. There's even a scenario where Kamala Harris and Donald Trump could end up with exactly 269 electoral votes, sparking a fierce political showdown. In that case, it wouldn't be the people who decide, but Congress, opening the door to high-stakes maneuvering and state-by-state voting. It's a race racked with twists and a whole lot of turns. Here's more from our report.
Today, voters across the U.S. will decide their next president. It's a nail-biting battle, but there's a slight chance that we could all see a rare outcome, a tie. How could this happen? It's all due to the U.S. Electoral College system. And here's how it works. The Electoral College holds 538 votes in total. To win, a candidate must claim at least 270 of those votes. But if Harris and Trump each secure exactly 269 votes, America will witness a perfect tie. Historically, such deadlocks are rare but not impossible. They have only happened twice, once in 1800 and then 1824. In the year 1800, Thomas Jefferson and his running mate Aaron Burr each got the same number of votes. After a tense standoff, the decision went to the House of Representatives, where each state cast one vote. Eventually, Jefferson was chosen, but the experience was so chaotic that the U.S. introduced the 12th Amendment. This amendment ensured separate ballots for the president and vice president, aiming to prevent future ties between running mates. Then fast forward to 1824. That election saw 4 contenders, with none gaining the majority of electoral votes. The House again stepped in and chose John Quincy Adams over Andrew Jackson. The same House decides rule still stands today, if a tie or lack of majority occurs. Now, if Kamala Harris and Donald Trump end up tied at 269 votes each, the House would once more be called upon to decide the presidency. But here is where it gets interesting. Each state delegation in the House casts 1 vote. So small states like Wyoming have the same influence as massive ones like California. To win, one candidate needs a simple majority of 26 states. But the twist is, each state's vote could be influenced by party loyalties rather than the state's popular vote. If no president is chosen by January 6, 2025, the Senate takes on the vice presidential selection. If still undecided by Inauguration Day on January 20th, a chosen vice president could step in as acting president until a decision is made. This could potentially lead to a split executive branch with a president from one party and a vice president from another. So while a tie remains improbable, the stakes are high and uncertainty hangs in the air. This election could be remembered as a turning point not just in results, but in testing the US electoral process's resilience and adaptability.
And finally, in a first for New York City, voters from the Bengali-speaking community are casting ballots in their language during the presidential election. While more than 200 languages are spoken across the city, only Chinese, Spanish, Korean, and Bengali languages have made it to the ballot. This milestone stems from a federal lawsuit demanding better language access for voters. And today marks a powerful moment for thousands of Bengali-speaking Americans eager to make their voices heard. Our final story explores more about ballots in different languages.
New York City's ballot papers are making history. As Americans cast their votes in the presidential election, a select group of languages beyond English appears on the ballot. Among Chinese, Spanish and Korean, Bengali, a first for an Indian language to be included in a US national election. This inclusion is a powerful nod to the city's Bengali-speaking community made up of immigrants from India and Bangladesh. And it reflects the growing influence of South Asians in America's political landscape, as South Asians could play a deciding role in this election.
It would be for Kamala Harris, would not be for Trump at all. When it comes to Kamala, I believe she is for the people, middle class, and healthcare is a big issue with us.
My vote is going to go for President Trump. I think I've witnessed the 4 years that he was in office, and taking out the COVID, scenario, but I think the other 3 years of his administration were really, really good. The economy was really good.
Michael J. Ryan, Executive Director of New York City's Board of Elections, notes the importance of including Bengali on the ballot.
We are required to service 4 other languages besides English. It is Chinese, Spanish, Korean, and Bengali.
Years ago, a federal order mandated language access for South Asian minorities under the 1965 Voting Rights Act, eventually leading to the inclusion of Bengali in specific areas with a high concentration of South Asian residents. The first Bengali language ballots appeared in 2013, giving a voice to a community that has often faced barriers in civic participation. Dr. Avinash Gupta, president of the Federation of Indian Associations, emphasized the significance of this move.
It will help the Indian population to go out and vote. That is how we can get our voices heard. We are a sizable population.
This historic step is expected to increase turnout among Bengali speakers, raising the question, could this signal a broader push for more multilingual ballots in the future, making every vote count even more inclusively? Now, without a doubt, Asian Americans are becoming a more influential voting group in the United States. In 2020, first-time Asian American voters in key battleground states contributed to Joe Biden's victory over then-President Donald Trump.
President of the United States.
And since then, their numbers have increased by 15%, or about 2 million eligible voters. On November 5th, approximately 15 million Asian Americans are expected to represent about 6% of all eligible voters in the United States. Although Indian Americans have historically favored the Democratic Party in overwhelming numbers, the Republican Party has long felt that the community's votes are up for grabs, touting the party's policies on the economy, social issues, and stewardship of the US-India bilateral relationship. So, as other cities and communities across the United States observe the impact, the Bengali ballots in New York could just be the beginning of a movement to transform language access in American elections.
That's all we have time for today. Thanks so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with Mozambique, where the opposition leader and the presidential runner-up in last month's disputed election has claimed to have survived an assassination attempt. Venancio Mondlane, the independent presidential candidate backed by Podemos party, claimed in a video that he escaped an attempted assassination in South Africa, where he has taken refuge after the elections. He claimed that assassins reached his house to kill him, where he has been living with his family. He and his family then had to run for their lives by escaping through the back door and slipping out through a hair salon. Mondlane did not reveal when the alleged assassination attempt took place. He said that he had been staying in the affluent Sandton neighborhood in Johannesburg. However, South Africa's foreign ministry has reacted by saying that they had no knowledge of him being in the country. The ministry also said that Mondlane should have reported the assassination bid to the police. Mondlane has been claiming that he is on a hit list since 2 of his associates were shot dead in Mozambique's capital of Maputo after the 24th of October elections. Now, these associates were preparing to challenge the election results, which has been rejected by the opposition. Since then, Mondlane has gone into hiding, fearing for his life. Mozambique's poll body declared Daniel Chapo, the candidate of the ruling party Frelimo, as the official winner, with over 71% of the vote, as opposed to Mondlane's 20%. With this, Frelimo has extended its 49-year-long grip on power. Mondlane has meanwhile declared himself as the real winner. The 50-year-old has secured a strong base among young Mozambicans by being very active on social media. He has called on Mozambicans to hold nationwide demonstrations against the election results through social media. He has been rallying people to come together for a final march in Maputo on Thursday that he promises will be the day of Mozambique's freedom. Since early polls predicted Frelimo's party's win, Mozambique has been witnessing post-poll violence. At least 11 people have been killed and more than 50 injured by security forces. On Monday, police again used tear gas to disperse more than a dozen demonstrators in Maputo.
We were at the peaceful demonstration, and I don't understand why they started firing tear gas at us. They attacked us from both sides, as if we were enemies. Why don't they attack Cabo Delgado, where the insurgents are?
Give power to the person the people have chosen. The people have chosen Venancio Mondlane. Where are the 70% of voters that Frelimo won?
As Mondlane mobilizes support for himself, social media has also been restricted in the country. International bodies like the European Union have said that Mozambique polls were doctored, and the United Nations, the African Union and the United States have called for a probe into the killings of opposition figures. The ruling Frelimo has denied the vote-rigging allegations or its hand in the murders. However, outrage over Frelimo's win continues, plunging the country toward chaos. For more on Mozambique's post-election crisis, we are joined by Stephen Buchanan-Clark, the head of the Peace and Security Program at Good Governance Africa. He is joining us live from Cape Town in South Africa. Hello to you and welcome to Firstpost Africa.
Hi, Alison. Thanks for having me.
Now, what are the potential motives or political implications behind the assassination attempt on the Mozambique opposition leader in South Africa, as he has alleged?
Well, Alison, as you mentioned, I think it's first important to state that as to the alleged assassination, at this point in time, we only have Venancio Mondlane's word on this. It's something he announced on his Facebook page yesterday. However, as you mentioned, our Department of Foreign Relations and Cooperation and our police services have said they have no knowledge of this attempted assassination attempt, and Mondlane himself has not opened a case with SAPS. However, if there was also no, Durko was not aware that he was residing in South Africa. However, given the assassinations or the killings of his chief lawyer and MP for the Podemos party, there could be an argument that he entered to South Africa quietly in order to evade potential forces that might be looking to harm him. It stands to be seen if he will open a case or whether his allegations will be investigated further.
Right. And Stephen, how might this incident affect Mozambique-South Africa relations? And what steps are being taken by both governments to address security concerns?
Well, no country wants another country's domestic issues, domestic tensions sort of sorted out on its own soil. We've seen in the past, for example, the killing of a Rwandan dissident, Patrick Karyege, by the Rwandan government in that market suburb of Santon, actually, where Mondlane claims his assassination attempt took place. And that was in 2014, and there was a significant fallout in terms of the bilateral relations between South Africa and Rwanda. South Africa withdrew its diplomats from Kigali, and while we've sort of normalized relations with Rwanda to a degree, some of those tensions still stand today. But Mozambique and South Africa have a very different relationship to South Africa and Rwanda. Both Mozambique and South Africa share a liberation history. They're part of SADC. South Africa is Rwanda's biggest trading partner, one of the biggest trading partners. We have energy interests together. South Africa imports natural gas from Mozambique. So the countries are a lot closer. And given that fact, I would be very surprised if the ruling Frelimo political elite did order an assassination of this nature. If it did happen, I think it could be rogue elements. within the ruling party or another explanation. It still remains to be seen. But of course, if it did happen, then it would be a significant diplomatic concern and tension. But luckily, Motlane survived if this assassination attempt did took place. So we don't have to go down that road.
Right. And could this attack be part of a broader trend of political violence or destabilizing efforts in the region? And what does this incident tell us about the political tensions in Mozambique?
Well, as you've seen, the political tensions in Mozambique are very high at the moment. The elections have not just been election results have not just been rejected by Motlane and Podemos, but also by Renamo and the UDM, who have all called for a recount. As you mentioned earlier, a number of international observers have also cast some doubt on the veracity and the free and fairness of the elections, although SADC, it should be noted, has not yet provided a final statement on its observer mission, which is also posted in Mozambique around the elections. So I think, and ongoing protests, just today there's a doctors and nurses protest going on the streets of Maputo, and they're expecting large-scale protests on Thursday. So it is getting to the state of, I think, of a constitutional post-election crisis, which may need some mediation from an outside party if things can't be resolved peacefully. But we are hoping that things will normalize as quickly as possible, and some of the reforms can be made to the electoral process so that we see more transparency and the democratic project continue.
Right. Stephen, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued analysis and insights on the violence in Mozambique.
Thank you, Alice.
Moving to the Democratic Republic of Congo, where fighting continues between the M23 rebels and the Congolese army despite peace efforts. In the latest, the M23 rebels, who have waged insurgency in country's mineral-rich east for years, have claimed to seize another town near the border with Uganda. The group on Sunday said it has taken control of the eastern town of Kamandi-Gite in the North Kivu province, which is at the epicenter of the M23 rebellion. The M23 rebels, part of the March 23 movement, broke away from the DRC army over a decade ago. They are now fighting the army for the interests of ethnic Tutsis, which were the victims of a brutal genocide in neighboring Rwanda in 1994. The rebels seek control of the mineral-rich eastern DRC. The group remained dormant over the years as the army reinforced its position. However, since 2021, it has launched an offensive in North Kivu province and since then has seized large swathes of territory. The fighting has also raised tensions between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, which has been accused of backing the M23 rebels. DRC and the United Nations accuse Kigali of backing the group with its own troops and weapons. Rwanda has denied the allegations that it provides any support to the rebels and instead says it has taken defensive measures. It accuses the DRC of fighting alongside Hutu rebels and the ethnic group that waged genocide on the Tutsis decades ago. Now, the fresh fighting comes when experts from Rwanda and the DRC are engaging in dialogue mediated by Angola. Both sides agreed to plan in August, which included the disengagement of military forces. Mediator Angola had earlier said that the agreement has now been violated after fresh fighting erupted. The next round of talks are scheduled for the 16th of November. While the ceasefire agreements are not being respected, the insurgency in eastern DRC is worsening the humanitarian crisis. Around 2.6 million people have been displaced in the North Kivu region, as per the United Nations. The suffering of innocent civilians cannot be compared.
I had gone to the field to work when I came across bandits who raped me. When they finished raping me, I wanted to commit suicide. But when I met the doctors here at the Kanyarakinia Health Center, the MSF doctors helped me. They advised me. Without their intervention, I would have died.
Hundreds have been killed and wounded. Observers fear that the conflict may not end anytime soon. The battle between the Congolese army and the M23 rebels has become about political ego, as young people suffer the reality of the brutal attrition. Now let's shift our attention towards Central Africa, where Chad has been intensifying its fight against the terror group Boko Haram. Now, Chad's president, Mahamat Idris Deby, has threatened to withdraw the Central African country from multinational security force that was tasked with tackling insurgent groups in the region. In a statement on Sunday, he said that the force, called the Multinational Joint Task Force, or the MNJTF, has failed in its task due to lack of joint effort against the common enemy. He noted that the force, which was created with the aim of pooling efforts and intelligence, seemed to be in a slump. The MNJTF was created in 1994 and initially had troops only from Nigeria. However, in 1998, the force was made fully multinational by the inclusion of troops from Chad and Niger, who, alongside their Nigerian counterpart, had the mandate of dealing with common cross-border security challenges. After trying to douse security challenges for years after that, in 2015, the African Union once again authorized the use of the MNJTF after activities of Boko Haram heightened. The African Union increased the capacity of the MNJTF to about 10,000 troops and set its new headquarters in N'Djamena, Chad. Now, in its present form, it includes troops from countries such as Nigeria, Cameroon, Chad, Niger, and Benin, but is accused of a lack of unity. Now, Chad's warning comes days after Boko Haram launched a deadly attack in which around 40 soldiers were killed in a military base in the Lake Chad region. The Chadian president also visited the scene and vowed to launch an operation to track down the assailants. According to the statement from the presidency on Sunday, since the attack on the military base on the 28th of October, the president has been staying in the region and has already launched an operation.
As President of the Republic and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, I have decided to launch Operation Haskanite to avenge our dead.
Operation Haskanite is not just about securing our peaceful populations, because the terrorist group's harmful actions jeopardize the stability of the region and all the countries sharing the Lake Chad Basin. The aim is to hunt down, locate, and annihilate Boko Haram and its affiliates. The terrorists will pay dearly for this affront.
And now the vast Lake Chad region, shared by Nigeria, Niger, Cameroon, and Chad, is a notorious area for both Boko Haram and its offshoot Islamic State West Africa province, who set up camps on islands in the marshlands. Boko Haram, which started out from Nigeria, has spread to different neighboring countries, including Chad, Niger, northern Cameroon, and Mali. Now, ever since the attack on its military base late in October, Chad has been increasing its efforts to tackle the issue in the region. It has urged the international community to step up support for counter-terrorism efforts in the Sahel. The Central African country has for a long time suffered from insurgency in its western territories. Once an important ally of France, Chad has now sought relations with Moscow to efficiently tackle the security challenges within its country. But a potential withdrawal of Chad, a nation recognized for its well-trained and respected military, would be a considerable setback for the MNJTF, which has struggled to unify its approach. The MNJTF has been plagued with issues related to trust, funding and policy inconsistency, weak chain of command, a lack of commitment, and differing national interests of participating countries. While there is no response at the moment from the other MNJTF members, Chad's move to pull out can further make it more difficult for the affected countries to restore peace in the Lake Chad region. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is about Tunisian freediver Walid Boudiaf. Now, North Africa's only international champion and former world record holder, Boudiaf has not only achieved remarkable depths in his sport, but is also committed to fostering freediving in Tunisia. With sponsorships enabling him to live his dream, Boudiaf now trains for elite competitions and works to inspire other Tunisians to explore freediving. Here are all the details.
In the turquoise embrace of the sea, where silence speaks louder than any wave, Tunisian freediver Walid Boudiaf has found his true calling.
1, 2, 3.
Boudiaf, North Africa's sole international freediving champion and a former world record holder, is much more than just an elite athlete. He's a pioneer with a mission. He's determined to plant the roots of professional freediving in Tunisia, a country where thousands unknowingly practice forms of the sport through age-old traditions of spearfishing and sponge diving. Walid Boudiaf's journey is as compelling as the depths he's conquered. Born to a Tunisian university professor and a French doctor who shared a love for the ocean, he learned how to swim at the tender age of 3 and spent his youth spearfishing. The sport found him in Bogota, Colombia, far from any sea. Boudiaf, then in his mid-20s, stumbled upon freediving during a routine swim in a city pool. It was underwater rugby that initially piqued his interest, but it wasn't aggressive enough to satisfy his competitive spirit. Boudiaf's juggled a demanding career as a computer engineer, often training up to 6 hours a day. Devotion bore fruit when he made his competitive debut in Marseille in 2007. Yet it wasn't until 2012, after relocating to the Canary Islands to be closer to the ocean, that he could fully commit to freediving. Sponsorship from Tunisian companies has allowed Boudiaf to live his dream. He now hosts workshops and speaks at conferences, sharing the art and science of freediving. The pinnacle of his career came in 2021 in Egypt, where he shattered the world record in the variable weight category by descending to a staggering 150 meters. His prowess in the water earned him the title of world champion in 2022. This past April, he added more accolades at the Deep Blue competition in Dominica with a collection of gold, silver and bronze medals.
I've already started training for next year, for the coming season. I've got a very important competition in July into the Bahamas Vertical Blue, which is a bit like the Wimbledon of freediving. It's the most important competition in the world. I'll be trying to beat the world record, my first objective.
Yet, more than records, Boudiaf is driven by a greater purpose, to foster a community of freediving enthusiasts in Tunisia.
There are thousands of people here who practice underwater hunting. In fact, it's freediving fishing. And there are also more and more people who practice pure freediving in swimming pools, in particular at the Raid swimming pool, which is run by the Sports Fishing Federation. It already exists, it requires a little guidance, and I'm very motivated to do it. I know there's a lot of potential, and There are a lot of people interested in freediving here in Tunisia.
As Walid Boudiaf continues to chase new records and expand freediving in Tunisia, he serves as a reminder that sometimes the deepest parts of life are explored not just through personal feats, but through the legacy one leaves behind.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Welcome to this special edition of Vantage. We are live from the White House, soon to be the new residence of Donald Trump. That's right, Trump has pulled off a comeback for the ages. He has defied the narrow opinion polls, he has defied legal cases, he has defied media predictions, and he's decisively won the US presidency. It wasn't even close. Trump won more than 51% of the national vote. He got more than 300 seats in the Electoral College. He's returning with a bigger mandate. I know the other side is quite disappointed today because, yes, Trump does bring a lot of uncertainty, but that's not how history books will see it. History will record this as America's greatest political comeback. Defeated in 2020, leading a failed attempt to overturn elections, being shunned by his own advisors, convicted of fraud and assault, facing a party rebellion, and yet returning triumphantly to the White House. I guess America does love a comeback story. Frankly, no one was expecting these numbers, so there's a lot to unpack today. How did election night unfold? How did Trump clinch the Electoral College? What will Trump 2.0 look like, and what does it mean for India and the world? Also, how is the market reacting?
That Donald Trump will become the 47th President of the United States.
So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us.
America is Trump country again. He has pulled off the improbable, a political heist, if you will. Most polls had predicted a tight race. A lot of them gave an edge to Kamala Harris. But Donald Trump had the last laugh. He will be the 47th President of the United States of America. Let's look at the numbers first. The US has 538 Electoral College votes. You need 270 to become the president. And how many did Trump win? Well, more than 300. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris was stuck at 224. And it's not just about the number of votes, it's also about how Trump got them. Most polls said that the race would come down to 7 swing states. States that switch hands from election to election. They swing from one side to the other. And guess what? Trump won all 7 of them, all 7 swing states. So he retained the traditional Republican states and he captured the undecided ones. He also won the popular vote, which is basically the national vote share. Trump got more than 51%, Kamala Harris got around 47%. Now this is unprecedented for Donald Trump. Even when he won in 2016, he did not win the popular vote. Hillary Clinton did. It's something that Democrats used to mock Trump about. But not this time. This time, Trump has won the popular vote and the Electoral College. And in doing so, he has scripted history. Only one US president has ever lost re-election and returned to win another term. That's Grover Cleveland. He was the 22nd and the 24th President of the United States, but that was way back in the late 1800s. In recent times, the trend has been different. You lose an election, you disappear. You don't stay around to contest again. But Trump said, not so fast. He bided his time for more than 3 years, built up a strong voting coalition, ran a long and draining campaign, and finally won. Hate him or like him, credit for that. Trump was watching the results from his residence in Florida. As the picture became clear, he headed to a nearby convention center. The entire Trump team was there. His wife, his sons, his daughters-in-law, Elon Musk, a few golfers and podcasters. Everyone who pushed Trump over the line, they were present. In classic Trump style, he did not wait for mainstream media to call the race. He declared it himself. But unlike last time, this was fair. Trump spoke about sealing borders and fixing the economy. In a rare move, he also called for unity. Listen to this.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And
Trump's running mate also spoke. That's J.D. Vance, the vice president-elect. He hailed Trump's political comeback.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Trump also praised Elon Musk. He spent a lot of time talking about his recent rocket mission. It was quite a visual description. He also said that Musk was the star of this election cycle. All in all, it was a typical Trump speech. A lot of hyperbole, a lot of warnings, and a lot of adjectives. On the other side, the scenes were completely different. Harris was at a college in Washington, D.C. Hundreds of her supporters had gathered there. At first, the mood was upbeat. They had a DJ playing some music. But as the night dragged on, the real picture became clear. Kamala Harris decided to cancel her voting day speech, and soon the crowd disappeared. In fact, the Democrats are totally silent. We haven't heard from any of their top leadership. And you can see why. The Democrats did not just lose the White House, they're on track to losing the US Congress as well. As you know, the Congress has two chambers. In the Senate, 34 seats were up for grabs. The Republicans have flipped 2, meaning their candidates unseated Democratic senators. As a result, they have a majority in the Senate. They're first since 2021. The other chamber is the House of Representatives. And this one is not clear yet. There are 435 seats in the House, so the majority mark is 218. The Democrats are at 182 and the Republicans are at 204. The remaining seats are yet to be declared. But you see the trend here. Republicans could walk away with the White House, the Senate, and the House. Basically a clean sweep, which brings us to an important question. What will Trump 2.0 look like? Well, first you have the formalities. The Electoral College will have to meet and vote for Trump. Their vote will have to be certified, that too by Kamala Harris in the Senate. And finally, he will take the oath of office. It's a months-long process. The inauguration will only happen on January 20th next year, 2025. After that, he is in charge. Now, with Trump, you must consider two things. One is his temperament. The second is his policies. The temperament was bad last time. He constantly clashed with American media. He refused to work with members in Congress, and his executive decisions were frequently challenged in courts. Will we see a repeat of that, or will he display the maturity of a one-time president? His campaign speeches don't inspire confidence, but let's see how it unfolds. Secondly, policies. Trump's big promise was drill, baby, drill, meaning he wants to expand oil drilling in the US. That's his solution to inflation, to bring down fuel prices. His other major promise is tariffs, a 10% tariff on all goods imported into the US, a 60% tariff if it's from China. Experts say that this could trigger inflation in the country. But again, let's see how it goes. His third major promise is mass deportation of illegal immigrants. Trump plans to use a 1798 law to achieve this. But chances are there will be legal challenges to this, not to mention logistical chaos. Beyond these, Donald Trump has promised to roll back democratic decisions and laws. For example, the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, gun restrictions introduced by Joe Biden, and climate funding and electric vehicle subsidies. All of this could disappear. Chances are we will also see a new team. Last time, Trump relied heavily on his daughter, Ivanka Trump, and her husband, Jared Kushner. This time, they were missing from the campaign trail. We have to wait to see if they return. But even if they don't, expect some new faces this time, like Elon Musk and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. A lot also depends on the House of Representatives. If Trump has a Republican Congress, he could reshape the U.S. government. Whether it's appointing judges or tweaking the bureaucracy or revamping public health policy, he plans to appoint Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to the Health Department, a known vaccine skeptic. So much like 2016, Trump is coming with a host of untested policies, radical but controversial ones. This time, though, he has two advantages. One, he knows his way around Washington. And two, he could have a Republican Congress. We are possibly looking at a historic presidential term. Good or bad, only time will tell. So the results are in. It's now time for a post-mortem. The polls promised us a tight contest, but this is anything but. So what did result day tell us about the public sentiment? Let's dive into the voting data. The biggest issue this time was the economy. No two ways about it. For 39% of the voters, it was the number one concern. Whether it's sluggish jobs or recession fears or the cost of living crisis, that's the top issue. At number two was immigration, the mess that's been created at the southern border. 20% voters called it their most important issue. So that's 59% for economy and border, two issues that are considered to be Trump's strength. And what about abortion? It was number three at 11%. So the big picture is clear. 59% voters gave priority to Trump's biggest campaign points. Only 11% gave priority to Harris's biggest promise. Which brings us to voting blocks. We heard a lot of theories heading into election day that women would flock to Harris, that Latinos would abandon Trump. Did any of that actually happen? The simple answer is no. Around 54% women voted for Kamala Harris, 44% voted for Trump. So yes, Harris got more women votes, but Trump's share is actually 2% up from 2020. So he's added more women voters to his coalition. Now, Harris's pitch was simple. Only she can protect abortion rights in America, but clearly that did not resonate. Maybe women are not single-issue voters. They care about things beyond abortion too. Secondly, black and Latino voters. Again, a so-called weakness for Trump. Trump won 45% of Hispanic voters this time. Harris won 53%. So yes, she leads, but Trump's share has increased. And listen to this, it has increased by 13% compared to 2020. So once again, he's added to his coalition. Among black voters, he stands at 12%, which is unchanged from the last election. Among black men, he's up 1% from the last time. He's up. So to recap, more women and Latinos voted for Trump this time. But guess who did not? Believe it or not, white voters. Trump is down 3% among white voters compared to last year. Now remember, these are all exit polls. The official results do not calculate race or gender. But it does tell a story. The narrative was that Trump alienated voters of color. A lot of focus was on his rally in New York. One of his supporters called Puerto Rico floating garbage. But none of that has hurt his support base. Clearly, this was a vote cutting through race and gender, a vote on the state of the economy, the state of the border, basically a vote against the current status quo in America. And credit to Trump, because his team read the sentiment well. The Democrats talked about joy, about democracy being in danger, about Trump's denial of the 2020 results, but they were completely off. Those were not the key issues this time. The key issues were economy and the border. Trump kept hammering down on these issues even on election eve, and you can see the result. Plus, some of the Democratic talking points simply did not strike a chord. For example, transgender rights. Perhaps the push was well-intentioned, but this wasn't the election to do it. Exit polls found 50% of the voters said that trans rights had gone too far. Remember those Trump rants about men competing in women's sports? Well, they seem to have resonated. Same with the fake news about migrants eating dogs and cats. Harris mocked Trump for saying all of that. But the electorate was deeply concerned about the border. So the biggest takeaway from this election is this. The Democrats completely misread it, whether it was the anger against the economy, the anger against Joe Biden, or the perception about Kamala Harris. She wasn't seen as distinct from Biden. She was very much seen as part of the problem. In 2016, the Democrats underestimated Donald Trump and they paid the price for it. This time, they did not repeat that mistake, but they did underestimate the voter. In any election, anywhere in the world, that's a losing strategy. So one night, two very different fates. Donald Trump is jubilant. He's claimed victory. His supporters are celebrating. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, is nowhere to be seen. She hasn't conceded defeat yet. The mood is glum in the Democrat camp. It's morning right now here in Washington, D.C., as you can see. But we were up all night tracking the updates. So what did it look like for both the candidates? How did the election night unfold in the United States? Our next report tells you.
They came with the hope of witnessing history. A victory for Kamala Harris, making her the first woman to become the US president. On election night, the manicured lawns of Howard University were packed, with people ready to celebrate. They were nervous, yet hopeful.
It's like it's home here, so it's like coming home to watch one of your own do something big. You know, I can't even tell you what it means to be here.
Howard is Kamala Harris's alma mater, a university that shaped her life. She graduated in 1986 and has since returned here multiple times. Yet no visit was as important as this one. She chose Howard as her election night headquarters.
We are at Howard University, the alma mater of Kamala Harris. She graduated from here in 1986 and she's going to watch the election results from here. So you can see the excitement in the build-up to the result declaration.
Harris's night started early. She had dinner with her family, something she calls a tradition. After that, she headed to Howard University to camp with her team and watch the results. On a giant screen, results from some key states started flashing. There was applause as Harris racked up some easy blue states. But soon, laughter turned into horror. As key states were declared, her supporters fell silent. Harris was supposed to address the crowd, but she did not. Her campaign advisor made this announcement instead.
We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Well, the fight is over. Harris is yet to concede. But on the other side, Donald Trump was quick to claim victory. He started his day in Florida, at West Palm Beach. Here he cast his vote along with his wife, Melania Trump. From there, it was a quick trip to Mar-a-Lago, Trump's luxury resort club in Palm Beach. He had his followers and supporters there. Elon Musk spent the night with him, along with many others. The Trump election headquarters was a short distance away, at this convention center. His supporters gathered here for a watch party. The election was first called by Fox News, and once that happened, they erupted in celebration.
Donald Trump will become the 47th President of the United States.
Other major networks were yet to call it, but Trump decided on an early victory lap. He headed from Mar-a-Lago to the Trump election headquarters along with his family, and this is where he claimed victory.
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal.
The speech was a long one, including a lot of thank yous, promises, and hopes for the next 4 years.
I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady, who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together.
The same election night, yet two very different endings.
World leaders rushed to congratulate Donald Trump. Among them was Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Listen to his message. As you build on the successes of your previous term, I look forward to renewing our collaboration to further strengthen India-US comprehensive global and strategic partnership. Together, let's work for the betterment of our people and to promote global peace, stability and prosperity. Prime Minister Modi also added a personal touch. He called Donald Trump his friend. But what does this result mean for India? How will it affect India-US ties? Broadly speaking, nothing will change. This is a long-term strategic partnership. Both Democrats and Republicans agree on that. Having said that, a leadership change is always important, and Prime Minister Modi has seen a number of them. When he first became Prime Minister, Barack Obama was president. In 2017, Donald Trump took over. In 2021, Joe Biden took over, and now Trump is back. So Modi has worked with 3 different US presidents. He had great equations with all of them, especially with Trump. Together, they attended the Howdy Modi event in Texas. They took part later in a grand rally at the Ahmedabad Stadium. So chemistry is not a problem. Trump is a known entity in New Delhi, which brings us to policy. Donald Trump has promised a tariff on all imports, which includes Indian imports. They're worth about $75 billion. They include medicines and engineering goods. Yes, Trump's tariffs will hurt that trade, but hopefully it won't escalate into a conflict. Same with H-1B work visas. Trump is expected to curb work permits for immigrants. He says immigrants are eating up American jobs. A third issue could be supply chains. India and the US are setting up semiconductor plants in India. Again, it's a sore point for Trump. He says American firms should produce in America. If not, they should face more taxes. It will take a few months to get some clarity on these policies, and even if there are issues, the two sides know each other well. They should be able to settle differences. Which brings us to the politics then. Trump's presidency was very important for West Asia. During that time, Arab states normalized ties with Israel, which opened the gate for India. We joined the I2U2 grouping. It includes India, Israel, the UAE and the US. New Delhi and Washington are also building a shipping corridor to Europe, one that starts from India and passes via West Asia. So Trump's normalization deals are good news for India. The bad news is Iran. India is planning to invest millions of dollars in the Chabahar port in Iran. But Trump is a bona fide Iran hawk. He could take offense to India's project, perhaps even consider sanctions. We saw that in 2018. Until then, India used to import cheap oil from Iran, but Trump imposed biting sanctions. Soon afterwards, India stopped buying. Now we come to the neighborhood. Trump is one of the few US presidents who publicly called out Pakistan. He accused them of betrayal in the war on terror. Even cut off military aid to them. Joe Biden, though, resumed that aid. On Bangladesh, too, Trump has a different position. He recently said that the country was in chaos. He accused mobs of attacking Hindus and other minorities. Biden, though, cozied up to Muhammad Yunus. The question is, was this campaign rhetoric from Trump, or will it continue in office? India will be hoping it's the latter, that it will translate into policy. And finally, we have China and Russia. Trump had a stable relationship with Vladimir Putin. He even pushed for reinstating Russia in the G7, which is good news for India again. A stable US-Russia relationship means no more tightrope walks for India. And with China, Trump has been aggressive. He will be aggressive. He was president during the Galwan clashes in 2020. In public, he offered to mediate, but his officials criticized China's actions. So lots of variables to consider, but unlike Russia or China or the West, New Delhi won't be thinking too much about this change of guard, and that's not a reflection on Trump. It's a reflection of India's geopolitical position. So India has welcomed the result, but not everyone shares this sentiment. The US election was closely watched in capitals across the world. Once the results became clear, the messages started trickling in. One of the first messages came from Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. His country is at war. But it did not delay Netanyahu from wishing Trump. He called it, and I'm quoting, history's greatest comeback. Of course, Netanyahu has a lot to be happy about. He shares a great friendship with Donald Trump. In his first stint in office, Trump brokered the Abraham Accords, normalizing ties between Israel and the Arab states. He recognized Israeli sovereignty over Golan Heights. He moved the US embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. So Netanyahu would be happy with the result. Trump backed him in his first term, and he expects the same this time. But there's another leader at war who does not have that assurance. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He did congratulate Trump, though, praising his peace-to-strength approach. But Ukraine would be nervous this morning. As a candidate, Donald Trump promised to push Zelensky to end this war. He wants Ukraine to cut a deal with Russia, one that could lead to loss of territory. There's also the question of aid. Chances are Trump won't be as benevolent as Biden. And without money, Zelensky will find this war hard to sustain. He needs the United States. He has had years of differences with Trump, so today's congratulatory message was an attempt to do some damage control. But will it work? The world is fighting two wars. Trump wants to stop them. He mentioned it explicitly in his victory speech.
Want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars.
So Trump wants no wars. But can he influence his friend Vladimir Putin? Trump shares a good relationship with the Russian president. He's called Putin a genius. He's called him, and I'm quoting, the smartest one. That's what Trump said for Putin. In fact, Trump cannot stop praising the Russian president. But will that translate into better ties? Russia is a hostile state for America, and it's unlikely that this hostility will disappear overnight or with Trump in office. And Russia knows that too. Their sovereign fund head has floated the idea of a reset. Kremlin too seems open to it. Yet Putin has no plans to congratulate Trump, it seems.
As for congratulations, I am not aware of the president's plans to congratulate Trump on his election. Still, let's not forget that we are talking about an unfriendly country that is directly and indirectly involved in the war against our state.
So a lot of mixed signals, but China is only getting one signal, and that is more tariffs. Trump's win means more trouble for Beijing. Last time Trump waged a trade war against China, this time will be no better. Trump's already promised a second round of tariffs, this time on Chinese imports. So Beijing has very little to be happy about, and it showed in their statement. There were no congratulations for Trump, but China said it hoped for, and I'm quoting, peaceful coexistence. Iran, on the other hand, has no such expectations. Trump 1.0 was bad for Tehran. Trump 2.0 could be worse. And the country says it is prepared for it.
The election of the U.S. president doesn't have anything specific to do with us. Major policies of America and the Islamic Republic are fixed, and they won't heavily change by people replacing others. We have already made necessary preparations in advance.
Which brings us to Europe. They woke up to the possibility of a second Trump presidency. Most of them were quick to congratulate. French President Macron wished Trump. So did Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, and Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez. The NATO chief, too, chimed in. But that doesn't mean they're not worried. Trump's first term wasn't so great for them. He had patchy relations with leaders. He expressed disregard for the European Union. He threatened to quit NATO and even the United Nations. So Europe is rethinking its options. But there's one person who's happy amid all of this, and that is Hungary's Viktor Orban. He's hailed Trump's victory, calling it, and I'm quoting, a much-needed win for the world.
I see a shining victory, perhaps the biggest comeback of the history of Western politics. It's been a huge fight. He was threatened with prison. His wealth was confiscated. They wanted to kill him. The whole media world turned against him in America, and he still won.
So the coming days will change a lot. While campaigning, Donald Trump promised a lot, like ending the Ukraine war in 24 hours or pledging new tariffs on China. Will he act on them? When he takes office, will he act on all of these promises, or was this just campaign rhetoric? We'll find out in the coming months. Now let's talk about the fallen soldier in this battle. Kamala Harris, who practically bled votes in this election. Out of the 538 electoral college votes, you need 270 to become the US president. According to projections and leads, Harris got 226. She couldn't win in a single swing state, not one. She failed to outperform President Joe Biden's 2020 record in a single state. She lost ground with female, Latino and Asian voters. So where did it all go wrong for her? Was it her baggage from the Biden administration? Was it the economy, immigration, all of the above, or something else altogether? Our next report tells you why Harris lost.
You won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow.
In the end, joy turned to dread. Vice President Kamala Harris never took the stage at her election watch party as echoes of 2016 filled the premises. Much like when Hillary Clinton lost the presidential race. And her campaign chairman, not Hillary, came out to address her election night supporters.
Amazing job, and she is not done yet.
Harris's historic attempt to become the first female president of the United States has been quashed, and how? Former President Donald Trump is returning with a bigger mandate. In sharp contrast, Harris failed to outperform President Joe Biden's 2020 record in a single state. Trump is projected to sweep all the 7 swing states. This was not the only setback for Harris. She lost ground with female voters. 54% women voted for Harris. That's 3% less than what Biden had won in 2020. She also lost out on Latino and Asian votes, with a loss of 6% in Latino votes compared to Biden's win in 2020. So where did it all go wrong for Kamala Harris? The first reason is Harris herself. She is not battle-tested. She had been running for president for about 16 weeks against a man who'd basically been running for 9 years. Second, Harris overemphasized on abortion rights while blaming Trump.
Today, our daughters know fewer rights than their grandmothers. This is a healthcare crisis, and we all know who was to blame. Donald Trump.
He openly says that he is, quote, proud that he overturned Roe v. Wade. Proud. Proud.
Sure, this was great for Harris. It was her party's strength. It was supposed to bring in last-minute voter surge. But what Harris forgot is that abortion may be a key issue, but it's not a unifying one in America, as sad as that is. It was the Democrats in 1992 who said, "It's the economy, stupid." That was their slogan. And Harris should have remembered it. She has been vice president for 4 years now, so all that has gone wrong with the cost of living crisis, with inflation, with anemic growth in employment, is also seen as her fault, and it weakened her campaign. Another crucial reason was immigration and protecting the border. Illegal migration in the United States was lower when Trump was president. It surged during Biden's term. And again, Harris was also held accountable for it. Which brings us to the fourth reason, her Biden baggage. Yes, the Biden administration dragged her down, but Harris made it significantly worse. During an interview, she was asked if she would do anything differently than Biden, and she said, "There's not a thing that comes to mind, not a thing." And the Trump campaign milked it. They played her answer on loop. So despite the fawning celebrity patronage, favorable media coverage, and record fundraising, Harris's campaign had a lot of holes. That being said, not everything is Harris's fault, like her own race and gender. It's hard to prove that Harris can lose because of sexism, but gender plays a major role in how Americans vote. Trump has been victorious in 2 out of 3 bids for president. He lost to a fellow white man, but defeated both his women challengers. For Harris, everything that can go wrong has gone wrong, paving the way for Trump's so-called greatest comeback.
Now let's look at a different type of world reaction to Trump's victory and Harris's defeat. The reaction in the in the markets. Yesterday we told you about the calm before the storm. Well, today it seems that the Trump hurricane has made landfall, affecting every single market. We'll focus on four different markets: commodities, chiefly gold and oil, the currency market, crypto, and finally global stocks. That's what we'll talk about today. We'll start with the commodities. They're down. Trump's victory means bad days ahead for this market. Let's look at gold first. Gold prices were down to an almost 3-week low today. And this is after they just hit a record high last Thursday. Gold prices had been steady in the run-up to this election because the yellow metal is considered a safe investment. But now that we know that Trump is coming back, the uncertainty has passed, so people don't need gold to protect them anymore. That's why gold is down. Next, let's look at another commodity, and that's oil. Prices started falling after it became increasingly clear that Donald Trump would win. The global oil benchmark, Brent crude, was down by more than 1%. I'll explain why in a moment. But before that, let's look at the currency market, because it is related. Yesterday, we told you how Trump's victory would cause the US dollar to surge because of his plans to impose tariffs on imported goods. We showed you how this action would cause the US dollar to increase in value. But the currency markets are not even waiting for Trump to take office. The rise of the dollar has already begun. The US dollar has surged by about 1.5% against a basket of different currencies. The dollar is up against the Japanese yen, the Chinese yuan, the euro, the pound, even the Indian rupee. The rupee hit an all-time low against the dollar earlier today. It fell because the dollar made gains against everything. So what does this mean for trade? Most trade is conducted in dollars, even if the US is not involved. So when the dollar rises, it means that imports automatically become more expensive, and this affects demand and causes prices to fall. So things return to the way they were. That's exactly what happened to oil prices today. They fell because the dollar surged. Other commodities could experience the same thing, the same trend, which is why a Trump victory is good for the dollar, but bad for the commodity market and bad for other currencies as well. Well, regular currencies anyway. Cryptocurrencies are a whole different matter. Crypto is celebrating Trump's victory. Bitcoin, the world's best-known cryptocurrency, rose to a record high today. It breached the $75,000 mark. Other cryptocurrencies rallied as well. Trump had promised to back the crypto industry. He was the pro-crypto candidate. So obviously the crypto market thinks that the future is bright for them, and they aren't the only ones. Stock market indices across the world rose today. Japan's Nikkei 225, India's Sensex and Nifty, Europe's Stock 600. We'll have to wait to see how the US markets react today, but they had started making gains yesterday, when a Trump victory seemed increasingly likely. Now, the result has also caused stocks to rally almost everywhere, like I said, but there was one notable exception, and that was the Hang Seng Index, based in Hong Kong. The Hang Seng fell by over 2% today, bucking trends seen around the globe, and the reason is simple. China is firmly in Trump's crosshairs. He has promised harsh measures when it comes to Beijing. He said he could raise tariffs on Chinese goods to as high as 60%, 60%. That would be impossible to escape unscathed. So the Chinese markets reacted today as it became clear that Trump would win. Will Beijing intervene to protect its markets tomorrow? Or will we continue to see them bleed? The next few days should prove interesting as markets all over the world adjust to the reality of Trump's return. So this presidential election went off without too much of a hitch, but the run-up to this moment was tense. Things could have gone sideways. Security was ramped up all over the United States. But despite this, there were attempts to sow chaos. There were multiple bomb scares at polling booths in crucial swing states. The U.S. claims that there's a Russia angle to the bomb threats. It's an allegation that Moscow has vehemently denied. Here's our report.
We planned heavily for the incident of a bomb threat being called in. And it's a good thing we did, because that's the only thing that happened today was 32 bomb threats at different polling locations. 32.
There were 4 bomb threats in Navajo County. Federal and state authorities have indicated that these are not credible. There is no credibility to these bomb threats.
We've also been made aware that in the course of the last hour, multiple bomb threats have been called into polling locations and municipal buildings across Pennsylvania.
Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. there were bomb scares in all these states. Bomb threats targeting polling booths. None of the threats proved to be credible, so the goal was obvious. It was to cause chaos. Why these states in particular? All of them had one thing in common. They were all swing states, the states that would decide the outcome of this election. Most of the threats targeted one location in particular, Fulton County in the state of Georgia. 32 of its 177 polling stations faced bomb threats. Most were easily dismissed, but 5 of them had to be closed temporarily, and voters were evacuated. Security sweeps had to be conducted there before they could be reopened. Because of the delays, voting hours were extended. So while it was inconvenient, it didn't necessarily cause lasting damage. But who was behind the hoax? Who would take pleasure in making the lives of American voters more difficult? America's Federal Bureau of Investigation pointed to Russia. They released this statement and said that the threats came from Russian email domains. It's a story that a lot of Americans bought.
I talked a little bit earlier about that Russian hoax and that bomb scare. And I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated. Russia has just decided they picked on the wrong Georgia. They need to pick on the other one in the Black Sea, because we're not going to be intimidated. But we're just excited about where we are right now.
That was a member of the Republican Party, Trump's party. Even he believed that Russia was trying to derail this election. Democrats believed it as well, of course, and they thought that they were the targets.
I think that there are some people who are trying to discourage people in South Fulton from voting. But we are the blackest city in the United States. We are the descendants we are the sons and daughters of people who faced lynch mobs, water cannons, and canines to exercise the right to vote. And so we aren't going to let a bomb threat turn us around.
Russia has categorically denied any involvement. The Russian embassy in Washington called the accusations malicious slander. And think about it. Emails originating from Russian email domains? The plot wasn't very sophisticated. Making threats from Russian email domains seems like an amateur move, probably not something the KGB or other Russian agencies would do. Despite this, both the American parties believed the Russian interference theory. Either way, it doesn't seem to have had any real effect on the final results. If the race were closer, then maybe. But as things stand, the bomb threats don't seem to have mattered.
And it's been a big day, not just for the US, but also for the news industry. Voters rely on media outlets to track the scores, so it's an all-hands-on-deck situation. While their facts and data may be the same across the board, their coverage has vast differences. In the US, Fox News channel has dominated cable election coverage. They were also the first to declare Trump's victory. In France, a newspaper called the same win, and I'm quoting, "every reason to fear the future." Meanwhile, British papers spoke of, and I'm quoting again, bewilderment at the polls in Tinderbox America. In India, headlines mentioned hope. In Ukraine, nervousness, while the Chinese called it a money-burning event. Safe to say, the US elections have dominated news coverage the world over. Our next report tells you how.
United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win.
Hours before the polls opened for the US presidential election, Fox declared it a record quarter for revenue.
That Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
And the reason is obvious. Fox News has dominated cable US election coverage, and today the Trump-leaning network became the first to declare the former president's victory. They called him the biggest political phoenix from the ashes. Soon enough, other media outlets followed the world over, while they warned the viewers that these were projections as of now. But the tension and excitement was palpable as networks quickly moved to the post-mortem stage. New York Times, which has faced backlash over its coverage of Trump, called the US a splintered nation in suspense. Now NYT has not been alone in favoring Harris. studies show that 84% of Harris's coverage throughout the election cycle has been positive, while Trump's has been 89% negative. In the same way, the paper's headline was not alone in its anxiety-laden emotions. And not just in the US, British Daily Mail declared that Tinderbox America is on a knife's edge. Channel 4 in the UK reported a sense of bewilderment. The channel's broadcast was its first overnight coverage of a US presidential election since Bill Clinton defeated George H.W. Bush in 1992. Meanwhile, Daily Mirror reminded voters to pray for victory and brace for chaos. And with Trump's face plastered over the cover, Daily Star called it Bigly Trouble. And in France, Trump's political career was called the collapse of whole swathes of the US political system, with every reason to fear what Trump might do next. The palette of emotions shifted in India, where headlines awaited the results with bated breath, hoping that pragmatic policies will be maintained, whoever the victor. In neighboring China, the Chinese state media has been conspicuously silent in the run-up to the election, but later called the elections a money-burning event. Chinese mouthpiece Global Times pulled a China and opened a headline with all the negativity they could muster, saying, "Amid fears for violence, US election day voting begins." In Israel, an editorial piece screamed, "Trump is bad for Jews and bad for Israel," just as Kyiv nervously watched the election results unfold. All eyes the world over were on the US elections, with a concoction of nervousness, surprise, and wordy headlines.
And that's a wrap on our show today. We already have a winner, but the action is far from over. We'll be here in Washington, D.C. all week, bringing you the latest updates. So make sure you tune into First Post. We'll see you tomorrow.
Officially for Donald J. Trump.
The 47th President of the United States.
Thank you very much. Wow. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
We're going to help our country heal.
The race for the White House has finally come to an end. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump has won the 2024 presidential election. According to projections, the former president has defeated Vice President Kamala Harris to become the 47th president of the United States. In a race that was expected to go down to the wire, swing states including North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania turned red, giving Donald Trump a resounding victory. Addressing his supporters in Florida, Donald Trump called his win a movement unlike ever before.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
In his post-election speech, Donald Trump vowed to fight for American families and their future. The president-elect added that he would not rest until he creates a strong and prosperous America by fixing the economy and the border.
There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Surrounded by members from the Trump campaign, former President Donald Trump thanked his running mate J.D. Vance for supporting him.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. We're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
The now president-elect then went on to thank other campaign members, particularly billionaire Elon Musk, who was instrumental in his re-election bid. After purchasing Twitter, now X, it was Elon Musk who removed the ban on Donald Trump ahead of the election. The Tesla CEO also extensively campaigned for Donald Trump in the crucial swing state of Pennsylvania, and his efforts clearly paid off on election night.
Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he's an amazing guy.
Now, Donald Trump has now become only the second president in American history to have won the White House for a second time after losing re-election after the first term. The last time this happened was in 1892 when Grover Cleveland was renominated to the White House after being president in 1884, only to lose the election in 1888. However, Donald Trump has become the first president to survive an assassination attempt during campaigning and return to the White House. Last night's victory for Donald Trump in many ways will be considered one of the greatest political comebacks in American history. And staying with the race for the White House, Donald Trump pulled off a major win in the presidential race by flipping two key swing states, Georgia and Pennsylvania. Back in 2020, the same two states went to President Joe Biden, who witnessed a sweeping victory with over 50% in Pennsylvania and over 49% in Georgia. However, 4 years later, Donald Trump has flipped the key states to reclaim the White House. In Georgia, the former president reversed his 2020 loss by appealing to a diverse set of voters, including Latino and Black communities. Now, despite his hardline stance on issues like immigration, Latino men especially turned to Donald Trump, citing his handling of economic issues.
He was a president who was for real. He does his bullying thing. He makes his jokes. He has his way of speaking, but he does things well. The only one who can deal with the world like it is right now.
So I voted for Donald J. Trump. I feel like Trump has, I feel like in today's day and age, you vote for the person rather than the party. I'm not condoning like either actions from either president because they've both done bad, and I acknowledge that. But I feel like whoever has the best interest, or whoever I feel like has the most patriot feeling of America, is someone who will like take us further and lead us to a better place.
Now, interestingly, it was men who were not the only ones who voted for the former president. Despite his strong stance on abortion rights, Donald Trump also saw an increase in votes from women.
And I actually heard the Joe Rogan podcast with Trump, and just Trump answers questions directly. Sometimes he doesn't, but he's definitely more honest than Kamala Harris. You ask Kamala about her policies, she ends up saying, I came from a middle class. Like that's all she says.
Now in Pennsylvania, the state with the largest electoral vote count among all swing states, Donald Trump played up his experience and tough stance on economic policies. Per exit polls, this struck deep with the age group between 45 to 65 and beyond. And in the same state, white men were also in favor of the former president, with at least 55% siding with the former president. Donald Trump's win in the swing state underscores the erosion of the work done by President Biden, as Vice President Kamala Harris woefully underperformed President Biden's 2020 performance. The final swing state tallies are yet to be called. However, Donald Trump currently leads Kamala Harris in Arizona, Nevada, and Michigan, after having already swept the other swing states. And world leaders have congratulated Donald Trump after he declared victory in the presidential election. In a social media post, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called Donald Trump's return to the White House history's greatest comeback. Netanyahu also called for a powerful recommitment to the alliance between Israel and America. Turkey's President Erdogan called Donald Trump's re-election a great struggle. Erdogan further hoped that Trump's second term would bring regional peace to wars in Gaza and Ukraine. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky praised the Republican leader and said he relies on America's support in the war against Russia. Donald Trump's peace ultimatum reportedly includes halting military aid to Kyiv, forcing the country to cede some territories and abandon its NATO ambitions. Russia's former president Dmitry Medvedev said Donald Trump's win would probably be bad news for Ukraine. And the Kremlin said Vladimir Putin does not plan to congratulate Donald Trump. Now, China also did not congratulate Donald Trump on his victory as well. However, it does hope for a peaceful coexistence with the United States.
Our policy towards the U.S. is consistent. We will continue to view and handle China-U.S. relations under the principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation.
Meanwhile, good wishes also poured in from the United Kingdom as Prime Minister Keir Starmer hoped for prosperity for both countries. French President Emmanuel Macron said he was ready to work with his incoming U.S. counterpart, as they did just 4 years ago. And Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni hailed Donald Trump's good work and called Italy and America sister nations. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who calls Donald Trump a good friend, posted multiple pictures of them together to wish him well on the win. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese also congratulated Donald Trump, who defeated Vice President Kamala Harris in an extremely tight race. NATO Chief Mark Rutte, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, and presidents of El Salvador and South Korea also hailed Trump's victory.
I see a shining victory, perhaps the biggest comeback of the history of Western politics. It's been a huge fight. He was threatened with prison, his wealth was confiscated, they wanted to kill him, the whole media world turned against him in America, and he still won. This means a big encouragement for those who believe in willpower, fighting, perseverance. For the world, it means the hope of peace.
Donald Trump has been critical of the NATO alliance and has even accused European partners of not paying enough for security. Now it's too early to say if Donald Trump will maintain his relationships with these nations, but all eyes will be on his decisions for Ukraine and Gaza, where he has repeatedly called for an end to the wars. And against all odds and storms of controversy, Donald Trump will be returning to the White House. Under blazing lights in Florida, he declared, "America, this is your victory." Surrounded by family and supporters, he promised a golden age ahead. Flanked by his running mate J.D. Vance, Donald Trump vowed to seal the borders, revive the economy, and make America great again. Our next report dives into Donald Trump's fiery Florida address.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
4 years ago, he is now...
Just after winning Pennsylvania, Donald Trump began with a triumphant tone at the Palm Beach County Convention Center in Florida. Surrounded by family and an ecstatic crowd, the former president stood tall, thanking the nation that despite all odds, propelled him to a historic comeback.
They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment. And then he just goes in.
Flanked by his running mate J.D. Vance, Donald Trump painted a vision of a golden age of America.
Say a couple of words.
His promise was clear, a powerful rebirth that would make America strong, safe, and proud again.
Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. We're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
With sweeping electoral votes in his favor and Republicans reclaiming the Senate, Donald Trump called the Senate wins incredible. The address was electric and Trump's voice echoed with confidence. But even though most of his family members and his allies were giving him a massive shout-out, there was someone missing from the stage, and it was the Tesla CEO and Trump's staunchest ally, Elon Musk. But his absence was not missed because Donald Trump vowed to save the geniuses.
Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy.
Not just the tech titan, but the CEO of the ultimate fighting champion was also not far behind in appreciating the new president. Dana White, who vociferously endorsed Trump throughout the latter's campaign, called him the most resilient man he has ever met.
This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family.
Consecutive terms.
The rally had the crowd on its feet, and as they cheered, Trump's recent words from his final Michigan rally echoed.
If you vote for Lion Kamala, you will have 4 more years of misery, failure, and disaster our country may never recover from.
Donald Trump's stance on tariffs also hit home with supporters, where he vowed to impose a 100% tariff on cars made in Mexico.
We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally.
As he wrapped up, the atmosphere was electric in Mar-a-Lago.
He did a great job. He was very fearless, and he took care of Pennsylvania. You know, that the people saw he almost got killed there. So it's very historical that he's going to flip that state.
It's going to be harder to try to steal the election this time. You know, it's kind of America's woken up a little. You know, we really needed to wake up, and it took a certain person to do that. And now that we are, I think it's going to be harder to try to overcome this positivity that we all have for Trump.
Trump knew this wasn't just about votes. It was a movement. He made his final bow, leaving his supporters with one last promise. Now it's time to make America great again.
And finally, a grand meme fest took over social media as the presidential election ended. Some recalled The Simpsons' prediction of Donald Trump winning the White House, while others trolled First Lady Jill Biden on unwittingly becoming a MAGA supporter. Here's our final report.
Election day has come to a close. And now for voters across the United States, the next steps are panicking and Googling exit polls every minute to know who has won this year's extremely tight race. For most of us, this election anxiety is real. It definitely messes with our minds and gives us a nervous stomach. But luckily, we have a blessing called social media to find humor even during this high-stakes contest. Let's start with the best. When the counting began and battleground states were still too soon to be called, the colors on the map, well, looked something like this. Stress levels went through the roof. With a close race in Pennsylvania, with the state being considered the key to the White House. While some of the posts on X recalled The Simpsons' predictions, others wondered who between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris was the lesser of two evils. But while people are obsessing, or should we say fighting, over a Trump or Harris presidency, America's first ladies managed to steal the spotlight with their outfits. Social media was sent into a frenzy when current First Lady Jill Biden showed up to cast her vote wearing a red pantsuit. Yes, red, the color associated with Trump's Republican Party. And when former First Lady Melania Trump reached with her husband to cast her ballot, internet users couldn't help but notice that she refused to take off her sunglasses. Some people questioned whether Melania Trump was really there, or was that a body double, an impostor of sorts?
Take over, Elijah!
The meme machinery didn't even spare the friendship between Donald Trump and billionaire Elon Musk. Mind you, Elon Musk himself shared some memes with the hope of getting an official post in the White House. And when the world is contributing to the grand meme fest, how can Indians stay far behind? The world's largest population is keenly awaiting the next US president. For them, the election fever is as real as it gets. So while some Indians were sharing election updates minute by minute, others asked them to calm down a bit. Some memers also photoshopped Trump's picture over Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's, hoping for his landslide victory.
The 47th president.
Surely the meme fest would continue even after the next president is officially sworn in. And with the power of social media, users will continue to paint the picture of what they believe is the future of America.
Thanks everyone for tuning in today and all throughout our election coverage. We'll be right back here tomorrow, and we look forward to having you right here with us. Have a great day, everyone. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Now our top focus is on Kenya, one of the largest and strongest economies in East and Central Africa. It has stepped up its efforts to join BRICS, a group of the world's emerging economies. Kenyan President William Ruto has approached China to gain support for the BRICS membership. Li Shi, a top Chinese official, concluded an official visit to Kenya on Tuesday, and during the bilateral talks in Nairobi, President Ruto requested China's backing for Kenya's bid to join BRICS. Originally founded as BRIC, the group expanded to become BRICS in 2010 with South Africa's entry. The original members include Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. However, the group expanded this year to join more members. The new BRICS members include Iran, the UAE, and also the African nations of Ethiopia and Egypt. Saudi Arabia has accepted the invitation, but is yet to officially join the bloc. The group was established to bring together the world's most important developing countries, with an aim to challenge the political and economic power of the West. Now, the expanded BRICS has a combined population of about 3.5 billion, or 45% of the world's inhabitants. Combined members' economies are worth more than $28.5 trillion, which is about 28% of the global economy. With Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE as members, BRICS countries produce about 44% of the world's crude oil. During this year's BRICS summit in the Russian city of Kazan, the members pledged to add 13 new partners, which include 3 more African nations, Algeria, Uganda, and Nigeria. Russian President Putin had earlier said that around 34 nations have expressed interest to join the bloc. As more countries are considering joining BRICS, experts in Kenya have been urging the Ruto government to follow suit for economic and trade benefits. They say the BRICS members can enable the East African nation to create better markets for its agricultural products. Experts also say that the use of local currency should be increased to promote intra-Africa trade, and there needs to be a reduction in dependency on the US dollar. African nations are seeking alternatives to reduce dependency on lenders, like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. For years, multilateral lenders have had bad reputations in African countries for providing loans based on stringent conditions, which have disproportionately affected the poor. Now, Kenya, which is struggling under a massive $82 billion debt, has also criticized international lenders for unusually high interest rates. In order to meet the IMF's policy reform demands for a lending program, President Ruto proposed new tax hikes this year, which were later scrapped after they met a heavy public criticism and outrage. Massive anti-tax protests broke out in the country, which soon turned into a wider campaign against Ruto. Apart from financial benefits, some also point out the more inclusivity and political neutrality that BRICS offers. Moreover, it can provide Kenya a platform for greater influence on the global stage. To discuss further on the prospects of Kenya joining BRICS, we are being joined by Patrick Bond. He is a political economist who is joining us from Johannesburg, South Africa. Hello to you, Patrick.
Alison, nice to be back with you. Thanks.
Great to have you. Now, what strategic advantages does Kenya hope to gain by joining the BRICS group, and how might this impact its economic and diplomatic position, both regionally and globally?
Well, as you remember, the Kazan summit about 3 weeks ago in Russia had quite a few prospective BRICS members, amongst which was not Kenya, but Uganda was admitted as a partner along with Algeria and Nigeria, two very oil-rich countries. And Uganda will soon become an oil-rich country with Chinese National Overseas Oil Corporation and Total exporting once they get their pipeline in place. The other two being Ethiopia and Egypt. Now, South Africa normally would be the sort of arbiter of who joins from Africa, the way Russia did with nearly half a dozen countries from its region, and China from Southeast Asia, 4 major countries, and then from Latin America, Brazil chose 2 smaller but left-wing countries, Bolivia and Cuba. Now, the dilemma is that, and India as well as a major force, of course, but the dilemma is, what do you really get out of it? You get potential access to the BRICS New Development Bank, and they do have slightly lower interest rates. However, Ethiopia, having defaulted just before it joined BRICS earlier this year, wouldn't be a logical member. Egypt already is. And these, by the way, partnerships aren't really full memberships. I think we'll only learn in Brazil next year, when Lula hosts the BRICS, what partnership means and whether they're going to add new partners and what is the scaling up from being a partner to a member. So it's a bit unclear. I think it's prestige and it's a balancing act so that the West knows, well, we can't really count entirely on Kenya to be our friend unless we offer more benefits.
Right. And how significant is China's role in determining Kenya's potential accession to BRICS? And what are the key interests or conditions that China might have in exchange for its support?
Well, I would guess that the Chinese are thinking they've got a large outstanding loan on their major Mombasa-Nairobi rail line that still is contested. The uprising that you had clips of, especially Gen Z, the youth, saying, well, we want a debt audit. We think there might have been some corruption in that loan. It was a deal that maybe didn't entirely make sense in the terms, double the cost is what some would say, because of all of the padding on that huge rail line, about 10% of Kenya's debt right there. So I suspect that the Beijing logic is, well, if we can entice the leaders of Kenya in, and don't forget, just the day before the uprising of Gen Z it was June 25th this year. The day before, Joe Biden, the US president, had offered William Ruto, the president, the Kenya non-NATO major ally status. That's a very important role that even South Africa doesn't have, as sort of an ally of Washington. And I think, again, it's that balancing act to have a tug of war. That's relatively unique in Africa because there are too many, let's say, one-sided relationships, and I think this is an interesting balancing.
Right. And could Kenya's alignment with BRICS, as you've touched on now, affect these existing relationships with the Western countries, particularly the US, in terms of trade and development aid? And how might this shift influence in economic policies?
Well, you've announced Donald Trump, I think, as the incoming president in January in the United States, and he'll be determining a great deal of those AGOA, Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, trade relations with countries he really has very little regard for. He may give Kenya a break. It's not that important a relationship compared, say, to South Africa or Angola or Lesotho. But for Kenya, the potential there is that you could talk to Trump and say, well, like a very good relationship with Ruto, that the U.S. should keep a big presence. On the other hand, with Trump, you just never know what you're going to get, and his disdain for anything, African, has been made very clear, and his including European support, the economic partnership agreements, I think will be tested. This is a period we're entering of what ideologically can be called paleo-conservatism, a reactionary, let me call it isolationist approach, and Europeans are also subject to those very pressures as their right wing also rises. Kenya's obviously trying to play it in different ways and probably continue to find ways to keep the populace down while these elites do these deals. I'm not sure it's going to, that the center can hold.
Right. Patrick, thank you very much for being with us on the show. As always, great to speak with you.
Thank you.
And for our next story, we shift our focus to Equatorial Guinea, a small nation on the west coast of Central Africa. The tiny nation is in shock due to a high-profile sex scandal that is now making headlines around the world. Over 400 sex tapes involving a high-ranking Equatorial Guinean civil servant are doing the rounds on social media. Now, the scandal surrounds Baltazar Ebang Ngonga, who is the director of the country's National Financial Investigation Agency. The official is also involved in a corruption row. During the probe, authorities found around 400 sex videos of him and multiple women on his computer. Some of these women include his brother's wife, the president's cousin and sister, the Director General of Police's wife, and the spouses of over 20 ministers. Now, Ngonga's office was the site of many of these sexual encounters. It is not clear if the sexual activities with the women were consensual or if any of the women had lodged formal complaints against him. Some reports say that these scenes were filmed with consent, and some of the videos were leaked on social media, prompting shock and outrage from the officials after they went viral. The sheer size and the profiles of the people involved has pushed the government into a panic mode. The government, led by President Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, who has been ruling Equatorial Guinea since 1982, is now worried as the videos have denigrated the tiny Central African country's image. Ever since the videos went viral, the government has taken actions to curb their spread. The civil servant, Ebang Ngonga, has been suspended and the probe over the scandal is underway. Apart from Ngonga, the government said that all of those appearing in the sex tapes would also be suspended without providing names, while those responsible for securing the buildings in which these videos were allegedly filmed would be reprimanded for failing to do their jobs. The government has ordered a crackdown on sex in government offices. It has ordered new measures to prevent judiciary and ministry officials from engaging in illicit acts at work. These include installing security cameras in all offices, as well as stepping up security. Apart from this, authorities said that if medical examinations reveal that Ebang Ngonga was infected with a sexually transmitted disease, he would be prosecuted for an offence against public health. And lastly, the flow of internet has been severely disrupted in the country to curb the widespread sharing of the sex tapes. As per reports, these videos were first spread on WhatsApp groups before being posted to Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and X. Ebang Ngonga, who serves in the finance ministry, is nicknamed Bello, which is Spanish for beautiful, on account of his good looks. The 54-year-old is a married father. He is the son of the current chairman of the Commission of the Central African Economic and Monetary Community. He is also related to the country's long-serving president. While such scandals involving politicians and high-profile officials have emerged before, this case in Equatorial Guinea is one of the biggest incidents to shake the world, and it puts another dent on the country's image, already suffering from high rates of poverty. And now shifting our focus to North Africa, where Sudan has once again accused neighboring Chad of supplying arms in the conflict. Sudan's army-backed government has filed a complaint at the African Union, accusing Chad of supplying arms and mercenaries to the rebel militias, which reports suggest is likely a reference to the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or the RSF, that it has been battling in the North African country. According to reports, Sudan's Justice Minister, Mawia Osman, has said that the government filed the complaint with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and was demanding compensation from Chad. Sudan also accused the neighboring country of providing arms to rebels, as well as causing harm to the Sudanese citizens. He also added that the army-backed government will present all of the relevant evidence to the authorities. Now, ever since April 2023, there has been a power struggle between the Sudanese army, led by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, led by Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, who have been vying for control over territory. According to the United Nations, the conflict has led to over 20,000 lives being lost. Moreover, the conflict has created one of the world's largest displacement crises, with over 10 million people being displaced and parts of the country seeing extreme hunger or famine. The conflict has also seen several countries reportedly getting involved and taking sides, including Iran, the UAE, Russia, China, Serbia, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Egypt, and Turkey. Reports have found weapons linked to these countries present in Sudan. But this is not the first time that Sudan has accused Chad. The Sudanese authorities have previously charged that Chad was facilitating the delivery of weapons from the UAE to Sudan and channeling them to the RSF through its border. Now, to contextualize, Sudan and Chad share a 1,400-kilometer border. The army-backed government has also been accusing the RSF of involving foreign mercenaries and committing crimes against humanity in Sudan.
This militia, the Rapid Support Forces, engage foreign mercenaries to seize power and undermine the transitional period, destroying public and private property and committing murder, rape, theft, and looting, practices that constitute crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. However, the Sudanese people and their armed forces are determined to preserve the Sudanese state and its institutions and defeat this scheme. Looking forward to an active role from various brotherly and friendly countries, stakeholders and specialists in the process of restoring the urban sector that has been affected by the systematic targeting by this militia.
Now, Chad has repeatedly denied these accusations, with the most recent dismissal being in October. The Central African country had then said it was not supporting any factions that were fighting on Sudanese territory. The country reiterated that it was in favor of peace. Chad is yet to respond to the complaint filed by Sudan at the African Union. It has taken in about 680,000 refugees from Sudan, which is more than any other country. The constant accusations between Sudan and Chad have also soured their diplomatic relations. In June, Sudan recalled its ambassador from Chad, and last year in December, Chad also declared 4 Sudanese diplomats as persona non grata. In retaliation, Sudan asked 3 Chadian diplomats to leave the country. But with the conflict intensifying in Sudan and relations becoming fraught between Sudan and Chad, the future of humanitarian aid has also been in question. The United Nations uses the Andre border, which is between Sudan and Chad, to deliver humanitarian aid to the people of Sudan. Now, Sudan had initially agreed to keep the crossing open for 3 months, a period set to expire on the 15th of November. Authorities in Khartoum are yet to decide whether to extend the arrangement or not. While the Sudan conflict worsens and the North African country continues to accuse Chad of meddling in the conflict, it is the people of Sudan who are continuing to bear the brunt from this chaos. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our story today is from the Ivory Coast. Creches in the country have become the ultimate mom hack. Childcare centres are popping up everywhere, from fancy neighbourhoods to bustling markets. There are now 254 private creches and nurseries across the Ivory Coast. Moms can now have a few hours to themselves while their little ones learn to babble and build sandcastles. These childcare havens are helping moms return to work, one diaper-free hour at a time. Here are all the details.
Let's be real. Whether it's a working mom or a stay-at-home mom, sometimes all they need is a break. Enter the humble creche, a magical place where children can run free but in a supervised learning environment. The African country of Ivory Coast is seeing a creche boom. If a person can afford it, then they can drop their little bundle of energy at one of the 254 private creches and nurseries in the country. 200 of them are up and running in Abidjan. The state is also in on the game with around 300 more affordable creches for the masses. That's nearly double from last year's count of 174. For moms, the creche is nothing short of a lifesaver.
It's mainly that it allows me to take a breather, get a bit of energy, and in the evening when it comes, I'm still in good shape. And well, for the moment, as I haven't started work, it's already helping me to put the house in order, to relax a bit and to know how I'm going to anticipate the things to come. Because when she's here, it's difficult.
I prefer to put my child in a creche so that I can be more peaceful and more productive at work. I don't have to worry about what's going on at home and all that, because with nannies at home, parents, you don't trust them anymore. At school, at least you have some security, so you're more at peace.
According to a creche manager in Abidjan, these creches don't just help moms catch a break, they help them recharge emotionally and physically.
First of all, it relieves the parents, because in our system, the maids don't stay long, the children are insecure. There are maids who kidnap children, maids who hit children. And when a child stays at home all day, what does he learn?
The rise of creches in Ivory Coast is tied to the surge of women entering the job market. In 2022, a whopping 51% of Ivorian women were seeking employment. This is up from 46% the previous year. And while most of them are hustling in the informal sector, more and more are moving into salaried positions. And now, according to reports, more than 20% of formal businesses in the country are owned by women. Talk about running the world. But it's not just the corporate ladies who are benefiting. Market stall holders like popcorn sellers are also reaping the rewards. The market management so kindly opened a few years ago. For a modest fee, mothers can now focus on their work, knowing that their children are safely playing or at least not eating sand.
I sent my daughter here because where I sell, it's by the side of the road. So the child is playing, it's not safe. That's why I sent her here, so that they'd take her, and that's good for me. They're going to teach her to read and write. She's very alert, she talks a lot, she already knows things.
So what about the pricing, as nothing comes without it? Annual fees for private creches can soar as high as around $1,600, which is more than the minimum wage for an entire year. While at the one run by the market, parents have to pay an annual fee of $138. However, based on a person's income, these prices can be negotiated. The growing popularity of creches has also put the spotlight on the need for qualified childcare staff. Ivory Coast is tackling the challenge by churning out fresh, knowledgeable graduates from early childhood training programs.
I decided to put my son in a creche because at least here, he can be around other children. He can learn to develop himself and his social skills. But he can also learn other things like reading, writing, and other languages. Whereas at home, that's not necessarily possible because the nanny hasn't been trained for that.
So whether you're climbing the corporate ladder or trying to keep your house in order, creches are the unsung heroes of modern motherhood and fatherhood. They are more than just babysitting services. They are key to balancing career, family, and sanity. So the next time you drop your little one off, give that creche worker a high five. They're not just watching your kid, they're helping you run the world.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello and welcome to the special edition of Vantage. We are coming to you live from the White House. The election is over. Counting is still underway. There are races that haven't been called yet, but they don't really matter anymore because we have a winner, Donald J. Trump. He will become the 47th president of the United States. Joe Biden has already invited him to the White House to discuss the transition of power. So what will Trump 2.0 look like? Who will be on his team? What are his plans for the first 100 days in office? What will his presidency mean for India and South Asia? And Trump isn't the only winner in this election. There's also Elon Musk. He bet on the right horse and it's paying off. We'll tell you who else is set to gain from this Trump presidency. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris has finally conceded. She spoke to her supporters yesterday and said that she will keep fighting. But is her dream run in politics over? Also, who are the Democrats blaming for this loss? Is it Harris or someone else? There are two Americas today. If you walk around Washington, D.C., you can feel that. One group is thrilled about Trump's win. The other feels it's the end of America. And the middle ground? There doesn't seem to be any. In this divided climate, Kamala Harris broke her silence. She was slated to speak on Tuesday night, but as the results came in, she cancelled it. The campaign said it wanted some time, perhaps to make sense of the drubbing. Then yesterday, Harris returned to her campaign site, Howard University in D.C. She said the election is over, but the fight is not.
In our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together.
To her credit, she didn't say stop the count. I know it sounds funny, but that's how low the bar is. Meanwhile, Trump had a busy day in Florida. He's at his home in Mar-a-Lago. Early on Wednesday, he delivered a victory speech, but after that, no one's seen him. Trump was busy responding to congratulatory messages. He also spoke to some world leaders like Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Britain's Keir Starmer, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Ukraine's Zelensky, French President Macron, and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. All of them congratulated Trump. They also called for deepening ties under his leadership. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris also called Trump. Harris called him to concede the election, and Biden invited him to the White House. Harris apparently told Trump to be a president for all Americans. Trump responded by praising her strength and tenacity. I guess that's politics for you. Your mortal enemies on the campaign and reluctant friends afterwards. But Harris and Trump talking to each other will not solve America's divisions. Yes, Trump won easily, but the people are deeply divided. Listen to some of them.
I was very confident that Kamala and Walz would win, but I guess our country is more uneducated than I thought, and I honestly gave the people the benefit of the doubt, which I guess I was wrong for.
I am at peace. I'm happy because now I see a future. I see that I can celebrate, and I see that something good is going to happen in the next 4 years. And if God wants, 8 more years with J.D. Vance.
I'm from New York. I've known this guy a long time. It's crushing to see him back in this situation. I honestly don't recognize my country.
All his life, he's been building and constructions and everything. He works with the people. And as an immigrant, I know a lot, but he says he hates Mexicans. He says he does this. No, he hates criminals. He doesn't like criminals.
Like I said, divided. Outside America, countries are bracing for Trump 2.0. They know what he stands for, but they also know that he is unpredictable.
We talked about having strong solidarity and partnership in the Asia-Pacific and global region based on the South Korea-U.S. alliance. And Trump first talked about North Korea, not just talking about the North Korean nuclear program, as he may have an interest in North Korea. The absolutely convincing result of the elections in America, the clear leadership of President Trump. I congratulate him on this victory.
I do not know Trump personally. I know Trump by listening to, watching, and reading his articles and by watching him on television. But I hope that the coexistence will be civilized, as I had with Bush, who was from the Republican Party, as I had with Obama, as I had with Biden.
Many things will certainly be different under a government led by Donald Trump. Donald Trump has always made that clear publicly. Our messages are clear. Firstly, Germany will remain a reliable transatlantic partner.
As expected, the last 24 hours have been interesting. Heartbreak for some, elation for others, and nervousness for the world. Amid all of this, a lot of people have been asking one crucial question. What happens to Trump's legal cases? Remember, he faces dozens of lawsuits across the US, some for financial fraud, some for sexual abuse, and also for trying to subvert the 2020 election. In one case, in New York, he was convicted. So what happens to these? Can Trump pardon himself for the New York case? Well, the answer is no. Presidents can only pardon federal crimes, and the New York case is a state lawsuit, so Trump cannot pardon himself. He is due to be sentenced on November 26th, but chances are it will be delayed. No judge will have the guts to drag a president-elect to the courthouse. And afterwards, what sort of punishment will Trump get? If it's jail time, he may be asked to serve it after he leaves office, which is in early 2029. If it's house arrest or community service, imagine the logistical issues. How can a president be confined to his house? The problem is there is no precedent for this. No convicted felon has ever been president of the US. So the New York judge faces a tough call. Beyond that, Trump also has federal cases. They are being investigated by the Department of Justice, a department that he will soon run. The man in charge of the probe is Jack Smith. Trump has promised to fire him within seconds of taking office. So Smith is doing the wise thing. He is winding down the investigation himself. But even that may not save his job. It tells you what's in store for the next 4 years. As president, Trump cannot be prosecuted, but he can be subjected to legal lawsuits. In fact, a lot of them are already pending. Trump has been asked to pay $570 million to different civil cases. He can use the might of the White House to delay that. Can he do that? Or maybe intimidate the defendants? America is in uncharted waters now, both legally and politically. Trump's own leadership and maturity will matter a lot in this time. Let's see how he tackles it. So Donald Trump is celebrating his win. He's speaking to leaders, he's spending time with family, and he's currently camping in Mar-a-Lago. That's his luxury resort in Florida. Meanwhile, his team is at work to prepare for the transition of power. Hectic meetings are underway. The first priority is to pick office bearers. That's candidates for the Trump cabinet. Several people are being vetted. And while this process is in focus only now, it began quite some time ago. That's right, the battle for these jobs began long before Election Day. So who are the top picks? Who are the people who will make up the cabinet for Trump 2.0? First, of course, is the vice president. Now, we already know who that will be. J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate. Vance is 40 years old. He is the first millennial on a major party's presidential ticket, one of the youngest elected vice presidents in America. He will also be the first former Marine to hold this post. So a lot of firsts right there. J.D. Vance used to be a venture capitalist. In 2016, he wrote a memoir called Hillbilly Elegy. That's what shot him to fame. In 2017, he called Trump, and I'm quoting, a moral disaster. Clearly, he's changed his views since then. In 2022, he ran for the first time for political office, and now, 2 years later, he is the vice president-elect. Next up is Secretary of State, the person shaping America's foreign policy, especially with 2 wars underway. So it is a crucial post. And there are a few choices here. One of them is Rick Grenell, Trump's former ambassador to Germany. He has a tough stance on NATO, also on defense spending, which makes him one of Trump's top picks. There's also Bill Hagerty, Trump's former ambassador to Japan. He is known for his strong views on China. Also in the running is Marco Rubio, Florida senator and a Trump ally since 2016. Then there's the defense secretary, another important position. And there are a lot of contenders here too, but there's one name that is emerging stronger than the others, Mike Pompeo. He's already worked under Trump as CIA head and Secretary of State, so Pompeo could be back for a second stint. Fourth on the list is Treasury Secretary. Trump won because he pledged to fix the economy, so he needs someone who can do that. The top pick is Scott Bessent. He is a hedge fund investor, also an economic advisor to Trump. He supported his use of tariffs before. Another contender is Larry Kudlow, a prominent TV financial analyst. He was the director of Trump's National Economic Council. Fifth is the health secretary. Again, many names in the mix here, but only one stands out, and that is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He abandoned his own presidential bid to endorse Trump. He wants to make America healthy again, and Trump seems to like that. He's promised to let Kennedy, and I'm quoting, go wild with health. But it's going to be difficult. Even Republicans are unlikely to confirm this appointment. So RFK Jr. may not get the job after all. We'll have to wait and see. But he could still influence health policies, maybe as a White House health czar. And finally, there's the chief of staff. During his last 4 years in the White House, Donald Trump had 4 chiefs of staff. That's a very high attrition rate for such a position. So he may want to avoid it this time, and that means picking loyalists like Susie Wiles, Trump's campaign manager, or Kevin McCarthy, the former U.S. House Speaker. Those are the important positions, but some other names are being floated too, like Indian origin Kash Patel. He's a Trump loyalist. In his previous cabinet, Patel was a national security official. Now he's being considered again, possibly for an intelligence role, like the CIA director or the director of national intelligence. And we also have Elon Musk, of course. He doesn't want a cabinet position. He wants an entire new department. It's called DOGE. That's Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. The Tesla CEO wants to lead it to make the government run smoother. So those are some of Donald Trump's top picks. We don't know who he will choose eventually, but we know what his top criterion is, and that is loyalty. He talked about it on the Joe Rogan podcast. He said he regretted picking some people the last time. A lot of them abandoned him, so he wouldn't want to make the same mistakes. But while Trump may have his favorites, his party may not agree with all of them. You see, they were all behind him, united behind him during the campaign. But when it comes to running the government, there's a split. You have your traditional Republicans. They want a strong foreign policy, endless wars, and cutting down social spending. Then there's the populists, your J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's son, Don Jr., and even Tucker Carlson. They don't want the wars. They want to cut military aid. They want to boost industries. So that will be a battle going forward. We'll have to wait and see how it impacts the functioning of the Trump government. After he picks his team, Trump will get down to business. America is dealing with a host of problems. Chief among them are the economy and illegal immigration. Trump based his campaign on these issues. He promised to fix them, and that's why he was elected for a second term. So what will he tackle first? Where will he start? Let's go through what the first 100 days of his second term could look like, starting with day one.
We're going to turn it around. It's going to happen really fast, too. Two things. We're going to, first day, first hour, we can do many things in the first, but first, we're going to drill, baby, drill.
Drill, baby, drill was Trump's war cry throughout the election campaign. It was a solution to fix the economy, lower the energy prices, and bring drilling jobs back to the U.S. Trump says he will expedite drilling permits, clear any pending pipeline projects, and increase the sales of offshore drilling rights for oil and gas. It's a drastic departure from Joe Biden's green policies. But Trump is having none of that. His return means that a return to old-school fossil fuel exploitation in overdrive. And he says that he will enable all of this as soon as he takes office. Then comes the other big challenge, migration. Trump has day one plans for that too.
On November 5th, 2024, this will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be Liberation. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history.
Trump has a two-pronged approach to deal with the migration problem. First, getting rid of illegal immigrants who are already in the U.S. with a massive deportation drive. Trump says that he will round up all undocumented migrants and kick them out. Can he really do that? Well, it is possible because Trump has an ace up his sleeve.
I'll invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Did you know that? I had to go back that far. We couldn't find anything because modern day politicians, even sort of old time, nobody had the courage of these original people.
Trump had to go very far back, but he found a law that could allow him to deport people. America's Alien Enemies Act from 1798. Trump and his advisors have done their homework, and they think that this law will help them execute their deportation plan on day one. So that's the first prong of his plan to deal with illegal immigration. The second is making Mexico a buffer.
But now we have a new president in Mexico. Supposed a very nice woman, they say. I haven't met her. And I'm going to inform her on day one or sooner that if they don't stop this onslaught of criminals and drugs coming into our country, I'm going to immediately impose a 25% tariff on everything they send in to the United States of America.
Trump plans to fortify America's southern border to stop new illegal immigrants from getting in. He plans to bring back his Remain in Mexico program, forcing asylum seekers to wait in Mexico while their applications get processed. But for that, the Mexican government must cooperate. And here's how he will ensure that. Tighten the economic screws and keep raising tariffs until Mexico gives in. Trump has promised to do all of this on just day one. It is an ambitious agenda, but his team says they're ready. They're preparing a set of executive orders, presidential decrees that he can sign on day one in office to get the ball rolling. After this, his plans will get executed the old-fashioned way, via Congress. Trump's Republican Party has already flipped the U.S. Senate. They may retain control of the House of Representatives too. We're waiting for those results. If that happens, they get the trifecta. Control of both houses of Congress plus the presidency. The Republican Party will control all these three arms of government. Then nothing can stop Trump from passing the laws that he wants. If that happens, we can also expect tax cuts. Within days of Trump taking charge, Republican Congress leaders are reportedly circulating this letter. It shows that tax cuts are on top of the agenda. There will be other important issues to address too, but tax cuts, drilling and deportation are the focus of Trump's first 100 days in office. So that's the 100-day plan. But what about the time leading up to that? What do the next few weeks look like for Donald Trump? Well, there are two parts to it. The first is traditions. The president-elect has a lot of places to visit and a lot of hands to shake. The second part is the work, picking cabinet members and White House staff. So we decided to chart Donald Trump's next few weeks. Where is he now? When will he come to Washington? And what happens after that? Here's a report. This is home base for Donald Trump, his residence in Florida's Mar-a-Lago resort. This is where he plotted his comeback, where he hosted foreign dignitaries, and where he watched his election triumph on Wednesday. A media contingent is camping across the shore. Patrol boats are also on alert. After all, this isn't just a former president's home. It's also the next president's home. Trump will not be here beyond January. He's got a busy couple of weeks ahead. First, a visit to the White House. Joe Biden has already extended an invite. It's only a question of when the visit happens. As per tradition, the incumbent president hosts the incoming leader at the White House. In 2020, Donald Trump skipped that tradition, but in 2016, he was hosted by Barack Obama to what turned out to be an awkward meeting. Expect animosity to hang in the air because Donald Trump will be hosted by two of his presidential rivals, Joe Biden, who defeated him in 2020, and Kamala Harris, whom he defeated this year. Away from Washington, the transfer of power begins. December 17th is the first step. State electors will meet in respective state capitals. These electors make up the Electoral College. For example, Texas has 40 Electoral College votes, meaning they have 40 state electors. All of them will cast their vote for the candidate who won that state. In this case, Donald Trump. This exercise happens in every state, after which these votes are transferred to Washington, D.C. It reaches here on the 25th of December. The next step happens right here at the US Capitol. The state electoral college votes are counted and certified by a joint session of Congress. The vice president conducts this proceeding and certifies the election. In this case, Trump's rival, Kamala Harris. This is usually a routine event in the transition of power, but this time it has been declared a national security event. Why? Because of what happened the last time when Trump supporters tried to overturn the certification process. Something tells us that won't be happening this time. After that, it's a countdown to inauguration. Trump will be quite busy on these days. He must pick political appointees, select cabinet members, receive daily presidential briefs, basically set up an entirely new administration. Chances are he will do that from Florida, from his Mar-a-Lago home.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Donald John Trump.
Then, on January 20th, comes the big day. Trump's second inauguration. He will return to Washington, D.C. ahead of that. This is Blair House, the white building that you see behind me. This is the official presidential guest house, and it is tradition that the president-elect spends the night here before Inauguration Day. Joe Biden and his wife Jill did that on January 19th before his inauguration. And in 2017, Donald Trump also stayed at the Blair House before his inauguration. There was a lot of speculation that he might prefer a hotel, but he ended up staying here finally. Let's see if he sticks to that tradition this time. This is Trump's second time on this ride. Last time, he visited a church on Inauguration Day, after which he headed to the White House. The president and the president-elect ride together from there to the Capitol Hill. They will use the presidential limousine, the Beast, a car that Trump used just 4 years ago. And this is where the inauguration happens, on the west front of the US Capitol. The public can get free tickets from members of Congress. Usually inaugurations are attended by all former presidents and first ladies. The president-elect takes his oath of office on top of those stairs. Trump used 2 Bibles to take his oath the last time. One was his own, the other belonged to Abraham Lincoln.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
After the inauguration, the new president sees off the outgoing leader. The Bidens will get one final ride on Air Force One. And the destination? Anywhere you pick. Once Biden leaves, it's the Trump show. He will first attend a luncheon at the US Capitol. There he will sign nominations and maybe even executive orders. After that, Trump will inspect military troops from the Capitol building. And then it's back to the White House. Ceremonial military regiments, citizens' groups, marching bands, all of them lead the President and the First Lady to the White House. They walk through Pennsylvania Avenue, often surrounded by hundreds of supporters who line the streets. All those traditions and steps bring us back here to the White House. Donald Trump will be back in the presidential limousine, the Beast. The motorcade will drive him from the US Capitol to the presidential mansion behind me. And thus another American presidency will begin. For Donald Trump, his second one. Trump spoke to a number of world leaders yesterday. Among the first was Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And there's a story here. US leaders often reach out to their allies first. Joe Biden did that in 2020. He took calls from Justin Trudeau of Canada, UK's former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, he was Prime Minister then, Francis Macron, and the German Chancellor. These are America's most important allies. Biden spoke to Modi almost 10 days after winning the race. But look at Trump's call list on day one. It has Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. What does that tell you? What experts have always said. Trump is not a fan of the traditional Western alliance. He is keen to expand his Asian partnerships. In his call with Modi, Trump was all praise. He called India a magnificent country. He called Modi a magnificent man. And he promised to work for global peace. We know Trump is a great salesman, so don't fall for his pitch. Look at his policies instead. What does a Trump presidency mean for India? Foreign Minister Jaishankar was asked this question today. He listed out 4 possible impacts. Listen to this.
One, there was already a reordering of supply chains, which was taking place. Some of it would certainly be somewhat disruptive, but we in India perceive it as an opportunity. There will be, in a way, more geopolitical hedging. What accompanies the digital aspect of a product or a service or a technology, I think will come under greater scrutiny. Even a United States under Donald Trump will make a distinction in immigration and mobility, that for them economically justified mobility will have to be fostered.
We spoke about the rest of it yesterday. So let's turn our focus to India's neighborhood. How will Trump influence this region? Consider Pakistan first. In his first term, Trump openly called out Islamabad's double game. He accused them of harboring terrorists.
We can no longer be silent about Pakistan's safe havens for terrorist organizations, the Taliban, and other groups that pose a threat to the region and beyond. We have been paying Pakistan billions and billions of dollars. At the same time, they are housing the very terrorists that we are fighting. But that will have to change, and that will change immediately.
And this is exactly what India says, that Pakistan is supporting terrorism, and Trump followed up his criticism with actions. In 2018, remember, he cut off most military aid to Pakistan. He said, first, crack down on terrorism, then we can talk aid. It triggered a lot of backlash in Pakistan. Trump's effigies were burnt in Pakistani cities, so the generals will not be happy about his comeback, especially after the recent reset. Under Joe Biden, Pakistan and the US had resumed military transfers. Biden also met Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif in September. He was adding momentum to this relationship, but chances are Trump will hit the brakes. He's very clear about Pakistan's hypocrisy. Next, we come to Bangladesh. Trump has already fired a shot at the interim regime in Dhaka. Last week, he said that there was total chaos in Bangladesh, that Hindus and other minorities are being attacked and looted. So Donald Trump is no fan of Mohammed Yunus either. Again, very different from Joe Biden. The current US president hosted Yunus in New York. The Democrats absolutely love him. Barack Obama gave him a Medal of Freedom, and Bill Clinton hosted him at the Clinton Global Initiative. In fact, Yunus is very close to the Clintons. Will that affect US relations with Dhaka going forward? With the normal president, maybe not, but Trump is known to hold a grudge. Yunus has already sent congratulatory messages to Trump. He says he's looking forward to deepening ties, but chances are he will be a worried man because he isn't the only Bangladeshi leader praising Trump. Guess who else is? Sheikh Hasina. She has released a congratulatory letter for Trump. And notice the first line of this letter. It says, Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Now remember, Hasina fled Dhaka in August this year. She's public enemy number 1 in the country right now, but she is still calling herself Prime Minister. Political wisdom says Trump will not respond to her. Nonetheless, let's see how it unfolds. While Yunus is worried, the Taliban is cautiously optimistic. They're calling for a new chapter in US-Afghanistan relations. They're hoping for quote-unquote realistic policies. And what would give them that impression? Well, nothing is off limits for Trump. He did strike a deal with the Taliban in 2020. That deal led to the US withdrawal from Afghanistan. He also held talks with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, that too thrice. So don't underestimate Trump's appetite for diplomacy. He may do it for the attention, but he will do it nonetheless. And what about other South Asian countries like Sri Lanka, Nepal and the Maldives? Biden was investing political capital in these countries in South Asia. The US hosted the Maldivian foreign minister in June this year. But Trump is unlikely to continue such engagement. His last presidency largely focused on India, Pakistan and Afghanistan. Yes, we did see occasional Trumpisms, like offering to mediate the Kashmir issue or mocking India for building a library in Afghanistan. But that's what you get with Trump. Few filters, fewer red lines. This election came down to domestic issues, none more important than cost of living. And that trend is global. Inflation has humbled a number of incumbents this year, whether it's in the Western world or in Africa or in Asia. It's been the ultimate deciding factor. Let's look at some of the elections we had in 2024, and we had a lot of them. More than 60 countries held elections this year. Around 50% of the world population voted. Now look at the results. In Britain, the ruling Conservative Party was ousted. The Labour is now in power. Around 45% voters said inflation was the biggest issue for them. In South Korea, we had parliamentary elections this year. President Yoon's party was wiped out. The Liberal opposition won a landslide. One of the biggest election issues was the price of green onions. In South Africa, the unthinkable happened. The ruling African National Congress lost its majority after 30 years, basically for the first time after apartheid. In France, same story. The right-wing parties won the European Parliament elections. The left-wing led the national elections. And who lost out both the times? President Macron's centrists. In Iran, we had presidential elections. Their hardline president was killed in a chopper crash. And who did the people replace him with? A reformist. And finally, you have Japan. The ruling party decided to call snap elections last month. They ended up losing more than 60 seats. Again, rice prices were a key issue. Of course, all these elections had a regional context too. But cost of living was common and a key issue. It cut across ideological lines. This factor did not spare left-wing leaders or right-wing leaders. It impacted all of them. Also, this trend is not limited to 2024. Argentina elected President Javier Milei in late 2023. The Maldives elected Mohamed Muizzu around the same time. Again, the issue was inflation. You can trace it back to the Wuhan virus pandemic. Most global supply chains were affected. Government spending skyrocketed. Welfare schemes were ramped up. All of this led to rising prices across the world. In 2022, global inflation was around 8% average. In 2019, it was just 2%, and the incumbents have been paying the price for this. In 2022, ruling parties and presidents were ousted in Brazil and Italy. Again, two major economies. The question is, how long will this impact last? Logic says until inflation reduces, but prices are often sticky. It takes time for changes to reflect on the ground. Consider the United States. In September, their inflation was just 2.4%. In mid-2022, it was more than 9%. And before the pandemic, just a shade above 2%. So we've come back to the same place. Prices have come down from the peaks of 2022. Even the labour market and GDP numbers are better than Europe. Yet, the incumbents lost. That too to a candidate who was voted out for mishandling a crisis. It tells you a couple of things. One, GDP growth and inflation graphs look good on TV channels, but people care about real life impact, about the numbers at petrol pumps and at the grocery store. They want to see if headline gains trickle down to them or not. And number two, voters will compromise on ideology, but not on livelihood. That's why the Democrats lost nearly 13 million voters from 2020. That's why Hispanics voted for Trump despite his rhetoric. It's a message to politicians around the world. Virtue signaling won't bring you the votes, nor will hate mongering. Voters care about concrete results that impact them directly. The question is this trend here to stay, or is it a temporary fallout of the pandemic? As they say, only time will tell. The year was 1980. Donald Trump was 34 years old. He was America's most flamboyant billionaire, and he described politics as a very mean life. Those were his words. He said that capable people choose business. But 7 years later, he entered politics. Over time, he's made 3 presidential bids, and now at 78 years of age, he has defied odds with a stunning political comeback. Well, that's Donald Trump for you, a businessman turned reality star turned president. Love him or hate him, you cannot ignore his persistence, his contradictions and his fire. Our next report brings you Trump's story.
A twice impeached pariah, self-exiled in Florida, disgruntled over his 2020 defeat, silenced after the January 6th riots. This was Donald Trump in late January 2021. But by late February, the former president had had enough. So he made a public appearance at a right-wing conference in Orlando. It was his first as a newly private citizen of the United States. Trump took center stage, opened his arms wide and said, "Did you miss me yet?" Well, that's Trump for you. Love him or hate him, he's persistent, deliberate, delusional, and arguably charming. Now, less than 4 years later, Trump has pulled off an extraordinary reversal, bulldozing those who doubted him, and a long winding journey led Trump to this moment. He was born in Queens, New York in 1946 to immigrant parents. His mother was a Scottish immigrant, and his father, the son of German immigrants, was a real estate tycoon. Trump joined the family business and became its president in 1971 and took it to new heights. Under Trump, the business shifted from residential projects in Brooklyn and Queens to swanky Manhattan projects, including the Trump Tower, which was his home for many years. Then came casinos, golf courses and hotels. Next on the radar for Trump was the entertainment world as the owner of several beauty pageants. He also sold everything from neckties to beverages, after which Trump went from being a businessman to a reality star. He hosted 14 seasons of the reality show The Apprentice. Soon, he was a household name. But by the late 1980s, he wanted more. In 1987, he registered as a Republican and teased a presidential bid. In 1999, he switched to the Reform Party. In 2001, the Democratic Party. In 2009, back to the Republican Party. But it wasn't until 2015 that Trump formally announced a bid for the White House. He flaunted his wealth, accused Mexico of sending drugs and rapists to the United States, promised to build a border wall, and trailed in opinion polls amid a controversy of a leaked audio tape of him bragging about sexual abuse.
You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
But ultimately, Trump had the last laugh. He was sworn in as the 45th President of the United States on January 20th, 2017. And from day one, Mr. President brought unrivaled drama to the job. He made formal announcements on X, clashed openly with world leaders, launched a trade war with China, banned travel from 7 Muslim-majority nations, issued tough immigration restrictions, implemented record tax cuts, and became the 3rd US president to be impeached. Then came the 2020 elections. They were dominated by the pandemic.
The virus. They're working hard. Looks like by April, in theory, when it gets a little warmer, it miraculously goes away.
Trump lost the race to Biden by more than 7 million votes, but he refused to accept the results.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us.
This eventually devolved into the Capitol riots, criminal cases, and a historic second impeachment, with the metaphorical Trump Tower crumbling in what seemed like a political game of Jenga. Trump's political career appeared as good as dead. But Trump was not done with politics just yet. He entered the 2024 presidential race facing 91 felony charges across 4 criminal cases. He witnessed 2 assassination attempts. He made claims which should have been career suicide.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
And yet, Donald Trump, the walking, talking contradiction, the businessman turned reality star turned felon, is once again the President of the United States.
Our next story is about containment. How does one stop a Donald Trump? Stop Trump from doing whatever he likes and steamrolling over anything he doesn't? This question is extremely important for Europe right now, especially members of NATO. They have 2 major fears. 1, Trump may destroy the alliance, and 2, that he will stop backing NATO's current project, the defense of Ukraine. Let's start with NATO's existential threat. NATO stands for North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's a defensive alliance with 32 members, the US and Canada on one side of the Atlantic Ocean and 30 European nations on the other side, hence the name North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NATO promises to protect every member. An attack on one member is seen as an attack on all. That's the concept. It's supposed to be reassuring, but perhaps it was too reassuring for Europe. For decades, they took the foot off the gas. They allowed the US to act as their protector. They relied on Big Brother America when it came to any defensive needs. And it may have continued had it not been for Trump. Trump believes that Europe is taking the US for a ride. He thinks they aren't contributing enough to NATO, not paying their fair share. Trump had pointed this out throughout his first term, and in February, he made a threat. He said he may allow Russia to invade, and I'm quoting, delinquent NATO countries, nations who did not contribute 2% of their GDP to defense. This threat sent shockwaves through Europe, and objectively, it did work. European NATO members decided to Trump-proof the alliance by just doing as he asked, by increasing their spending. Look at this graph. Up until last year, only 10 NATO members reached the 2% threshold. They spent 2% of their GDP on defense. This year, that number is up to 23 countries. The number of NATO members paying their fair share has more than doubled. This includes both France and Germany. It's something they've been keen to highlight.
But finally, which is nevertheless also to participate in an overall strengthening of the alliance, in particular by fulfilling the contribution objectives and the famous 2% of the gross domestic product.
And that's why I would like to emphasize once again that the discussion about the 2% is one thing. We all know that, in case of doubt, the 2% can only be the lower limit in the long term.
Both France and Germany were talking about NATO contributions yesterday, saying that even 2% was just the beginning. Talk about a complete U-turn. Both France and Germany seem to have secured their place in the NATO and maybe in Trump's good graces. But they're still worried. All of Europe is. And France wants to use this as an opportunity. President Emmanuel Macron wants to wean Europe away from the US.
There has been a strategic awakening among us Europeans, and we must embrace it. We cannot delegate our security to the Americans forever.
That is another form of Trump-proofing, reducing their reliance on the United States. European leaders have gathered in Brussels today to decide how to go forward with this. So that is how NATO is dealing with its existential problems. But what about Ukraine? NATO has been backing Ukraine against Russia for over 2.5 years now. They have put all their eggs in President Volodymyr Zelensky's basket. But Donald Trump doesn't think that way. He doesn't blame only Russia for the war. He blames Zelensky too. Trump has promised to end the war in Ukraine, and reports say that he could ask Ukraine to give up some of its territory to Russia. So how does NATO plan to deal with this? How does Joe Biden plan to deal with this? Well, both camps have been taking steps to Trump-proof their war effort. Earlier this year, NATO took over some responsibilities from the United States. They set up a command center in Germany to coordinate aid supplies and training for Ukraine. By handing over this duty to NATO, the Biden administration partially Trump-proofed it. And that isn't all. Biden has been trying to expedite shipments of aid, the money already promised and allotted to Ukraine. He wants all the aid sent by the end of this year. And the logic again is simple: spend all the money fast before Trump takes the wallet back. But they can't really do much else. New aid commitments won't be possible. Trump could just cancel them the minute he takes over. So there's a limit to Trump-proofing the Ukraine war. And that's bad news for Zelensky. But it may be good news for American taxpayers. We told you about the Trump camp. Now let's look at the other side, the Democrats. They lost the White House, they lost the Senate, and they are on track to lose the Congress too. In simple words, it's a dumpster fire, and the Democrats don't know how to extinguish it because they are busy pointing fingers. Some blame Kamala Harris, some hold Joe Biden responsible, and a few slam the party's image altogether. But what exactly was the problem? How did the Democrats go so wrong? Our next report examines.
It's time for a post-mortem. 3 months ago, it looked like the Democrats had it all. A new young candidate, an energized support base, millions of dollars in donations, a string of high-profile endorsements. It's like they could do nothing wrong. Yet, they did do everything wrong. They lost the presidency, they lost the Senate, they may lose the House too. So it's really a turn of fortune for the Democrats, and the blame game has begun. Some of them are pointing fingers at Kamala Harris. After all, she was leading the charge. She began her campaign over 100 days ahead of the election. It was supposed to be a new guard. Yet it was the same old wine in a new bottle. Harris failed to shed her Biden baggage. Her dilemma was obvious. This was a man who selected her. How could she abandon him and slam his policies? But that did not go down well. American citizens wanted more. Yet what they got was an extension of the same. Plus, Harris made most of her campaign about Trump. She highlighted what he would do to damage America. But she didn't highlight how she would make it better. And while she was loyal to Biden, the Democrats don't feel so good about the president right now. He may have delivered them a win in 2020, but many believe he lost them the election this year. His administration was highly unpopular. He stayed in the race till very late. And when he did leave, he chose his vice president. No incumbent party has ever won with a president with a 40% approval rating. So the odds were stacked against the Democrats. If Biden had stepped down earlier, they could have had a primary. Candidates would have been able to prove their might. And they would have had a battle-tested candidate, not Kamala Harris, who previously had a lackluster run in the Democratic primaries. But beyond blaming Harris or even Biden, there's a bigger problem for the Democrats. An image problem. Bernie Sanders pointed it out. The Vermont senator had released a scathing statement. It slams the party and its campaign, but one particular line stands out. As they say, it's the economy, stupid. It seems the Democrats forgot about it. They focused on everything from abortion to the threat to democracy to attacking Donald Trump and courting celebrity endorsements. Yet they seem to forget a basic cliché. None of that matters when food and gas prices are soaring, when the cost of living is rising every day. So clearly, the Democrats have some soul-searching to do. For years, they've touted themselves as the party of the people. Yet, they did not seem to care about the issues of the people. That's economy and immigration. So the Democrats have an uphill task ahead of them. How they respond to this electoral defeat could shape what happens at the ballot box 4 years later.
He appeared with Donald Trump at rallies. He donated nearly $119 million. He hosted a fawning interview. He flooded X, urging people to vote. Elon Musk has probably done more than anyone else to give Trump a boost, and he's a richer man for it. Trump's win has surged Tesla shares by 15% and increased the tech mogul's wealth by $26 billion. And Musk is not alone. After Trump's victory, many tech leaders were swift to offer congratulations. What will this presidency mean for them? And what do their loyalties mean for Trump? Here's a report.
Of the United States.
It was hours before the confirmation came. It wasn't certain that Donald Trump would return. Yet his biggest supporter was already inside the White House, holding a sink and saying, "Let that sink in."
Of the United States of America.
Well, that's billionaire Elon Musk for you. Who else but tech's most polarizing figure would carry a bathroom fixture inside the seat of US power and crack terrible jokes just because he can, to do what he's been doing for weeks now, betting big on Donald Trump. No single business leader has done more to support his candidacy than the Tesla CEO. He has donated nearly $119 million to the campaign. He has flooded X with tweets urging people to vote Republican. He has hosted a fawning interview with the president-elect. He has appeared with Trump at rallies.
But there's a lot of people out there who need to vote for President Trump. Okay, so this is a real battle. This is a real election battle. So you need to get friends and family to vote. Make sure they vote early.
And Trump acknowledges this loyalty. He even dedicated several minutes during the victory speech, even if it required some prompting from the audience.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them.
Musk is a high-profile figure of global fame, or what Trump calls a star. And under the Trump administration, this star is likely to get brighter.
So he doesn't need to be secretary, he doesn't want to be secretary. He wants to be a man that can cut costs, have you live even better. You're not going to be affected. But I think he said $2 trillion. And nobody would do it better than him, and he's going to do it very responsibly. And we have to, it's amazing that, you know, he just wants the country. That's why he endorsed me very strongly. Elon Musk, the guy is incredible.
While there's no confirmation if Trump will appoint Musk to an official position, Musk is already reaping some benefits of his loyalty. On Wednesday, Tesla shares surged by 15%. Increasing Musk's wealth by $26.5 billion. And he's not alone. The fortunes of 10 richest people surged by $63.5 billion. That's a single-day record, all thanks to Trump's win. Amazon's Jeff Bezos' net worth increased by $7 billion. Oracle's Larry Ellison's by $12 billion. So tech bosses are making gains. And they were all very swift to offer their congratulations, like Google's Sundar Pichai, Microsoft's Satya Nadella, and OpenAI's Sam Altman. Bezos called the win an extraordinary political comeback. Meta's Mark Zuckerberg said, "We have great opportunities ahead of us as a country," while Apple's Tim Cook said he looks forward to engaging with Trump. This is a sharp U-turn from less than 4 years ago, when quite a few of these leaders criticized Trump for his role in the January 6th riots. The same Tim Cook called it a shameful chapter in the nation's history, while Zuckerberg said, "I believe the former president should be responsible for his words." But it seems the so-called geniuses have done the math, and an about turn is in their best interests. Well enough for America's new president, because it suits him too.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. Protesters march across downtown Chicago, protesting Donald Trump's win. Alabama students deck campus trees with toilet paper, celebrating Trump's victory, and crowds gather outside Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort to catch a glimpse of America's next president. Finally, we are taking you back in history on this day in the year 2000. The U.S. presidential election between Democrat Al Gore and Republican George W. Bush ended with no clear winner. This led to a bitter legal dispute. It was only settled on December 12th by the U.S. Supreme Court. George W. Bush went on to become the 43rd U.S. president. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the United States, where the nation is still processing the election results and prepare for Donald Trump's return to the White House. President-elect Donald Trump will take the oath of office in January as speculation rises about what in fact he will do in the first 100 days of taking power. The president-elect has signaled that he will almost immediately fire special counsel Jack Smith, who is overseeing the federal case over the Republicans' efforts to subvert the 2020 election loss. Donald Trump has also repeatedly pledged to pardon himself and his MAGA supporters who stormed the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Meanwhile, Trump's legal team has pushed Justice Juan Merchan to cancel the sentencing in the hush money case rather than delaying it. President-elect Donald Trump's Day One agenda is likely to include immigration after repeatedly calling for the mass deportation of migrants during his campaign.
On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. It's going to be the largest deportation of criminals. We're going to get them out of here fast. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America.
However, carrying out a massive deportation operation will not just have logistical roadblocks, but legal ramifications as well, and would cost the country billions of dollars. Now, Donald Trump has also pledged to strengthen the border with Mexico, along with increasing the number of Border Patrol agents. A second Trump administration will get to work on the economy, addressing inflation. The president-elect has promised to slap tariffs on imports from China, Mexico, and India, which would severely impact America's relations with these nations. Now, throughout the campaign, Donald Trump promised to end the wars in Europe and the Middle East without offering a concrete plan. With Russia capturing more Ukrainian land and tensions escalating between Israel and Iran, President-elect Donald Trump will have to act fast before the war will spiral out of control and hurt American interest. President-elect Donald Trump has long been a climate change denier and wants to increase oil input, with "Drill, baby, drill" being his slogan while campaigning in Pennsylvania.
Two things we're going to, first day, first hour, we can do many things in the first, but first, we're going to drill, baby, drill. And we're going to close our borders to criminals and drug dealers and all of these people coming in from mental institutions and as saying this, we're going to have those borders closed.
The president-elect has repeatedly said that he would roll back President Joe Biden's climate measures, which penalize power plants for producing harmful emissions. Other agenda items include cracking down on abortion rights, transgender rights, and downsizing the government. President-elect Donald Trump has vowed to act strong on day one as he promises to use his executive authority aggressively. Vice President Kamala Harris may have lost the election, but she won millions of hearts. Standing on stage at her alma mater, Howard University, she spoke with a steady resolve, urging her supporters not to feel like they are entering a dark time. In her 12-minute speech, the vice president urged her supporters to roll up their sleeves and get ready to put up a resilient fight for democracy. After breaking gender and race barriers, Kamala Harris remains an inspiration for millions of women and young people. Here's more on her historic campaign.
Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
One fall morning in Washington, Vice President Kamala Harris faced a room of union leaders.
Let me start.
She spoke urgently, promising to protect jobs, raise wages, and improve the lives of working Americans. But the team wasn't convinced. They had tough questions. Did she and President Joe Biden truly do enough? Days later, in a historic move, the union withheld its endorsement from a Democratic candidate, and Harris's path to the White House suddenly became steeper. Then, after Joe Biden's sudden exit from the race, Harris was launched at breakneck speed. She spoke passionately about democracy, justice, and the need to protect women's rights. Her historic run as the first woman of color to lead a major party ticket sparked enthusiasm and record-breaking donations. Endorsements rolled in from pop stars like Taylor Swift, Beyoncé, and many more. Former President Barack Obama became her biggest campaigner. And Harris looked like the best contender to beat Donald Trump. But polls indicated that the working class was worried.
Groceries
way too expensive. Jobs really scarce. And I'm just against the deep state and the corruption.
You feel like Donald Trump's the solution to that problem?
Yeah, Elon, Donald.
Tell me how much Elon factored into your thought process. What makes
I was already voting for Trump, but I like Elon anyway, and Elon just landed the booster into the chopsticks.
As Election Day unfolded, it became clear that Donald Trump had secured a comeback. President Joe Biden broke his silence, congratulating Trump on his win and inviting him to the White House to ensure a peaceful transition. But the following evening, the vice president took the stage at her alma mater, Howard University. Her address was not a victory speech, but a concession. Standing against the red-bricked, white-columned backdrop, she wore a sharp burgundy pantsuit. And just like many other addresses, in her speech, she spoke of resilience and a long, ongoing fight. Her voice was steady. She promised the work would continue.
The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together.
Even though her sleeves stayed down, her message was unmistakable. The battle had been fierce, and she had given it her all.
Now I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we must accept the results of this election.
In a special appeal to young Americans, the vice president, with her heart full, urged, "Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place." The generation next of America holds the power, and they showed it this election with a sweeping outcome.
To the young people who are watching, it is... I love you, Vantage. To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed. But please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place. You have power.
For some people in the crowd, there were tears. Harris had inspired millions and reshaped what was considered impossible, leaving a legacy of resilience and strength even in defeat. And so, as the lights dimmed and the crowds began to disperse, Kamala Harris took her final bow. Her journey didn't end in the White House, but it closed with dignity, history, and an enduring mark on American politics.
And now a look at the kingmakers. In fact, no businessman in America bet bigger on Donald Trump than billionaire Elon Musk. The world's richest man donated around $119 million to his pro-Trump America PAC. Musk also appeared with Donald Trump at several rallies and interviewed him on his social media platform X. And with Donald Trump's victory, the SpaceX CEO has seen a nearly $20 billion increase in his net worth, as Tesla stocks closed about 15% higher on Wednesday. Moreover, The president-elect has promised Musk a position in his administration to cut costs.
He doesn't want to be secretary. He wants to be a man that can cut costs, have you live even better. You're not going to be affected. But I think he said $2 trillion. And nobody would do it better than him. And he's going to do it very responsibly. And we have to, it's amazing that, you know, he just wants the country. That's why he endorsed me very strongly. Elon Musk, the guy is incredible.
Musk's company SpaceX can also benefit from his government ties as he's criticized rivals like Boeing in the past. SpaceX is now building spy satellites, and the Pentagon and the CIA could invest billions of dollars into the project. Donald Trump has also pledged to reduce taxes on corporations, a promise that Musk will hope he keeps. Apart from Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are also being heavily credited for Donald Trump's victory. Gabbard is a former Democratic presidential candidate, and Kennedy Jr. is a former Democrat turned independent presidential nominee. Both of them switched sides and endorsed Donald Trump for president and are now expected to get prominent roles in his administration.
And specifically because of the leadership that President Trump has brought to transform the Republican Party and bring it back to the party of the people and the party of peace, that I'm proud to stand here with you today, President Trump, and announce that I'm joining the Republican Party.
And it was inconceivable to me that I would ever leave the Democratic Party. But I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. The Democratic Party that I grew up with was the party of peace. It was the party of civil rights and constitutional rights, and particularly freedom of speech. Today's Democratic Party is the party of war. It's the party of Dick Cheney. It's the party.
And last but certainly not least, popular podcast host Joe Rogan's endorsement may have helped Donald Trump win the White House. Not only did Rogan endorse the president-elect, but he also interviewed him for nearly 3 hours in a video that has 46 million views. Joe Rogan also interviewed Donald Trump's running mate J.D. Vance for nearly 3 hours, which raked in 15 million views. The appearance on the podcast turned out to be a game changer for the Republicans, as Joe Rogan's viewership comprises mostly men, who of course voted for Donald Trump in large numbers this election. Trump took a risk of courting men with a hyper-masculine approach, and the bro politics actually worked like a charm, as he secured a mandate for a second term. And staying with Donald Trump's historic re-election, along with winning 270 electoral college votes, he has become the first Republican in 20 years to win the popular vote. The president-elect soared to this historic victory after shifting voters that Democrats once relied on. This time it was Latino voters who became a key part of Donald Trump's voter base. Exit polls show the Republicans saw a 14% increase among Latino voters compared to the 2020 election. Donald Trump also garnered more support from Latino women, as 38% of them voted for Donald Trump, an increase of 8 points from 2020.
So anyway, now I'm happy that he's back, so we can get in, things going. Right now everything is really bad, the economy and all this stuff. The abortion, you know what, it can be, work on it, you know what I mean? That's not a big deal. I mean, it may be, but not that much of a big deal. Right now it's just the economy. Get people working, spending money, they don't want to spend anything, everything too expensive.
Meanwhile, Black Americans, especially men, also voted for Donald Trump in large numbers than before. In the last election, around 90% of the black men voters went to President Joe Biden. However, this time, the figure was around 80% for Kamala Harris, mainly because the Republican managed to make inroads among black men.
I think the black vote, men and women, you have a savvy voter. You don't have people listening to Big Mama anymore making their decisions about voting. And when you have people like Barack Obama and Roland Martin, that they're speaking down to the black community, Charlemagne the God, now that you're bringing on, and you're speaking down actually to intelligent black men. But because they don't agree with your democratic rhetoric, they become what? Uneducated. They become stupid, even utilizing the stimulus check as a reasoning.
Even in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which was considered the biggest battleground this election, voters say they were not surprised by Donald Trump's win.
Really, I wasn't surprised, because when I saw last night that he won, I just turned the TV on. I said, this man gonna win. You know, he's gonna win, so I just went to bed.
The surge in support for Donald Trump suggests that his focus on the economy resonated with the working class Hispanic and black voters around America. For voters like them, the president-elect promises of a better economy and job security mattered a lot. Ahead of the election, polls showed that Latinos were drawn to Donald Trump's proposals of stricter immigration laws and blocking migrants from entering the country.
We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump also tapped into the sentiment of out-of-touch liberals as his campaign fanned the issues of transgender rights. Now, this helped the Republican leader in retaining socially conservative groups in rural as well as urban America. By winning the trust of these communities, which propelled Joe Biden to victory in 2020, it is safe to say that Donald Trump has now given Democrats a lot to think about before the next election. And as the nation celebrates a historic election night, all eyes now turn to Usha Vance, the poised and accomplished wife of Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. In this election, both Usha and Kamala Harris brought a significant milestone for representation, marking the first time two women of Indian heritage stood at the precipice of the White House. Soon, Usha Vance will become America's first Indian origin second lady. But who is she? Our final report offers more.
The clock struck midnight at the Palm Beach County Convention Center, and a wave of excitement swept over the crowd as President-elect Donald Trump strode onto the stage along with his wife, children, and barrage of allies. His running mate J.D. Vance and his wife Usha stood by the president-elect's side. To a thunderous applause, Trump took the microphone and celebrated the victory.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Contrary to his speeches in the past, the president-elect took a moment to thank his family and allies for their constant support. Trump paid gratitude to his running mate J.D. Vance, and amid the celebrations, Donald Trump appreciated the vice president-elect's wife, calling Usha remarkable and beautiful. Donald Trump then handed over the podium to J.D. Vance. After chants from the crowd, Vance told supporters,
"And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership."
But who is Usha Chilukuri Vance, this poised woman soon to become America's first Indian origin second lady? Her story begins in San Diego, California, where she was raised in a suburb by her Indian immigrant parents, originally from India's state of Andhra Pradesh. After Trump and Vance's historic victory, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh was quick to congratulate the soon-to-be second lady, hailing her Telugu heritage and her roots to Andhra Pradesh. Usha Vance's journey is a remarkable one. With ambition and intellect, Usha attended Yale, where she majored in history, before crossing the Atlantic to study as a Gates Scholar at Cambridge. She earned her Master of Philosophy and then returned to Yale Law School, where she met J.D. Vance. Their connection was instant, their bond unshakable, and they married in 2014 in a ceremony that honored both Hindu and Christian traditions.
I met JD in law school when he was fresh out of Ohio State, which he attended with the support of the GI Bill. We were friends first because, who wouldn't want to be friends with JD? He was then, as now, the most interesting person I knew. A working class guy who had overcome childhood traumas that I could barely fathom to end up at Yale Law School. A tough Marine who had served in Iraq, but whose idea of a good time was playing with puppies and watching the movie Babe.
Usha has built an impressive legal career. From clerking for Supreme Court Chief Justices to becoming a corporate litigator, Usha has some commendable achievements. This election, however, marks a particularly historic moment. Not only did Usha's husband become Vice President-elect, but the race itself featured two women of Indian heritage vying for influence in the White House. Democratic nominee Kamala Harris made her own mark as a presidential candidate, while Usha stood by JD's side as he made his bid for the vice presidency. Together, these two women symbolize a powerful moment of change and diversity in American politics. The journey of the Vances is nothing short of a modern American dream. And as JD promised, they are just getting started, ready to champion the dreams of every American from every corner of the country.
That's all we have time for today. We certainly thank you once again for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. The United States of America has elected a new president. Republican candidate Donald Trump is set to make a historic return to the White House. He defeated Democrat Kamala Harris to secure the mandate to be the 47th president of the U.S. As the results poured in, the world started weighing the impact of these consequential elections. Leaders across the globe reacted to the results, many expressing their will to work with the new U.S. president, while some indicating a cautionary stance. Leaders in Africa have also been quick to react, with many sending congratulatory messages. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said he looks forward to continuing the close and mutually beneficial partnership with the U.S. Though South Africa-U.S. ties have thrived under a Republican rule, Pretoria's stance against Israel could become a point of contention going forward. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu said that he seeks to strengthen ties between the two countries amid complex challenges. During his first term, Donald Trump had lent military support to Nigeria to fight Boko Haram terrorists. And the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi wrote that he wishes to work with Trump to establish regional peace and security. Trump had rebooted ties with Egypt during his first term. While the Biden administration cooperated with the al-Sisi government for Gaza peace efforts, it never invited him to the White House. Unlike others, some were slower to congratulate Trump. Kenyan President William Ruto wished the American leader, as per reports, And the support that the Biden administration has given to Ruto may well not be replicated by the Trump administration. Then, in the Horn of Africa, the Ethiopian Prime Minister was among the first African leaders to congratulate Trump. The landlocked nation had won Trump's support to gain access to the coastline, a matter that has worsened its ties with its neighbor Somalia. Ethiopia wants access to Somalia's breakaway region, Somaliland's coastline. Now, interestingly, the Somalian president, Hassan Sheikh, has also expressed his willingness to work with Trump, who removed the American troops from the country in his first term. So, a Trump win means differently to African leaders. Reactions have also come in from people across Africa who are rooting for a Trump victory.
Today, if Trump returns to the international stage with everything that is happening, and knowing that Trump is not pro-war, I believe this will rebalance exchanges and challenge Europe, which is also currently losing some momentum. So this will restore balance in international relations, which I think is a good thing.
I believe that if Trump is elected, he will have a significant geopolitical impact on what is happening in the world at the moment.
I think Trump is a good president for Americans. I believe in his wisdom.
But will Trump's presidency turn out to be better for Africa? Historically, Africa has stayed low in Washington's agenda. Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump failed to make U.S.-Africa ties an election issue. Neither Trump nor the outgoing President Joe Biden visited Africa during their terms. Biden was slated to make his inaugural trip to Africa by visiting Angola in October. However, that trip was postponed to monitor response after powerful hurricanes battered southern United States. When Biden came to power, he sought to put Africa on a priority list. On paper, he had some great policies. But observers say that his Africa policy failed. The sentiment against the U.S.-led West is growing in Africa. U.S. troops have been kicked out of Niger, where Russia has gained ground. And U.S. support for permanent UNSC seats for African nations has also not materialized. But Trump's approach to Africa has also not been a cordial one. As a champion of protectionism, he rolled back some investments and proposed cutting aid to Africa in his first term. He also reportedly made some derogatory remarks for African nations. But it was not all bad. During his time in office from 2017 to 2021, Trump introduced the Prosper Africa Initiative to support U.S. investors and the growing middle class across Africa to compete with China's Belt and Road Initiative. But going forward, his policies on some of the issues could define ties with Africa. In trade and investment, his stance on the pact, the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or the AGOA, is something to look out for. The pact has enabled eligible African countries to export some of their produce to the U.S. without paying taxes since 2000. However, Trump said that the scheme would not be renewed when it expires in 2025. Then comes aid. Africa gets most of its aid from the U.S., but Trump had made proposals to slash foreign aid cuts, which were rejected by the Congress. But now that the Republicans have also won majority in the U.S. Senate, where any further proposals would be blocked, and immigration has been Trump's main agenda. In his first term, Trump introduced measures that curbed immigration from several African countries, including Nigeria, Eritrea, Sudan, and Tanzania. Now moving over to security and conflict. While Trump has been away from the presidency, Africa has become a major geopolitical battleground. Russian troops have increased their presence. With Trump's America First policy, American intervention and presence in Africa could see a sharper decline. To discuss further on how another Trump presidency could impact Africa, we have with us Zemedene Negatu, a geopolitical commentator and international investor. He is joining us live from Addis Ababa. Thank you for being with us. Let's jump right in. How might Trump's second term affect economic and trade relations between the United States and African nations, considering the policies from his first administration?
Right. First of all, as always, thank you for having me. The answer to your question is the election of Mr. Trump to a second term in some ways can be measured to what he did in the first term, but also I expect some changes because he's been given a big mandate, so there might be certain things. But let me put things in context first. Africa in Washington has always been at the low end of priorities. And there are a number of reasons why, but so it's whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans, Africa seems not to be the priority. And one of the reasons is, for example, the U.S., its interest, its national interest is driven by its economic interest. So if you look at bilateral trade between the United States and Africa, it accounts for about only 1% of America's global trade. So there is a thinking that if it's economic engagement we want with Africa, if it's only 1%, do we want to make Africa a priority? I mean, that's one way of looking at it. So what I think will happen in his second term is perhaps, since he has gone through this difficulty with Africa in the first term, he might just change his views and say, even though Africa's trade with the U.S. is not as important as it is with China or other parts of the world, let's re-engage them, but engage from aid to investment. I think that's probably what he understands best, which is investment, doing business. And aid, even though the U.S. is a very generous country, if you look at the league tables of who gives aid to Africa, it still hasn't made that much of a difference to Africa. So he might change his track and go to the investment side, the trade emphasis side. So that might be one outcome of his reelection for a second term. So the other thing I wanted to emphasize is even the U.S.-Africa Summit, for example, which was reinitiated in 2022 by President Biden. Yes, it changed the tone of engagement, but I was on your program not too long ago. I said that the tone has changed, but substance hasn't, So you mentioned in your intro, for example, President Biden didn't visit Africa. President Trump didn't visit Africa. Okay? So do we see a lot of changes in that regard? The U.S.-Africa Summit continuing in the future, but with substance? I'm not so sure. There may be a different way of approaching it, maybe selectively certain countries, but wholesale engagement by the United States and all of Africa at the peak level, I don't see that happening.
Right. Let me jump in here. With African countries increasingly partnering with global powers like China and Russia, how might Trump's approach to foreign policy influence Africa's geopolitical landscape and its strategic alliances? We have seen Africa become a bit of a geopolitical battleground recently.
Right, and that's a very good point you're making. If you saw the recent BRICS summit that was held in Russia, there was a lot of discussion, there was a lot of talk about, the South-South cooperation, which essentially is designed or aspires to replace at best, but for sure create a counterbalance to the West influence as led by the United States. Now they're talking about de-dollarization, using a system different from SWIFT, but that also all is captured in the geopolitical angle. But specifically when it comes to Africa, as you know, 3 African countries are now members of the BRICS. South Africa, one of the original founders, Ethiopia and Egypt, who just joined this year. Okay, so that's why I was saying earlier, if the U.S. is going to engage from a geopolitical angle, it will not be wholesale, all 54 countries, let's put every resources here and there. No, it will probably be selectively the more strategically important countries for the United States, whether it's South Africa, Nigeria, Ethiopia, perhaps Kenya and Egypt. These are going to be the ones who play the geopolitical role and the attention that the U.S. will give. And the other thing I wanted to emphasize is I expect President Trump and his administration to disengage from promoting certain controversial issues in Africa. I mean, the cultural issues that I think a lot of Africans did not accept. He may not also be promoting issues like American-style democracy or Western democracy to be implemented in Africa. I think he's going to definitely disengage from those, which I think the Democrats have been emphasizing for years and decades. That definitely is going to be de-emphasized. So geopolitics, BRICS will play a big role, but the U.S. will counter that on a selective basis. My emphasis, my expectation is American businesses would probably be encouraged to take the lead, supported by, for example, the United States Development Financial Corporation, which, by the way, was created by Donald Trump during his first administration, as opposed to the U.S. government taking the lead on aid or pouring in sovereign wealth, which it doesn't have. But that would be the kind of structure you should expect going forward.
Right. Thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued analysis there. We'll have to leave it there for now. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Shifting focus now to southern Africa, where Mozambique's ongoing post-election unrest is creating wider regional tensions. South Africa has temporarily shut its border with Mozambique over safety concerns. South Africa closed the Lebombo port of entry, which is one among the 4 busiest land ports in southern Africa. It is located about 110 kilometers from Mozambique's capital of Maputo and about 440 kilometers from South Africa's capital of Pretoria. South Africa said the entry will remain closed until further notice and has advised travelers to use alternative crossing points between the two countries. Pretoria says its decision comes after reports of violence on the Mozambican side of the border. Mozambique has been rocked by unrest since the 9th of October presidential election. The polls were won by the ruling Frelimo Party's candidate Daniel Chapo, extending his party's 49-year-long hold on power. However, opposition has denounced the vote as fraud. While announcing the border closure, South Africa also said that a group of Mozambican officials had sought protection in the country without giving further details. Just days ago, Mozambique's opposition leader and presidential runner-up, Venancio Mondlane, claimed that he survived an assassination attempt in Johannesburg, where he has taken refuge in the wake of the post-poll unrest. The 50-year-old is an independent candidate and is backed by the Podemos party, which has appealed to the Constitutional Court for a ballot recount. Mondlane, who has declared himself as the real winner, has a huge following among Mozambican youth. He has been mobilizing protesters against the election results through social media. He has called for a final march in the capital, Maputo. Now, dubbing it as the Day of Mozambique's Freedom, hundreds of protesters hit the streets of capital Maputo for the final march rally today, marking the biggest demonstrations yet in the days of chaos after the elections. Police fired tear gas and weapons to disperse the protesters, and the country's defense minister has threatened to send in the military to halt any more protests. However, many demonstrators said that they will not back down despite the warnings.
I'm well prepared. This country belongs to us. Save Mozambique. We had vote Venancio. We don't want Chapo. No more dictatorship in this country. All Mozambican youth suffer. You finish the 12th grade, but you go selling in the market while their sons are living well and better. This country belongs to us. Save Mozambique.
We are not vandals. We just obey the orders of our President Venancio Mondlane. Therefore, we are here with all our forces, even fasting. We are going to follow what he said to do.
As per Human Rights Watch, at least 18 protesters have been killed so far in the police crackdown. A local NGO puts the death toll at 24. As per the defense minister, a police officer was also killed in a protest over the weekend. Election observers working for the European Union say some voting results have been doctored in Mozambique, while the United Nations, the African Union and the US have raised concerns over the escalating violence. The ruling Frelimo party has denied the allegations of vote rigging. Instead, it says there is a plot to overthrow the democratically elected government. Moving to Africa's ambitions in space. Space technology plays a crucial role in every country's socio-economic development and stability. It looks like Ghana has recognized the importance of that and now wants to capitalize on it. Ghana has officially introduced its national space policy with an aim to harness the power of space technology and leverage it to propel economic growth, enhance national security, and ensure sustainable development. The new policy, which was approved by Ghana's cabinet in March of 2022, would also pave the way for the establishment of Ghana's Space Agency to coordinate the development of human capital and infrastructure. While launching the policy, the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, Ophelia Hayford, has emphasized that the new policy would address the gaps in its existing space program and that the space technology usage would be well coordinated, standardized, regulated and sustainably managed. But what are the key goals of Ghana's space policy? Now, the first goal is the establishment of Ghana's Space Agency. The second goal is to boost education and workforce development. The government is aiming to incorporate space science into educational curriculum to build a skilled workforce. And then there is infrastructure development. The government wants to build facilities like ground stations and space research centers. And the final goal is to promote space research and communication. Ghana wants to encourage private sector involvement in its space sector that can foster economic growth and job creation. In addition, the policy also aims to enhance international collaboration with other countries. Now, Ghana intends to increase coordination among different actors. The country has a vast number of ministers and institutions that are employing space science and technology. However, the use of these technologies lacks proper coordination. Ghana also faces several environmental, social, and economic challenges, including illegal mining, water pollution, and land degradation. Space technology could provide critical solutions to these challenges. And because Ghana is close to the equator and shares a coastline with the Atlantic Ocean, it has a geographical advantage when it comes to launching satellites into space. This added benefit could be fully exploited if the country has its own space policy defined. Now, the latest space policy is not the first step in Ghana's space program. The country's space program has been in existence since 2011. Ghana has been using space technology in many sectors such as agriculture, energy, environment, and security. The country launched its first satellite, called the GhanaSat-1, in 2017, putting it on the list of spacefaring nations. The main aim of the satellite was to take pictures of Ghana's coastal borders and to provide data that can be used to monitor the coastal regions. Since then, the country has also said it would develop and launch GhanaSat-2 and GhanaSat-3. Yet Ghana is not the only country rushing to reach space. Several countries in Africa have been blasting off satellites from Earth and quickly developing their own space programs. Reports suggest that to date, a total of 17 African countries have put more than 60 satellites into orbit, with dozens more African satellites expected to go into orbit in the coming years. Egypt, South Africa, Nigeria, Algeria, Kenya, Morocco, Angola, Zimbabwe, among others, have all launched satellites into space. According to an analysis, African nations budgeted $465.34 million for their space programs in 2024. This was, however, lower than the previous year's revised allocation of $643.13 million. However, Africa's space industry is expected to grow by 16% to nearly $22 billion by the year 2026. With space now being the limit for Ghana, it is yet to be seen how the West African country will support its scientific dreams. Our last story is from Somalia. For nearly 2 decades, parts of the country have been ravaged by Al-Qaeda-affiliated Al-Shabaab terrorists who want to overthrow the government. From suicide bombings to indiscriminate firings, Al-Shabaab attacks have left a trail of death and destruction across Somalia. To fight and track the movement of the Al-Shabaab operatives, the Somali government has launched an initiative to install thousands of security cameras. But residents in the capital city of Mogadishu say it has only added more headaches. Our next report gets you all the details on this.
In Somalia's capital of Mogadishu, which has been ravaged by attacks from Al-Qaeda-linked Al-Shabaab terrorists, residents are giving mixed reactions to a new initiative by the government. That of installing CCTV cameras outside their homes and shops. Rolled out earlier this year, officials say thousands of CCTV cameras have helped the authorities keep track of terrorist activities and ensure that security forces were doing their jobs properly. For 2 decades, Al-Shabaab bombings and shootings have plagued Somalia's capital city. Al-Shabaab has been fighting to overthrow the government, and the authorities want to curb that. However, this has been a risky proposition for the government. It has had to make several arrangements to ensure safety of those who have installed the cameras.
After much effort, we succeeded in persuading people to install cameras. When cameras were installed in Bakara Market, there were explosions targeting the security cameras and terrorists threatening locals, saying they would attack anyone and their business who installed cameras. Many security intelligence forces in plain clothes were deployed to Bakara Market and stayed there day and night to ensure safety of camera installation until locals got accustomed to the cameras.
Reports suggest that at least 3 people have been killed and 4 wounded in assaults on businesses that have installed security cameras since the start of October in the Daynil and Hodan districts of Mogadishu. Al-Shabaab is doing its best in fighting back against the installations of these cameras. They have asked several businesses to take down the cameras. But the government has warned businesses of consequences if they take down the camera, leaving them in a precarious situation. Yet not all businessmen feel that there are negative impacts. For Muhammad Abdi Noor, who is a businessman in the city, the impacts of installing the security cameras have been positive.
Security cameras have completely stopped theft 100%. There are no thieves now. If a thief comes, he stares at the corners, and when he sees the cameras, he desperately runs away.
But what has installing cameras meant for the local residents? Installations of security cameras has only increased the headaches of citizens. It has raised issues of privacy for the youth who are now unable to enjoy themselves freely. Residents now say that there are no boys and girls who stand in an alley or sit together. The youth is too afraid of the cameras that are controlled by homeowners.
The security cameras have many problems for us. We used to go out and sit outside during nights, chatting between ladies and boys, each boy with his girlfriend. But now there are security cameras here and there. You are being watched from every direction. It's not only looking, but our conversations are also being heard. If you say just hello to a girl, the hello reaches all neighbors and mothers.
While the situation remains grim in Mogadishu, regional security experts feel the CCTV cameras would only be successful if they are being used at the right time to prevent any incident and are not used after a particular incident has occurred. This way, the authorities would be able to maintain the security in the city.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Vantage. We are coming to you live from the White House. There's a lull here in Washington, D.C. right now. The action is over, but behind the scenes, there is a lot that's happening. Donald Trump's chosen his chief of staff. It is Susie Wiles, the woman who ran his election campaign. It is Trump's first major appointment. There will be more in the days to come. Meanwhile, the Democrats are divided. They're still figuring out why they lost. Yesterday, Joe Biden addressed the nation. He called for unity. But it's a difficult time for America that is divided along so many lines, including education. We'll tell you more about that on the show tonight. Also, what role did podcasts and social media play in this election? Meanwhile, the Canada-India row has escalated. New Delhi has slammed Ottawa for blocking an Australian outlet that carried Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar's interview. Why is India talking to the Taliban? Israeli football fans were attacked in Amsterdam. What led to this? In Germany, the government has collapsed. We'll tell you why. Pakistan is battling record-breaking pollution and blaming India for it. And why a deal between the Indian military and Uber is sparking concerns. All this and more coming up on the show. America is bracing for Trump 2.0, an older but more powerful Donald Trump. It's a strange situation here because usually elections have a finality to them. You forget the divisions and the debate, you get down to work. But around here, it's the opposite. The Democrats simply cannot wrap their heads around what happened. A bit like in 2016, they're not ready to accept a Trump presidency. And don't get me wrong, they're not storming the US Capitol, but there is a sense of denial. Yesterday, President Joe Biden tried to address that. He gave a speech from the White House. He promised a smooth and professional transition. But beyond that, he gave an important message too. You can't love your country only when you win. Listen to this.
Yesterday, I spoke with President-elect Trump to congratulate him on his victory. And I assured him that I'd direct my entire administration to work with his team to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition. We accept the choice the country made. I've said many times, you can't love your country only when you win. You can't love your neighbor only when you agree. We all get knocked down. But the measure of our character, as my dad would say, is how quickly we get back up. Remember, a defeat does not mean we are defeated. We lost this battle.
I know it's the bare minimum, but it was a very mature and graceful address from Joe Biden, especially if you look at the history. In 2020, when Biden won, Trump did not extend him this courtesy. He disputed the election results. Clearly, Joe Biden wants to be the bigger man. But here's the problem. A lot of Democrats blame him for the loss. They blame his policy on Israel, his decision to not step aside earlier, and his campaign gaffes. The White House spokesperson faced some of these questions later in the day. Listen to her response.
Letting again, not stepping aside faster, and showing what some people say, quoting folks here, an arrogance of believing he was the only one who could beat Donald Trump.
You said something at the end that I do want to just kind of reiterate and remind folks, and it was a good reminder to me, which is like, look, the president, this is the president who has been the only person has been able to beat Donald Trump.
It's a strange moment for Joe Biden. He must defend his record. He can't blame his vice president, and he must be courteous to Donald Trump. Not an easy balance to strike. And don't forget, he's still got a country to run. Trump will take charge only on the 20th of January. Until then, Joe Biden must handle 2 wars while preparing his country for a second Trump presidency. It's not going to be easy. Americans are deeply divided over this result. We've seen celebrations by Trump supporters across America, but we've also seen protests. Take a look at this. And what is Trump up to? His cabinet is slowly starting to take shape. He's already picked his chief of staff, a political strategist from Florida, Susie Wiles. She was co-chair of the Trump campaign, and she will now run Donald Trump's White House. Wiles will be the first woman to hold this post. And what do we know about her? Well, she's a longtime Republican. She worked on Ronald Reagan's campaign, on Donald Trump's first campaign, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' campaign. She likes to stay behind the scenes. On Wednesday, Trump called her up to the podium to say a few words, but she flatly refused. Insiders say she ran a professional campaign, which can be hard with Trump because he rarely sticks to a given script or agenda. But her biggest challenge starts now. Trump ran through 4 chiefs of staff in his first term. One of them later called him a fascist. Plus, this Trump team will be more volatile. The likes of Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson will be jostling for influence. So Susie Wiles needs to keep them in line. As for Donald Trump, he's ready to hit the ground running. Yesterday, he spoke to the US media. He said around 70 world leaders, 70 world leaders had spoken to him. That's a lot of phone calls in 2 days. But his focus remains on domestic issues, especially his promises on the southern border with Mexico. Listen to what he said.
We obviously have to make the border strong and powerful, and we have to at the same time. We want people to come into our country. When people have killed and murdered, when drug lords have destroyed countries, and now they're going to go back to those countries because they're not staying here.
He wants people to come, but legally, which is a fair ask, but that's not his only border promise. Trump has vowed the largest deportation in US history. He wants to round up illegal migrants and send them back to their home country. And how many people are we talking about? There is no official number, but some reports say it could be as many as 11 million people. 11 million. Now, this raises a couple of questions. One, how do you find, round up and detain so many people? And two, how much will it cost? Democrats have painted a grim picture about this plan. They say migrants will be put up in detention camps, but Trump allies say it will be targeted. No citywide or neighborhood sweeps. Either way, logistics will be a nightmare, which brings us to the costs. In 2016, the cost of deporting an illegal migrant was almost $13,000. That's apprehension plus detention plus processing and finally flying them out. Trump was asked about the viability of such a program. He says the price tag doesn't matter. But expect political challenges. Trump will need the help of all departments and US states for such a program, and chances are he won't get it. Some states are Trump-proofing their laws, like California, New York, Massachusetts, and Washington. California's governor, Gavin Newsom, is planning to convene his lawmakers. He plans to fight Trump's proposed policies. And how is that? By giving more money to his attorney general. Basically, California is lawyering up. They want to fight Trump's proposed laws in court, or at least hold them up. Other Democratic states are doing the same, so expect some standoffs next year. A few federal officials could also clash with Trump, like Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. He heads America's central bank. Trump had appointed Powell back in 2018. He got a second term from Joe Biden. Now, Powell was asked if he would resign if Trump asked him to. And his response? A defiant no.
Some of the president-elect's advisors have suggested that you should resign. If he asked you to leave, would you go?
No.
Can you follow up on, do you think that legally you're not required to leave?
No.
Legally, Trump cannot fire him. Powell's term lasts until May 2026. He is protected by the US Constitution, but expect some public acrimony and tensions because last time Trump clashed repeatedly with him. The president wanted to cut interest rates. Jerome Powell said, not the right time. Trump also threatened to fire him on many occasions, including in the middle of the pandemic. So considering all of this, one thing is certain, America is set for a dramatic 4 years. Trump could have absolute power in Washington, but he will face pushbacks from states and federal officials. How that plays out will depend on the president. Leaders around the world are preparing themselves for Donald Trump's return. Some countries are worried, including traditional US allies and, of course, America's enemies. But there are also other feelings going around, like hope and even excitement. So let's look at some of these reactions, starting with Russia. Here's what Russian President Vladimir Putin said.
Можно тоже как угодно
First of all, I can tell you, his behavior at the moment of the attempt on his life impressed me. He turned out to be a courageous man. A person shows himself in extraordinary circumstances. This is where a person shows himself. And he showed himself, in my opinion, in a very correct way, courageously like a man. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate him on his election as President of the United States. I have already said that we will work with any head of state that the American people have given them the mandate. This will indeed be the case in practice.
Putin has made his first public remarks on Trump's victory. He began by praising Donald Trump, calling him courageous for reacting the way he did after the attempt on his life. Putin then congratulated Trump on his election win and said that he would be willing to work with the incoming US president. Basically, Putin is open to resetting ties with the United States, but the ball is in Trump's court. Russia is waiting to see what he does once he takes office. And Putin isn't the only American adversary who reacted this way. There was also Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
We did not do well in the first administration of re-elected President Donald Trump. It is a new beginning for us to bet on winning and for the United States and Venezuela to do well. We always advocate for Latin America and the Caribbean to do well. As much as there have been tensions in relations when they tried to attempt against Trump's life twice, I do not hesitate for a second to express my solidarity and wish him good health and a long life.
Maduro acknowledged that he did not share a good relationship with Trump, not during his first term anyway. The two were at loggerheads. Trump exerted massive pressure on Venezuela, hoping for Maduro's ouster. But despite this, Maduro sees this as a new beginning, a new win-win relationship with Donald Trump. Maduro also mentioned the assassination attempts. He expressed solidarity with Trump and wished him a long life. It's quite the shift in tone. So both Russia and Venezuela are looking for a reset. Now look at the third reaction from Argentina.
I congratulate President-elect Donald Trump for the great victory in the elections held yesterday. You know that you can count on Argentina to make the United States great again, and we know that we can count on you to make Argentina great again. I wish you the greatest success. Success and blessings. Long live freedom.
That was Javier Milei, the president of Argentina. Milei could not be happier with this result. He had backed Trump from the very beginning. Milei sees him as a natural ally, so he's thrilled. And he isn't even waiting for Trump's inauguration. He's flying to the US next week to meet Donald Trump at his Mar-a-Lago residence and congratulate him in person. Joining them will be a mutual friend, Elon Musk. Musk has backed both these leaders, so he may be able to help strengthen ties. That's what Javier Milei will be hoping anyway. It seems there are good days ahead for Argentina. Another leader thrilled about Trump is Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán. Last month, Orbán said that he would celebrate Trump's victory with several bottles of champagne. Yesterday, he gave an update.
I only partially kept my promise. We also opened champagne, but I was in Kyrgyzstan when Donald Trump won. But there the customs are different. That's why we happily tapped the vodka set together, being happy with this fantastic result.
Orbán was hosting a summit yesterday, a summit of the European political community. Hungary has the European Union's rotating presidency right now. Now, EU leaders were meeting to discuss the US election and decide on what Europe should do next. Most EU leaders were worried, but Orbán was not. He didn't even try to hide his excitement. Orbán has been at odds with most of Europe for a while now. He has opposed the war in Russia, the excessive dependence on the US, and a number of other policies. His outlook is more aligned with Trump than Europe. Now, this was a weakness in the past, but now Orbán's influence is set to increase. So obviously, he was quite happy. But the rest of Europe definitely is not. They know that things are about to change.
Like many, I had the opportunity yesterday to speak to the President-elect Donald Trump. Some of us around this table know him from 4 years ago in his previous position. I congratulated him, but basically I think that our role here, in the European Union, is not to comment on the election of Donald Trump, to wonder if it is good or not. The question is, are we ready to defend the interests of Europeans? That is the only question that we should ask ourselves. And for me, I think that is our priority.
Europe is preparing for less help from the US, maybe no help in the Ukraine war. Trump says he wants the war to end. Europe does not want Russia to gain territory, so it wants to keep backing Kiev. But will they be able to? We'll probably see soon enough. Trump's victory has shaken up the world. Old foes are hoping for resets. Old allies are preparing to go it alone. And only one thing is certain at the moment. Nothing can be taken for granted. Which brings us back to the United States. The electorate here is divided by race, by gender, by where you stay, and by your ideology. And these divisions are quite stark. Yet there's one factor that is often ignored, and that is education. America has around 335 million people. Only 37% have a bachelor's degree or higher. Only 37%. 28% have only completed high school. 9% don't even have a high school diploma. So there is an education gap in this country, and it decides who they vote for. For example, take the data from this election. The states with higher education levels voted for Kamala Harris. The ones with lower education levels voted for Donald Trump. That is what numbers say. 55% college-educated voters backed the Democrats. 56% without degrees backed the Republicans. So there is a clear divide. And even the parties have noticed it. Look at this statement. It is by Democrat Bernie Sanders. He slammed his party for the loss, but one line stands out in his statement. It should come as no great surprise that a Democratic Party which has abandoned working class people should find that the working class has abandoned them. In 2008, the working class voted overwhelmingly for Barack Obama. They were a key voter base for the Democrats, but that's changed since 2016. Working class voters now prefer Donald Trump. Meanwhile, highly educated professionals used to vote Republican. This time, they voted for Harris. So the demographic has flipped, and you can understand why. America is dealing with growing inequality. Like I told you, only 37% of the population are college graduates, yet they hold 70% of the wealth. For every $1 a college graduate earns, a high school graduate earns only 22 cents, which makes education the new fault line. It's impacting American politics, yet opinion polls seem to keep missing it. Over the last few months, there have been a lot of polls by different outlets and groups, and all of them predicted a close battle, a neck-and-neck fight, yet the results are quite the opposite. Trump won by a landslide. He swept the swing states. Now, we get that no poll can be absolutely accurate. There's always a margin of error, but this was not a margin of error. They got it completely wrong, and not for the first time either. In 2016, polls predicted an overwhelming victory for Hillary Clinton, yet it was Donald Trump who won. In 2020, polls predicted a win for Biden, which was correct, but there was an issue. The margin was far narrower than expected. Pollsters again underestimated support for Trump, and this time too, they couldn't get it right. So is the system broken? Why do polls keep getting it wrong? Let's look at how they're conducted. Pollsters first create sample sizes, then they ask their questions either on ground or online. The data is collected and analyzed, and this analysis shapes opinion poll results. That's how it's done. It sounds very scientific, but the problem arises when your bias comes into play, or when people haven't given you honest answers, or you gloss over key indicators like education. For 3 elections, pollsters have missed crucial pockets of voters. That's the rural, white, working class. Non-educated voters aren't well represented in most samples, and they're pivotal in Trump's victory. The method, too, is not fail-proof. Many pollsters use only online surveys now, but they aren't very reliable. Usually, the answers come from more educated voters, plus random samples are not always accurate. Now, they could be very wrong, which they've been for 12 years now. So it's time for a rethink, perhaps, for the pollsters, for the Democrats, and for the whole of America. They may pretend that the diploma divide does not exist, but at this point, it is dictating American politics. This election wasn't just Harris versus Trump, it was also a media war, sort of like old media versus new media. Let me explain this. Most newspapers and TV channels backed Kamala Harris. Some of them openly endorsed her. You can call this the old media. On the other side, you had newer forms like social media or podcast. They were decisively in Donald Trump's corner. X and Elon Musk supported him. So did podcaster Joe Rogan. The question is, did this impact the election result? Let's take a closer look. The average age of cable news audience is 70 in America. Among newspaper readers, it is 60, the average age, and magazines, 52. What about podcasts? 34 years is the average age. So the trend is quite clear. Older Americans use newspapers and television, younger Americans use podcasts. Within this age group, men are a bigger share, and Trump realized this. Earlier this year, his campaign manager hired a 27-year-old consultant. His job? To make a list of podcasts for Trump to go on. Apparently, Trump wanted his son Barron to go through this list. And Barron is just 18 years old. He studies at New York University. So Trump wanted him, an 18-year-old, to vet the list. After that, it was a podcast blitz. Look at all the shows that he went on. The Nelk Boys podcast, Lex Friedman podcast, Bussin' with the Boys, Flagrant podcast, the Logan Paul podcast, the Theo Vaughn podcast, and finally, Joe Rogan. Together, these videos got 86 million views, and I'm only counting the full interviews. If you add shorter clips and snippets, it will be a lot more. And these are not like your regular TV interviews. The focus isn't on policy or politics. It's a freewheeling conversation. Trump talked about martial arts, about aliens, about the Kennedy assassination, about boxing, and about cryptocurrency. Issues that resonate with young American men. 2 weeks ago, he appeared on a podcast called 6 Feet Under, and guess who hosts it? WWE's Undertaker. I know it's a strategy that does not seem to make sense, but as the result shows, it did. The Trump campaign realized two things early on. One, young people watch podcasts. We're talking about people under 30. They make up 37% of the US population. If you want their vote, you need to reach out to them. And two, mainstream media isn't what it used to be. Trust in US media is at a historic low. Only 31% Americans trust these newspapers or channels. So Trump thought, why should I even speak to them? I would much rather speak to podcasters, and look at the results. In 2020, Biden beat Trump among men under 30 years of age, that too by 11%. But this time, Trump beat Harris by 2%. So clearly the outreach has worked. In his victory speech, Trump gave a shout out to podcasters. Listen to this.
I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. And we also have a Mandana White who has done some job.
I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Again, Trump read the room well. You may remember the controversy around his 60 Minutes interview. Harris did take part in it, but Trump refused to. It was seen as some sort of blasphemous act. Though as it turned out, it was inconsequential. Harris too tried to get on the podcast train. She went on a show called Call Her Daddy. She was also reportedly considering an interview with Joe Rogan, but in the end it did not happen. Now, I know this sounds like a masterstroke by Donald Trump. You may think, well, this is the future. If you want to win, get on podcasts. But here's the problem. There are no filters on these conversations, no fact checks, no follow-up questions, and no red lines. You can basically say whatever you want and get away with it. In an ideal world, the audience would be careful. They would verify claims and fact-check big statements, but let's face it, very few people do it. So what's the solution? Well, the responsibility lies with each party. Politicians are free to go on podcasts, but they are not substitutes for a proper interview. They never will be. Secondly, the audience must be more careful. You have internet on your fingertips. Use it to verify facts. Just because someone has a podcast mic, it doesn't make them right. And finally, the media. American mainstream media is among the richest in the world. They have the resources, they have the talent pool. So why doesn't the public trust them? Clearly something has gone wrong somewhere. You can't just blame Donald Trump for all of it and for capitalizing on this trend. He's a master of the media, whether it's cable or social media or now podcasts. Let's turn to Canada now. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has always called himself a protector of free speech. He's used this argument to ignore a lot of things. like Khalistani separatism, security threats to diplomats, and glorification of political assassinations. Through all of this, we had the same question. Where does he draw the red line? Well, we have the answer now. The Indian Foreign Minister's speech is where the line is drawn. That's where freedom of expression ends for Justin Trudeau. Let me explain. Minister Jaishankar was in Australia this week. On Tuesday, he held a press conference with the Australian Foreign Minister. As expected, he was asked about Canada. And as expected, Jaishankar hit out at them. What happened next is quite interesting. Most Australian outlets covered this presser. Among them was Australia Today. They focus on Indian diaspora news in Australia. Hours after they carried this presser, Australia Today was blocked in Canada. The reason? Listen to India's Foreign Ministry.
We understand that the social media handles and pages of this particular outlet, which is an important diaspora outlet, has been blocked and are not available for viewers in Canada. This happened just a few hours after this particular handle carried the press conference of External Affairs Minister along with Penny Wong. But nonetheless, what I will say that these are actions which yet again highlight the hypocrisy of Canada towards freedom of speech.
Well, so much for freedom of speech. You're okay with people threatening to blow up planes. You're okay with threats to Indian diplomats. But this is where you draw the line. It exposes Canada's hypocrisy. Let me take you back to July last year. Khalistanis in Canada displayed a float on Indira Gandhi's assassination. They glorified the killing of an Indian Prime Minister. Around the same time, Indian diplomatic missions were targeted. A grenade was hurled at the High Commission of India. And how did Justin Trudeau react? Listen in.
Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have.
So all that counts as freedom of expression, but covering the Indian Foreign Minister's speech does not. Australia Today has responded to this censorship. Let me quote from what they've said. The recent restriction and ban on our interview with Indian External Affairs Minister and the press conference under orders from the Canadian government have been difficult for our team and those who value freedom, free and open journalism. We remain steadfast in our mission to bring important stories and voices to the public, undeterred by these obstacles. And what is Canada saying? Nothing so far, but I'm sure you're wondering what Minister Jaishankar said. What was so explosive that Canada had to block his remarks? Nothing out of the ordinary. Exactly what India has been saying all along. A, Canada has not given evidence, and B, that Indian diplomats are not safe there.
Canada has developed a pattern of making allegations without providing specifics. Secondly, when we look at Canada, for us, the fact that they're putting our diplomats under surveillance is something which is unacceptable. Third, the incidents which the gentleman there spoke about, and do look at the video. I think they would tell you, in a way, the political space today, which is being given to extremist forces there.
It's a genuine problem. So much so that India is scaling back its diplomatic activities. The High Commission and consulates often organize special camps. These are meant for Indian nationals. You can use these camps for various services, maybe passport issues or maybe official certificates. One such camp was slated to be organized in Toronto, but it has now been cancelled because Canada cannot provide adequate security. We saw that on Sunday too. A camp was being held at a Hindu temple in Brampton. Khalistanis attacked the temple and the devotees. So New Delhi is not risking a repeat. This caps a very tumultuous week in India-Canada ties. We thought it hit rock bottom last month, but things are getting even worse. And what is Justin Trudeau doing about it? On Monday, he attended a Diwali event in Ottawa. There he made an important statement.
There are many supporters of Khalistan in Canada, but they do not represent the Sikh community as a whole. There are many supporters of the Modi government in Canada, but they do not represent all Hindu Canadians as a whole.
Now, a couple of things to note here. One, he admits that there are Khalistanis in Canada. He also says that there is no room for violence. So why not crack down on them? Why not punish them for spreading chaos? No answers. And secondly, this is an important distinction drawn by Trudeau. He has said that Khalistanis do not represent Sikhs. Well, news flash, Mr. Prime Minister. We already know that. People at the event said that Trudeau had never made such a statement before, distinguishing Sikhs and Khalistanis. Does this mean that he's slowly realizing his mistake? Or did someone give him a history crash course? Either way, don't hold your breath. Justin Trudeau is too deep in this mess. Even if he realizes his mistake, he cannot afford to accept it. Our next story is also about India. It's about neighborhood ties. Earlier this week, an Indian delegation was in Afghanistan. They had a meeting with the Taliban. They met two high-level Taliban officials, the acting Foreign Minister, Amir Khan Muttaqi, and the acting Defence Minister, Mullah Mohammad Yaqub Mujahid. India was represented by J.P. Singh. He is India's point person for Afghanistan, the Joint Secretary of the Pakistan-Afghanistan-Iran Division in the Ministry of External Affairs. Now, Singh's visit was not highly publicized, but it became big news after the Taliban posted these pictures showing Singh with Mullah Yaqub. The Taliban say that both sides declared their common desire to enlarge bilateral relations. The focus was on humanitarian cooperation, but some other issues were also discussed, like trade and visas for Afghan people. Before we go into the details, some background first. As you know, the Taliban took over Afghanistan in 2021 and most countries severed ties with the country, with Afghanistan. Most of the world has refused to officially recognize the Taliban regime. India hasn't recognized it either, but that does not mean that New Delhi won't talk to them. India has historical ties with Afghanistan and the Afghan people. Forgetting that is not an option. And New Delhi won't abandon the people there. Then there's geopolitics to consider. Pakistan had initially supported the Taliban. They harbored Taliban militants who were fighting against the US-backed administration in Kabul. Islamabad initially expected the Taliban to join forces with them, which would have been bad news for India. So New Delhi made sure to keep communication channels with Kabul open. Then there's the China factor. China wants to exploit Afghanistan's resources, so it maintains ties with the Taliban too. That also could have ended badly. But New Delhi prevented this by keeping diplomatic back channels open. That is how India could hold this week's meeting. Here's what India's External Affairs Ministry said about the talks.
During the visit, he had several meetings with the Afghan minister, including with the acting defense minister. He also called on former President Hamid Karzai. He also met the head of UN agencies there and several other senior ministers. They had discussions on the India's humanitarian assistance that we're providing to people in Afghanistan, as also how the Chabahar port can be utilized by the business community in Afghanistan for transactions and for export and import and any other thing that they would like to do for.
As usual, humanitarian aid was on top of the agenda. But now New Delhi is also talking about trade via the Chabahar port in Iran. Remember, India is developing this port. It allows India to bypass Pakistan and access Iran, Afghanistan and beyond. Now, India wants to use this access to help the Afghan people. The Afghan business community has been invited to use the Chabahar port to expand their operations and to bring prosperity to their country. The Indian team discussed this with the Taliban. They said negotiations will take place in the near future between technical delegations from regional countries, including Afghanistan and India. So it looks like New Delhi is trying to help the Afghans while also making the Chabahar port more profitable. It's a win-win situation. Then there's the visa situation. The Taliban took over in 2021 and Indian diplomats were evacuated from Afghanistan. Some junior diplomats have returned since, but they still don't issue visas. This has been a setback for thousands of Afghans, especially students who go to Indian colleges. The Afghan students have not been able to enter India for years now, so New Delhi has said it will look into this. That's the latest update on the India-Taliban talks. New Delhi is working to help the Afghan people make their lives better through aid and trade and prevent their country from falling under Pakistan's control. Moving on to Amsterdam, where Israeli football fans were attacked in violent clashes. On Thursday, Israel's Maccabi Tel Aviv was playing Dutch side Ajax. Israeli fans went to watch this match. They were ambushed, they were beaten up. 5 of them are in hospital. Many of them are injured. The Dutch police have called it an anti-Semitic attack. Israel has condemned these attacks. Prime Minister Netanyahu has called them, and I'm quoting, horrifying. He vowed to send rescue planes to bring Israeli citizens back. Our next report brings you more details.
It was supposed to be a game of football. Yet, it turned into a night of horror for Amsterdam. It was a Europa League football match between Maccabi Tel Aviv and the Dutch club Ajax. It was taking place at the Johan Cruyff Arena. Fans left the stadium without any incident, but as the night progressed, things got worse. Israeli fans say they were confronted by a mob of Arab protesters. They were ambushed, even beaten up. Unverified videos show men demanding that a fan say, "Free Palestine."
Free Palestine now! Free Palestine!
5 Israeli fans were in the hospital. They have since been discharged. Nearly 30 others were injured.
We have nothing to do with the war. We come to support Maccabi Tel Aviv, and we got shit.
62 people were initially arrested. 10 still remain in custody. They're all being investigated by a special police team. According to the Amsterdam mayor, men on scooters searched for Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters in the streets and carried out what she called hit-and-run attacks.
Amsterdam looks back on a pitch-black night, and it is still dark today. Hateful anti-Semitic rioters and criminals attacked and beat up Jewish, Israeli visitors to our city last night. My heart goes out to the victims, to their families here and in Israel. Boys on scooters crossed the city in search of Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters. It was a hit and run. Mijn hart gaat uit naar de slachtoffers.
But what led to these violent clashes in the first place? Amsterdam authorities say that tensions have been rising for some time now. Nearly 3,000 Maccabi fans traveled to the city for this match. They were seen chanting racist slogans, both about Arabs and Palestine. One even climbed a building to tear down a Palestinian flag. There were also attacks on a taxi. So, with the situation escalating, the police cancelled a pro-Palestinian demonstration. It was supposed to happen near the stadium. Extra police have been deployed in Amsterdam. The security measures will continue for the coming days as a precaution. The Dutch Prime Minister has denounced the attack.
This is anti-Semitic violence, and those are the words I choose every time, and I do that very consciously. Or that against the background of the Israeli conflict with Palestine, that will undoubtedly play a role in it, but I actually do not think that is important at this time. It is anti-Semitic violence.
Israel, on the other hand, is furious. President Isaac Herzog condemned the clashes, comparing it to a pogrom. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called it horrifying. He first ordered rescue planes for Israeli citizens, but Israel has since cancelled that mission. It'll now send commercial planes to the Netherlands to bring football fans back home. Authorities have urged Israelis in Amsterdam to stay in their hotels. Meanwhile, Maccabi Tel Aviv has warned its fans and asked them to avoid wearing Jewish symbols. Anti-Semitic incidents have surged in the Netherlands since the Gaza war began last October. Many Jewish organizations have reported threats. Schools too have received hate mail. These clashes in Amsterdam have led to criticism from across the globe. It comes just a day ahead of the marking of Kristallnacht, a Nazi pogrom against Jews across Germany.
Now let's turn our attention to Germany. The country is in chaos. It no longer has a functional government. Just hours after Donald Trump won the US election, Germany's governing coalition collapsed. Chancellor Olaf Scholz kicked out one of his coalition partners. He now runs a minority government. It is not a sustainable solution. The opposition is calling for him to step down. The people of Germany also want elections immediately, but Scholz is trying to delay the polls. He wants to hold on to power till March and shore up his popularity. Our next report has the details.
Political chaos has engulfed Germany. Their ruling coalition has collapsed. Chancellor Olaf Scholz now heads a minority government. But he's refusing to call snap elections. Instead, he wants to ride out the storm for a few months and try to get his popularity up before finally calling for an election. The move leaves Germany in a state of flux, which is the last thing both the country and Europe in general need right now. All this chaos began on Wednesday, just hours after another major political event: Donald Trump's victory in the United States. It was already a tense situation for Europe, but Germany decided to turn up the chaos levels further. Perhaps the stress got to Scholz and he snapped.
Meine Damen und Herren,
Ladies and gentlemen, I have just asked the President for the dismissal of the Finance Minister. Too many times did Finance Minister Lindner block laws irrelevantly. Too many times did he act to serve his clientele and party. Especially today, on a day with such an important event such as the US election. Such egotism is completely incomprehensible.
Scholz sacked his finance minister Christian Lindner, and he kicked Lindner's Free Democratic Party out of the ruling coalition. Scholz became Germany's chancellor in 2021, heading what was known as the Traffic Light Coalition. It was a coalition of three parties: the Social Democratic Party of Germany, which Scholz belongs to. Their color is red. Lindner's Free Democratic Party, represented by the color yellow, and Germany's Green Party, which was obviously green. Hence, it was called the Traffic Light Coalition. But now, yellow is out. Only red and green are left and running a minority government. They just control 324 seats in the German parliament out of 733. In most countries, the government would get toppled. The opposition would call for a no-confidence vote and force the leader to resign. But it doesn't work that way in Germany. In Germany, the Chancellor decides when to call a confidence vote.
In the very first week of the parliamentary session in the new year, I will call for the confidence vote so that the Bundestag can then vote on it on January 15th. That way, parliamentarians can decide if they want to pave the way for a snap election. That election could then take place at the latest by the end of March while respecting the rules of the Constitution.
Scholz has given himself a 4-month extension. He will continue to run a minority government until polls are held. Scholz's decision has left the opposition furious.
I relayed my conversation with the Chancellor yesterday to the parliamentary group and also made clear that we parted in disagreement. The Chancellor did not see himself in a position to give me a plausible explanation as to why he would only call a vote of confidence in another 2 months and not next week.
That was the leader of Germany's biggest opposition party, the Christian Democratic Union. The CDU is leading in opinion polls and they are poised to take over if elections are held now. But Scholz has his own agenda. He plans to use the next few months to pass laws with outside support because he doesn't have a majority. The CDU suspects that Scholz will pass populist laws that will boost his chances in the polls. It's a cynical strategy, but there's not much the opposition can do about it, which means Germany will be an unstable government for the next few months.
When does it become difficult to breathe? According to the Air Quality Index, when the digits hit 300, an AQI of 300 is hazardous. Push it to 500 and the air quality is considered off the charts. Do you know the recent air quality in Pakistan's Lahore? 1900. This is a historic high, an AQI of 1900. Lahore has become the most polluted city on earth. Hundreds of people have been hospitalized. So what is Pakistan doing about it? They're scrambling for band-aids, like closing schools for a few days, impounding polluting vehicles, tearing down kilns, and of course, blaming India. Here is a report.
Tearing down kilns, shutting barbecue joints, impounding polluting vehicles, banning rickshaws, closing schools, forcing workers to stay home, hospitalizing hundreds. This is the state of Pakistan, as record-breaking pollution chokes the country.
आप फैक्ट्रीज को नहीं पकड़ती हैं, आप इंडस्ट्रीज को नहीं पकड़ती हैं, आप धुआं छोड़ने वाली गाड़ियों को नहीं पकड़ती हैं। इन तमाम चीज़ों के ऊपर काबू पाए बगैर तालीमी इदारों को बंद कर देना ये कोई सलूशन नहीं है। हाँ, हम ये बात भी समझते हैं कि बच्चों की जो सेहत है वो बहुत ज़रूरी है। ना सिर्फ बच्चे बल्कि बड़े भी इससे मुतासिर हो रही हैं और इसके साथ साथ माहिरीन के मुताबिक बच्चों इन लोगों की 5 साल उम्र की कम हो रही हैं।
बच्चा बस बाहरों आया तो घर घबराहट जी महसूस होई है, लगदा जेड़ा अजकल मौसम चलिया है स्मोक दा ते बस उवें ही इहनूं चक्कर आने लग पैने ते फटाफट असीं हॉस्पिटल लैके आए हैं इत्थे ते डॉक्टर साहब ने चैक कीता ते उन्होंने कहा भी इहनूं यही मसला महसूस हो रहा है ते
This is Punjab, the most populated province of Pakistan. It is home to 127 million people who are now being suffocated by this hazardous air. How bad is it? An air quality index above 300 is considered hazardous. Anything above 500 is considered off the charts. But on Sunday, Punjab's capital, Lahore, reported air quality of 1,900. This is a record high. Lahore has become the most polluted city on earth. On Tuesday, more than 900 people were hospitalized. On Wednesday, the city was still cloaked in toxic smog. So the government has set up a so-called smog war room, comprising of high-level staff to look into matters. And since then, they have ordered strict measures, like instructing half the workforce to stay home, mandating masks, demolishing brick kilns, shifting schools to remote learning, and shutting down public spaces like parks, zoos and historical monuments. But these are band-aid last-minute solutions. The problem has not gone away. So Pakistan did what they do best, blame India. Pakistan's senior minister, Maryam Aurangzeb, said that the wind from India towards Lahore is taking smog to dangerous levels. Later, she took a more neutral tone, saying that the matter will be discussed with India. Last week, Pakistan's Punjab Chief Minister, Maryam Nawaz, shared a similar opinion. She proposed putting complex politics aside and called for smog diplomacy, saying that the air doesn't recognize borders between our two countries. It's impossible to fight smog unless both Punjabs take steps together. That's a lovely sentiment, but New Delhi says that India has not heard anything formally from Islamabad so far on this matter. So, was it all talk, no action? No one would put that past Islamabad. Northern India is also experiencing high levels of air pollution. New Delhi is the second most polluted city in the world.
Look at this, you cannot see even from here down 2 kilometers, you can't see anything. And people should understand. And authority also should understand that this is ridiculous. It is so difficult to breathe and run.
But the extreme air pollution in both the countries is caused by a confluence of factors, including crop burning in the winter harvest months, brick kilns that spew smoke, industrial activity, and car pollution. Last year, at least 235,000 people died from air pollution in Pakistan. In India, the deaths crossed 2 million. Economically, Pakistan loses about 6.5% of its GDP due to air pollution, and India, 3%. Both the countries are being choked. So, Pakistan should stop the blame game and for once not be a fair weather friend.
Now let's talk about Uber. It's practically a household name. Uber is an American transportation company mainly known for its ride-hailing services. Over the past year, Uber has signed multiple deals with Indian military bodies, the Air Force, the Navy and the Coast Guard, to provide transportation services for military personnel and their families. But these deals have run into trouble. Critics have flagged major security concerns and now the agreements are being scrapped. So what were the risks? And do other countries have similar deals? Here's the report.
Uber is an American app-based cab-hailing company. It's used by millions across the world, and India is no exception. So last year in December, Uber signed a deal with the Indian Coast Guard. In September this year, they signed another deal, this time with the Indian Navy. And in the following month came a third deal, this with the Indian Air Force. So 3 deals within the span of a year, and their goal was the same: to provide transportation solutions to military personnel and their families. Or, as per the agreement, to provide reliable, convenient, safe and economical travel services. As wordy and ideal as the plan sounds, it's being scrapped now. The Air Force, Navy and Coast Guard have initiated the process to end their agreements with Uber. This is being done as a precautionary step after a huge backlash. As soon as they were signed, the agreements raised alarm in India. They sparked outcry on social media, and critics pointed to major security issues, like the potential exposure of sensitive data. Critics claim that Uber will be able to access travel details and personal information of the users. While these are only risks, experts say that with this deal, sensitive data could be compromised. And they cite 2 reasons behind their fears. First, such deals are not a common phenomenon. Military bodies rarely sign contracts with a foreign private organization for a personal cab service. So, there's no real way to learn about the necessary guardrails. However, history does teach lessons from similar examples, which brings us to the second point. Data sharing deals between military bodies and private organizations can have grave consequences. Like when the US signed a deal with Strava, the popular fitness tracking application. Strava was used by active duty military personnel. The app tracked their movements and life patterns. This applied to military personnel in conflict zones like Afghanistan and intelligence officers in covert operations. This was highly sensitive classified military information. But thanks to Strava in 2018, the information leaked and it turned into a security nightmare for the United States. This is not to say that history would have repeated itself with Uber, but the lesson is clear. When it comes to sensitive data, especially in the context of a nation's military, the risks of exposure will always outweigh the benefits. Because national security should never be taken for a ride.
Finally, it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. A desert in Saudi Arabia receives snowfall and hail for the first time in history. Residents flee to shelters as an Indonesian volcano continues to spew ash. And robot dogs patrol Trump's Mar-a-Lago as US ramps up security at his residence. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1960, John F. Kennedy was elected as the 35th US president. At the age of 43, he was in fact and remains the youngest elected president. He was also the first Catholic to hold the post. Kennedy was in power until 1963 when he was assassinated. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching.
In this room and across the country are united together in our devotion to this country. We wish to keep it strong and we wish to keep it free.
لا إله إلا الله. يوم السبت 30/4 العمل.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in Russia, where Vladimir Putin has congratulated President-elect Donald Trump days after he won a second term to the White House.
I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate him on his election as President of the United States. I have already said that we will work with any head of state that the American people have given them the mandate. This will indeed be the case in practice.
The Russian leader hailed Donald Trump's courage during the first assassination attempt against him in a Pennsylvania rally in July.
First of all, I can tell you, his behavior at the moment of the attempt on his life impressed me. He turned out to be a courageous man. And it's not just about raising his hand and calling for the fight for their common ideals. It's not just about that, although, of course, it was done in the heat of the moment. A person shows himself in extraordinary circumstances. This is where a person shows himself. And he showed himself, in my opinion, in a very correct way, courageously, like a man.
Now Putin has expressed his desire for dialogue with the president-elect to help end the war in Ukraine and bring peace to the region.
But what was said concerning the desire to restore relations with Russia, to help end the Ukrainian crisis, in my opinion, seems to me to be at least worthy of attention.
Throughout his re-election campaign, Donald Trump claimed that he will end the crisis in Ukraine within 24 hours of retaking the White House. However, the president-elect has not really elaborated on how he plans to end the war, which is the biggest in Europe since World War II. Now, Trump has suggested that his peace plan will include forcing Ukraine to cede some territories to Russia, halting military aid to Kyiv, and crushing Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's ambitions of joining NATO. Moments after President-elect Trump made his victory speech on Wednesday, President Zelensky was among the first world leaders to congratulate him. Since then, the two leaders have also had a phone conversation.
Yesterday, I spoke with President Trump, as many of you did, and it was productive conversation, good conversation. Of course, we cannot yet know what his actions will be, but we do hope that America will become stronger. And this is the kind of America that Europe needs. And a strong Europe is what America needs, to my mind. This is the connection between allies that must be valued and cannot be lost.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump says he's ready to hold talks with Russian leader Vladimir Putin. In fact, in a recent interview, the president-elect revealed he's spoken to around 70 world leaders since his win, but hasn't talked to Putin just yet. Both Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin have long admired each other, sparking criticism at home. In fact, last month, a book by journalist Bob Woodward revealed that both leaders may have spoken as many as 7 times since the Republican left the White House in 2021. During his first term, Donald Trump also reportedly sent COVID-19 test kits to Putin when they were still scarce and the pandemic was at its peak. This raises questions on whether the president-elect's personal bond with Vladimir Putin will adversely impact Ukraine in the months ahead. And now to the United States. A federal judge in Texas has ruled against President Joe Biden's program that seeks to give legal status to unauthorized immigrants who are spouses of American citizens. The program, named Keeping Families Together, was announced by the Biden administration in June when the president was still running for re-election. However, U.S. District Judge J. Campbell Barker put a hold on the program in August as it was challenged by Texas and 15 other states. Now, the same judge who was appointed by President-elect Donald Trump in his first term has put the policy on hold. According to the program, undocumented migrants who are married to U.S. citizens and have lived in the country for 10 years or more are eligible for work permits and deportation protections. The policy also allows eligible migrant spouses to apply for a green card or permanent residency. And after 3 years, these spouses can apply for American citizenship. Now, American law requires illegal migrants to go back and return legally to get a green card. But with President Biden's policy, they would have been able to apply for a green card without leaving the country, which the Texas court says is illegal.
By marrying a U.S. citizen, you don't get automatic citizenship. There's a whole process that comes after that. And all that we're asking for right here in this Keeping Families Together parole process is for the opportunity to remain with our families, to go through the process like any other person and remain in this country.
Data shows some 1.1 million undocumented migrants are married to U.S. citizens and live in America. Out of them, around 500,000 undocumented spouses qualify for the Keeping Families Together program. Meanwhile, Donald Trump says one of his priorities upon taking office is to make the border stronger and powerful, a remark that is concerning for thousands of asylum seekers.
Don't be bad people. Please don't be selfish with us migrants. We are human beings just like you. Give us a chance to get over there. Even give us a chance to get to Canada, since you don't want us in your country. But give us the opportunity. We can't be here. We are in a bad situation. We have been kidnapped, women raped, migrants killed. Please help us.
In a recent interview, the president-elect said he has no choice but to carry out mass deportations to keep the country safe. Officials warned that the deportation program would be a huge logistical and financial challenge and could cost billions of dollars. However, Donald Trump insists on deporting the undocumented immigrants as he believes that people entering the United States should come with a sense of love for the country, but only legally. And now shifting focus to the southern border with Mexico, where hundreds of migrants are abandoning their journey towards the United States. The caravan, which began earlier this week with around 3,000 migrants, has now dwindled to just half after Donald Trump won re-election.
We wanted to get to the United States. Now that Trump won, we do not know what to do. May it be God's will, since we are taking this course, that we have to arrive, even if it is to knock on the door, to see if they open it for us. I don't know what to do anymore, because we left a very terrible regime. Returning to Venezuela is like being shot in the head.
Donald Trump doesn't like Latinos. Donald Trump said he was going to remove all Latinos from the United States, a massive deportation. So now it's going to be harder to get in. There are going to be new laws, new regulations, new rules, and now it's going to be harder for us Latinos to get there.
In his winning speech, the president-elect reiterated his commitment to seal the borders, insisting that only legal immigration would be allowed. The president-elect's plan could further impose limitations on Biden-era programs like humanitarian parole and temporary protected status that temporarily allow some migrants to remain in the United States.
We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country, and we made history for a reason.
For migrants who use social media platforms like Telegram to track the U.S. immigration policies, the election outcome has dampened their hopes severely. Several expressed frustration, with some saying that had there been a woman president like Claudia Sheinbaum, their lives would take a different trajectory.
I wanted them to elect a woman in the United States elections just as we did here. That way they would have seen eye to eye, because Mr. Trump is arbitrary, misogynist, racist.
Now, throughout the campaign, Donald Trump vowed to complete his border wall and deport millions of illegal immigrants. He's even promised to hire an additional 10,000 Border Patrol agents and impose tougher restrictions on asylum.
So in order to meet the goal of hiring 10,000 new agents, we need the agents. We need them badly. And keeping our incredible veteran agents on the force. Don't leave us.
A post-election YouGov survey shows that Donald Trump has the support of 53% of Americans on immigration matters, compared to just 45% for Vice President Kamala Harris. As of now, the reality for migrants remains uncertain as they weigh their next steps, with many deciding to give up on their chances of crossing into the United States. After the vice president's unexpected loss to Donald Trump, Democrats are now analyzing what went wrong. Some point to a cautious campaign, while others point to President Joe Biden's choice of passing the torch to Kamala Harris. The White House, through Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, has defended President Biden's decision, calling it the right choice. Yet concerns about the Democratic Party's strategy and messaging persist. Was this simply a campaign misstep, or are there deeper issues at play? Our next report examines the challenges facing Democrats.
Democratic nominee for president, Vice President of the United States.
It was supposed to be Kamala Harris's moment. After Joe Biden's reluctant decision to pass her the torch, the Democrats believed they were ready to fight, ready to win. But in a brutal defeat, Harris failed to secure the White House,
and the future President Trump overperformed,
handing Donald Trump an unexpected victory, which has shaken the party to its core. Now the Democrats are scrambling, asking one big question: what went so horribly wrong? Some blame Harris's cautious campaign. Others point to Biden himself, accusing the 81-year-old president and his inner circle of recklessly setting up the party for failure.
Biden may not have seen it, but those around him knew. Biden's physical decline might doom the party.
And yet they let it happen. The post-mortem of this campaign reveals the full extent of Harris's loss. A loss that went far beyond swing states. She lost ground everywhere, including in blue strongholds. And the numbers are jarring. Biden pulled 57% of women. Harris dropped to 54%. Biden carried 71% voters of color. Harris fell to 65%.
So anyway, now I'm happy that he's back, so we can get in, things going. Right now, everything is really bad, the economy and all this stuff. The abortion, you know what, it can be, work on it, you know what I mean?
I just believe that I resonate more with the Trump policies than I do on the Democrat side. I've been Democrat my entire life. Families voted Democrat. I probably have been the only family member that decided to step aside and vote for the Republican Party because I believe their values are more in line with my culture as well as my family culture and values.
11% left. Again, for many Democrats, the questions are piling up. Why did Harris's team focus so heavily on abortion rights? Why did they fail to engage with Black and Latino men, a weakness the party has known about for years? The criticisms are fierce, but they don't stop with Harris. Democratic insiders now say that her lack of a bold campaign strategy left her vulnerable. She let the GOP define her. Republicans piled on the pressure and said that Harris and her running mate Tim Walz seemed to go into hiding, avoiding interviews for weeks after the convention.
It was expected. He clearly has been having serious issues with his cognitive function for a while, so it was no surprise. But, these calls that Harris is going to be any different. She's actually worse than Biden. They've run the country into the ditch, and she's the border czar, and, the American people are hurting. So we're going to change course and get our country back on track.
Some saw it as a major misstep, and among them was Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary. Addressing these frustrations in her first public statement since the former president's win, she doubled down on Biden's decision to pass the torch.
The president is very proud of what he was able to accomplish. He was very proud when he made that decision to hand over the torch, pass the torch to the vice president. He believed it was the right decision to make at that time. This was not the outcome that our team had wanted. So are we disappointed? Yes, we are disappointed. It would be false for me to say that we were not. He believed it was the right decision to make at that time. He believed that she was ready. She was ready to lead on day one, and has been very proud on what he's been able to deliver.
But as Biden's defenders circle the wagons, the whispers are growing louder. Did the Biden administration plan this all along? Did they set up Harris for a fall? These theories have been fueled further after Biden gave his address and declared defeat.
I will do my duty as president. I'll fulfill my oath, and I will honor the Constitution. On January 20th, we'll have a peaceful transfer of power here in America.
But what stuck with everyone was that Biden spoke without stuttering. He was all smiles and even had a few winks here and there. Biden even made a few funny gestures before attempting to trot away from the podium. Many social media users said that Biden looked a decade younger and spoke with clarity that they hadn't seen in 4 years. Some even said that Biden looked the happiest they had ever seen. With the Democrats fighting each other and President Biden signing off in a jolly mood, one thing is clear: the soul-searching is far from over.
And finally, we examine the long-standing rivalry between former President Barack Obama and Donald Trump. It's believed that the 2011 White House Correspondents' Dinner created the rift between the two when President Obama roasted the president-elect. However, their beef goes back much further when Donald Trump falsely claimed that Barack Obama was not a U.S. citizen. The two have taken numerous shots at each other since 2016, when Donald Trump first ran for president. From cordial to sour, relations between the two have drastically changed over the decade. Here's more on their rift between the two presidents.
The war of words between former President Barack Obama and President-elect Donald Trump goes back over 10 years. It began in 2008 when Obama was running for president. The race for the White House took a nasty turn when Democrat Hillary Clinton's campaign forwarded emails which questioned Obama's birthplace. The email said that Obama was born in the African nation of Kenya, a claim that stuck with America's first black president for years. Fanning the birth certificate claims was Donald Trump, who latched on to the allegations. He repeatedly questioned whether Obama was indeed born in the United States or in Kenya. But Trump wouldn't have gone all out if Obama hadn't brought it up in 2011 while he was running for president. Speaking at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, Obama started his speech with his birth certificate proof. The Correspondents' Dinner is a high-profile event organized by the White House where select journalists, entrepreneurs and scholars attend the gala. It's mostly a night where the President of the United States shows their fun side. But the night of April 30th, 2011, which was supposed to be a roast of Obama, turned into the roast of Donald Trump.
There's a vicious rumor floating around that I think could really hurt Mitt Romney. I heard he passed universal health care when he was governor of Massachusetts. Someone should get to the bottom of that. And I know just the guy to do it. Donald Trump is here tonight. Now, I know that he's taken some flack lately, but no one is happier, no one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac?
A red-faced Donald Trump stared straight, wondering why he became Obama's target. And it was perhaps that very day that prompted the business tycoon to run for president and get his revenge. Coincidentally, attending the 2011 dinner hosted by Obama was Elon Musk, who has played an instrumental role in winning Trump a second term this election. So when Donald Trump decided to run in 2016, he was up against Hillary Clinton, Obama's former Democrat foe. In June 2016, Trump announced that he would run for president. His first political potshots were at Obama, calling him the worst president ever. Obama then went to the Jimmy Kimmel Live show and participated in the Mean Tweets Challenge. He read out Donald Trump's tweet and said, "At least I will go down as president." However, that didn't age well, because a few months later, Trump went on to defeat Clinton and took over the White House from Obama. However, the exchange of power was surrounded by another controversy after Melania Trump gave Michelle Obama an awkward Inauguration Day gift, a picture frame. Over the years, verbal attacks between Obama and Trump have gotten nastier. Even in the 2024 presidential election, Obama attacked Trump while campaigning for Kamala Harris.
When he's not complaining, he's trying to sell you stuff. Have you noticed that? Who does that? You're running for president and you're hawking merchandise. Gold sneakers, $100,000 watch. It's supposed to be Swiss watch, he says. The best watch. Why are you selling the watch? What are you doing? My favorite is the Trump Bible. True story. True story. I mean, it's embossed with his name right on it. Donald Trump edition, right next to Matthew and Luke. Donald. And I'll give you one guess where those Bibles are made.
But Trump isn't one to hold back. The Republican has a thick skin and often gives it back to his rivals. So he decided to go after both Barack and Michelle Obama.
You know what's nasty to me? Michelle Obama. She was, ooh. I always tried to be so nice and respectful. Oh, she opened up a little bit of a box. She opened up a little bit of something. Oh, she was nasty. Ooh. Shouldn't be that way. That was a big mistake that she made.
The beef between Obama and Trump goes back more than a decade now. Obama would often joke that Donald Trump would never be the president. But then, here we are. Donald Trump is returning to the White House as the 47th President of the United States. It all started with Barack Obama deciding to roast an audience member at the 2011 White House Correspondents' Dinner. Only that audience member, aka Donald Trump, took the jokes to heart. He's now delivered the Democrats 2 blows in the 2016 and 2024 presidential elections. As he gets ready to leave his luxury resort in Florida and return to the majestic White House in Washington, D.C., it is truly Donald Trump who's having the last laugh.
That's all we have time for today. Thanks everyone so much for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you right back here tomorrow. Thanks again for watching. From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
Kamala, you're fired.
I say, bring it on.
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill. We know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin in Mauritius. Keeping up with the election season across the world, the East African island nation of Mauritius is set to hold elections this Sunday. A country of 1.3 million people will be holding its legislative elections on the 10th of November. Mauritius is a parliamentary democracy and conducts elections every 5 years. While it has largely been one of Africa's biggest success stories owing to its relatively stable democracy, this year's elections are coming in the backdrop of several controversies and major political events. In Mauritius, the elections are being held for its unicameral National Assembly. Now, the unicameral is when the parliament consists of just one house in parliament. A total of 70 seats are up for grabs in the National Assembly, out of which 62 are directly elected members to the Assembly, while 8 others are appointed members to balance out representation. More than 1 million people are registered to vote in the 12th legislative election in Mauritius since independence. After the elections are held, the National Assembly appoints the President and the Vice President, who each serve a 5-year term. The President then appoints the Prime Minister from the party or coalition that holds the majority in the unicameral National Assembly. Now, being a parliamentary democracy, the President is largely a ceremonial head in Mauritius, with the real executive power being in the hands of the Prime Minister. Now, ever since its independence from the British in 1968, there have been mostly just 3 families that have held the corridors of power. They also lead the most dominant political parties in the country. First is Prime Minister Pravin Kumar Jugnauth. He inherited the premiership from his father when he died in 2017. He later won by a wide margin at the 2019 election as head of the Militant Socialist Movement, or the MSM. The next candidate standing in the election is Navin Ramgoolam. Now, he belongs to the Labour Party, which is a part of the Coalition Alliance of Change. Now, Ramgoolam is himself a former premier and the son of the country's first leader. The third major party is the Mauritian Militant Movement, which is led by Paul Berenguer, who has also previously been the Prime Minister of Mauritius. Now, Berenguer's party, however, is currently a part of the Alliance of Change coalition. Apart from these 3 major political parties, there are several more parties that are contending the elections on the 10th of November, including a new party called the Linian Reform Alliance that is campaigning under the slogan, "Neither Navin nor Pravind." Now, the 2024 legislative elections are being fought on several key issues. Some of the prominent ones include the rising corruption in the country, growing politicization of government institutions, prevalence of nepotism, the existence of unemployment, gender inequality, and issues of civil liberty. However, the 2024 elections might be remembered not for the issues that it was fought on, but rather the controversies and major political victories that surrounded it. In the lead-up to the elections, the country was engulfed in a shocking wiretapping scandal just last month. Reports indicated that about 20 phone conversations of politicians, journalists, civil society members, and even foreign diplomats had been recorded and leaked online. The wiretapping scandal had prompted Prime Minister Jugnauth to order internet service providers to block access to the most widely used social networks, including Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and X. The ban on social media led several opposition parties to condemn the government's move. They called the ban a political maneuver to avoid defeat in the November 10th elections. After widespread condemnation, the ban was reversed last week in embarrassment for the government. The ban was initially due to last until the 11th of November, a day after the elections were held. Moreover, this controversy stoked fears that rights were eroding in Mauritius. Mauritius last month slipped from the top spot to second place in the latest Ibrahim Index, which monitors governance across the African continent. Speaking at a rally in the capital city of Port Louis last week, opposition leader Navin Ramgoolam had also criticized the government for curbing freedom and promised a change in Mauritius.
My mission is to restore freedom to Mauritians, to give our country back its reputation, and to return your rights to you.
But while the scandal rocked Mauritius, there was also a political victory that was being celebrated within the country. Last month, in a historic deal, the former colonizer Britain relinquished sovereignty of the remote Chagos Islands to Mauritius, following a long-running legal dispute. The deal came as a major success for the government, even if it meant that Britain retaining a lease to keep a joint US military base on the island of Diego Garcia for an initial 99 years, while members of the Chagosian community protested against the deal. But with the elections now looming over Mauritius, the big question remains, will Prime Minister Jagnaut be able to retain his majority? Or will the anti-incumbency change the tide in the island country? To discuss more on this, we have with us Musa Mdunge, a political analyst who is joining us live from Dundee in the UK. Thank you for being with us, Musa.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, how has this wiretapping scandal influenced public opinion and the political landscape in the lead up to these elections? And what are the main issues that voters are prioritizing in light of these revelations?
Well, Alison, one of the things that you've captured so well is the issue of rising corruption. That has been a really huge problem for Mauritius since 2019. And this is a specific concern given the type of economy that Mauritius has. It's really built a reputation, certainly in terms of Africa, as being a leader in terms of the service and financial sector and being a tax haven. And that has drawn a lot of investment within the country that has been much needed for the development of the country and its economy. And so for voters, linked to the issue of the economy is this issue of corruption. But further than that, is the issue of the freedom of expression, the freedom of association, of political association and beliefs, the rights and freedoms that are critical for any functioning democracy or any country that would want to see itself as a strong sort of investment haven. And so for people in Mauritius, this is definitely a huge issue for them, particularly when you consider, the recent events of the kind of police brutality that has been reported, as well as when you think of the kind of abuse and suppression that has been experienced by journalists in the country, which then acts as an impediment in the ability of people to access the kind of information they need to make the right decisions in terms of their interests when it comes to Sunday's poll. So for many people, the issue of corruption has been central.
Absolutely. And Musa, what impact has the social media ban has the social media ban had on political campaigns, voter outreach, and overall public discourse, especially in terms of the information dissemination and civic engagement in the run-up to these elections?
Well, look, the social media ban is quite huge for a country like Mauritius, where about 85 to 88% of the population receive their news from social media and are quite engaged in social media. And so the very fact that you would remove such a critical source of information, therefore speaks to the impediments towards those rights to information, right, which are very critical for voters to make informed decisions about elections in a time where so much is being questioned about where people get their information, the role of AI, right, in terms of the authenticity of the information people receive, and also the agenda that governments as well as at times corporates and media have in terms of shaping public discourse. And so for a country like Mauritius, where media has really over the past few years seen a huge growth in terms of its importance, it's quite interesting to see how people's views, even on the quality in terms of social media, in terms of its freedom, has happened. So if you look at data from the Afrobarometer survey that was done this year, in 2020, you had 69% of the population that believed that, the media and social media was somewhat free versus 29% in 2020. All of a sudden in 2024, Ellison, to show you how serious this issue is, only 52% still believe it is somewhat free. And the number that moved from believing that it was not free, which was 29%, has moved up to 46%. So you can see that half of the population believe that media freedom, including in terms of social media, has certainly decreased over the past few years under the current administration, which entered power in 2020.
Right. And Musa, on that, are there concerns from human rights groups or international observers regarding the fairness and transparency then of the upcoming election, given the wiretapping scandal and the restrictions imposed on social media platforms?
Well, there's certainly been, some sort of international criticism or concern, certainly from observers. If you think of the European Union, you think of the Americans who have a vested interest, or from the United Kingdom, in terms of how these elections are going to be held, but also the state of the decay in terms of democratic institutions in Mauritius since 2019. This is a country, that moved from being described as a very stable, open democracy to an electoral autocracy, and that speaks to some of the risks that are being observed by international civil organizations around these elections and around the state of democracy in terms of Mauritius, which, by the way, is a very, very important country and will continue to play a very strategic, important role if you think about the geopolitical battles that are happening between China and the United States in terms of the Indo-Pacific region. So there'll be a vested interest in these elections, but given, as you said in the beginning of this conversation, this is a country that has been governed by three dynastic families, essentially. And as long as great powers will get the benefits that they want from it, it is unlikely that any international criticism will lead to any far-reaching change.
Right. Musa, as always, great to speak with you. Thank you for being with us on Firstpost Africa.
Thank you so much for having me.
Shifting focus now to an ongoing conflict in Africa, not involving nations of the continent, but foreign players who are vying for influence in the continent. In the latest, the United Kingdom has targeted the Russian war machine in Africa by announcing a new wave of sanctions. The Keir Starmer-led Labour government, which took charge earlier this year, has expanded sanctions against Russia's military-industrial complex and Russian-backed mercenary groups, particularly which operate in Africa. Britain is imposing 56 new sanctions in its latest package against Russia, which is the UK's largest since May last year. The sanctions are on 3 private mercenary groups with links to the Kremlin, including the Afrika Korps, which is the rebranded Wagner Group. It also targets 11 individuals associated with Russian proxies. Now, London says that all of these targets have direct links to the Kremlin and have threatened peace and security in Libya, Mali, and the Central African Republic, and have committed widespread human rights abuses across the continent. With this, the UK says it has now become the first G7 country to directly sanction Russia's Afrika Korps. Apart from Russia, the latest action also targets entities based in China, Turkey, and Central Asia, which are involved in the supply and production of goods, including machine tools, microelectronics, and components for drones. The UK says these measures are to restrict support for Russia amid its war with Ukraine, but also to counter its activities globally. Britain's announcement came ahead of the European Political Community Summit in Hungary's capital, Budapest, where UK Prime Minister Starmer discussed efforts to combat Russian aggression. These sanctions also come days after the UK's Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, concluded his maiden tour of Africa with the aim of resetting relations with the 54-nation continent. The leader visited the UK's former colonies of Nigeria and South Africa as a part of the tour. Britain, which was the second biggest colonial power in Africa after France, continues to play sort of big brother role in the continent. However, that role is now changing. Before embarking on the visit, Britain's Foreign Secretary vowed a new approach for Africa that includes more listening rather than telling. During the visit, he also expressed the UK's support for a permanent UNSC seat for Africa.
The UK has had a long-standing position that Africa must be represented on the UN Security Council. I'm keen to better understand if the recent position is supported by other members of the Security Council, particularly Russia and China, that have been a block on the UN Security Council's expansion in the past, which has not been the UK position. We have been supportive now for many, many years.
The UK's role in Africa in the past decade has declined significantly. The UK's Africa policy has long focused on development aid, but even this has seen a decline in recent years as the former colonizer faces its own economic crisis. However, experts in the UK encourage boosting ties with the youngest continent, while the European nation experiences aging population. Though the new UK government seeks to reboot Africa ties, many other players have entered the continent. While China has become the largest trade partner of many African nations, Russia is increasingly making inroads with boosting its military presence, especially in the western parts of the continent and in the Sahel region. The United States and France have been gradually withdrawing soldiers and weapons from the region amid growing anti-West sentiment. So while the Starmer-led government is stepping its efforts to counter Russia in Africa up, it is yet to be seen how effective its strategy would be and whether Africa is willing to open its doors to a former colonizer, particularly as Vladimir Putin's popularity continues to grow in the continent. And moving on, the European nations are seeking cooperation with African nations due to another reason: immigration. After the UK's Rwanda deportation failure, more European nations have come up with similar plans. In the latest, Germany has struck a deportation pact with Somalia. Under the deal, Germany will deport undocumented Somali immigrants back to the East African nation. This comes after Somali President Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud met the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz earlier this week. The leaders have agreed to boost the number of deportations of Somali migrants without legal status. A total of 65,000 Somalis live currently in Germany, and Chancellor Scholz said that the pact will only affect a handful of people convicted of serious crimes. While the Somali government has agreed to receive the migrants, it also urged Germany against forced deportation. The Somali government spokesperson said that during the talks in Berlin, the Somali leader told Scholz that there is no need for forced deportations, but those deemed illegal are welcome to be part of Somalia's progress. Somalia, the Horn of African nation, which is reeling from al-Shabaab terrorism for nearly 2 decades, has seen a growing number of people migrating to Europe. As per the European Border and Coast Guard Agency, Vantage, Somali nationals were among the most detected this September at Europe's eastern land border migratory route. The agreement with Somalia is part of Germany's efforts to increase deportations and to seek formal readmission agreements with countries of origin of the migrants. Germany has also signed such deals with other African nations like Morocco and Kenya. While Germany is sending migrants back to the country of origin, other European nations have made efforts to deport migrants to a third nation. Last month, Italy became the first nation to deport migrants to a third nation, Albania. Then the Netherlands said it is in talks with Uganda to deport illegal migrants. While going through a massive back and forth, the UK's plan to deport migrants to Rwanda met an ill fate with a change in government in late July of this year. Now, immigration has become a subject of heated political debate in Europe, and nations are exploring ways to tackle the challenge as anti-immigrant parties gain popularity across the continent. They are forging harsher policies to fight the crisis. EU Chief Ursula von der Leyen has said that the leaders have discussed setting up deportation centres outside of the EU's borders, calling them return hubs. It is not clear which nations are a part of Europe's deportation plans, but the previous attempts show a preference for low-income nations which will receive European funds to accept the deportations. But critics have raised concerns over the plan, with many calling it racist and inhumane, while others point out that it infringes people's right to asylum. African nations have so far been the major site for such return hub plans. As per reports, Europe remains the leading destination for African migrants. So as the continent adopts a stricter stance against migration, African nations brace for impact. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid the coups and the crises, there are many positive stories from Africa that often get overlooked, but not on this show. Our next story comes from Senegal, where kickboxing is kicking and punching its way into the West African country's sporting culture. Despite a lack of adequate resources and infrastructure, interest in kickboxing, especially among the youth, has climbed by nearly 300%. The sport has also gained popularity among young women and girls. However, it has been difficult for Senegal's Kickboxing Federation to support their athletes financially. But that is not stopping the people from joining kickboxing. Our next report gets you all the details.
In a country where football, basketball and wrestling are considered the most popular sports, Senegal is now seeing the emergence of a new sporting interest: kickboxing. The sport was introduced in the West African country 30 years ago, but it is now developing a following in the nation, driven by a handful of enthusiasts who are tirelessly working hard despite the lack of resources and training facilities. And driving the mania is Senegal's new world kickboxing champion, Mohamed Tafsir Ba. In a dilapidated room of military barracks, he spends hours practicing, smashing uppercuts into the punching bag, and delivering punches at a dizzying speed. This has been the punishing regime that helped Ba win the 90-kilogram category at the World Association of Kickboxing Organizations, or the WAKO World Cup event in Uzbekistan in September.
I just want to show that as a Senegalese training here, you can become a legend. You can become a world champion, an African champion. You don't have to end up doing bad things, being on the street. You don't have to become a kingpin or be sent to the streets. You can succeed in this country just by believing in it and working a lot harder to succeed. This is where the national team trains. The mats aren't really suited to what we do. The punching bags are a bit old, but we manage. But you can get hurt even hitting the bag, so it's not easy at all. We try to manage, to control, and to do well without hurting ourselves.
Yet the lack of adequate infrastructure and resources has not deterred the young people, including the Senegalese women, from taking part in the sport. In the women's competition at the WACO World Cup event, Ba's compatriot Indie Khadi Diallo won a second consecutive silver in the lightweight 60-kilogram class. Speaking about her love for kickboxing, she reflected on how her journey was not a cakewalk.
It's not very easy to do this sport as a woman. There are a lot of women who refuse to practice this sport. In my neighborhood, I'm often called a man, but I don't care. All I know is that I love kickboxing and I want to give it everything I've got.
Taking inspiration from Diallo are several more girls who want to join the sport and represent a country where violence against women and girls remains a prominent issue. Moreover, the fitness and mental training that kickboxing requires has attracted several youth to pick up the gloves.
Young people, even girls, are starting to join kickboxing clubs. Quite simply, I think that because it's a contact sport, there are a lot of physical and mental aspects to it, and a lot of things that make young people join kickboxing clubs.
Reports suggest that between 2022 and now, the Kickboxing Federation has seen membership numbers climb by 300%. But funds are tight for supporting the athletes. The Senegalese Kickboxing Federation survives on a budget of around $2,000 annually. Yet it's making efforts to attract new athletes to the sport. The federation has slashed the prices of kickboxing licenses to just $5, down from $16.
We put in place a 5-year strategic plan in 2021, aiming that we would succeed in becoming world champions in 5 years. The plan was for 5 years, and we've achieved it in 3, because we also gave ourselves the means. We have a lot of internal contributions, but we also have our own resources which we use. Our cash flow comes first and foremost from our own pockets. As you know, it's not easy. We're in a developing country.
With kickboxing now garnering interest in Senegal, the federation hopes that the positive results at the World Championships will help the sport attract more sponsors and increase its revenues so that a newer generation of athletes can be trained.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Vantage, live from the White House. America is Trump country again. He will be the 47th President of the United States of America. They're live from the White House, soon to be the new residence of Donald Trump. It was also here that Donald Trump brokered the Abraham Accords. So the voters have a legitimate question in their minds. If those presidents could do it, why not Joe Biden? The Arab voters want to punish the Democrats for supporting Israel. Joe Biden's shadow looms large over this election, and Kamala Harris may end up paying the price for it. This Trump hat, it says, President Trump save America. But this hat is made in China. And this is the Chinese interference that Americans must be investigating. But of late, Donald Trump and the Republicans have made some gains. And the biggest reason for that is illegal immigration. This is more than just a march, they say. This is a demand for accountability. The excitement, the tension is palpable. You can see the security presence. You can see the number of police cars, government buildings like these again fenced up. We're at Harvard University, the alma mater of Kamala Harris. As the night progressed, numbers came in thick and fast, and Donald Trump was soon declared the winner. It's being called a historic comeback. Another American presidency will begin. In Donald Trump's case, his second one.